Good morning and welcome back to day two, not welcome back, welcome to day two of budget deliberations. It's November 16th, 2023. Just a brief introduction of our agenda this morning. We're going to go over a couple items that Council had asked for additional information from administration. So we'll go through those. Then we will have a discussion on mitigating strategies, which are opportunities for Council to have an impact on the budget with strategies that have been presented from administration. Following that, we will go through potential additional initiatives or opportunities that were laid out in Council's budget book. And then following that, there were a couple items that were flagged by councillors that are up for discussion. So I'm going to turn it over to Chief Glavin, I think, had an item first in regards to information Council was looking for. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Mayor Clayton. First up, there was a question on the cost for a second round of residential street sweeping. If we were to do that, the approximate cost would be $155,000. That would include the 2 additional temporary employees that we would have operate overnight in non-residential areas, and then reallocate more of our service during the day into residential areas. And that would, so the $155,000 would include the cost of the people as well as the equipment costs associated with that. An alternative to that would be to cap the amount of times that we do arterials and collectors at 3 for arterials, and then we could reallocate some of that additional time into residential during the year, but it would leave the collectors looking with, there'd be a lot more material on the collectors and arterials.
If I don't see anyone else in the queue, and it was myself who asked the question. I'm curious. So you said we could cap arterials at 3. What on average are they getting now for times they're being swept?
I believe 4 to 5. However, it all depends on the conditions. If it's dry, we can get out. We can run the whole summer. If it's wet, it limits a bit more, or the duration of the season. So this year we're out more with it being drier. If it were a wetter year, we would probably only get to it 3 times anyways, and we would still get the residential done at least once.
I guess my thought is I don't want to spend more money on it. However, I know a lot of people use their streets as a form of recreation for youth, and one time on residential streets, most of the time isn't enough. And so if I can just suggest that operationally, we just keep in mind that residential streets could use some more cleaning, but I don't think there's any value in spending more money in it. I just think that there are a lot of residential streets that people do their part, sweep it into the street away from their end of their driveway, and then it sits there all summer. So just an observation. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I don't find that where I live. The streets are really actually quite good. Is there maybe a way to do it where people can call in if it's significant and it is troublesome for certain areas? You know, depending on where the wind blows and how it blows, some streets are fine and some probably get more than others. Is that a cheaper way to handle it? Calls to service versus and it has to be significant enough?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. It wouldn't be a cheaper way to do it. We'd have to mobilize that equipment every time. So we would, long story short, it's about $200 or more than $200 an hour. By the time that you look at staff, the capital cost allocation of a sweeper that right now is $450,000 to buy a new one. So when you look at over the useful life, the fuel, the water, and everything else goes into it. It's a very expensive service to run, so we wouldn't be looking to do additional services in an area on an ad hoc basis unless there was a really good reason. Maybe there was something disturbed in that area, or somebody, put a lot of material onto that road. We do it by exception, not as a rule. So we would avoid having an on-demand service for street sweeping.
Perfect. I appreciate the information anyways. Oh, now I got a couple others. Councillor Blackmore.
Chief Glavin, can you tell me, when we have construction sites, a lot of the time there's soil and material that gets drug out onto the street. And I've sometimes noticed street cleaners coming by to clean up those areas. many other municipalities will fine construction companies if they're dragging debris out onto the streets and not cleaning up after themselves, or driving muddy trucks down the road from their construction site. Do we have a policy, or do we do that? If not, is there something maybe we want to consider along those lines?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So we do require the contractors to maintain their sites. I would have to check with our operations and engineering just to see exactly what our current regime is for charging people for that if they're not managing their site appropriately. So I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I think that the street sweeping in our community has been super awesome. I think that a lot of that I remember on my first term on council, the mayor saying we could do a better job of this. And then once she took over, it seems like our streets got really pristine. So I commend our administration for working so hard and diligently on that. I'm not for the extra cost. I guess my question is on the wear and tear of the equipment. Like, how frequently do we have to repair or replace our street sweepers?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I might have that, but it'll take me a minute to find that.
No worries.
I do have an additional answer to a different question while I'm looking for that information. There was a question on the county charges for dust control, and do we do the same? So yes, we do charge our residents for dust control. However, we also have a portion of dust control that we do on roads that are problematic, that don't have anybody that does dust control on those roads, no adjacent properties.
Want us to come back to you on the other one?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. And roughly, it's about 7 years that a sweeper, the useful life of a sweeper, that can vary depending on the condition of the sweeper. So we may extend it beyond 7 years, but 7 years is typically the useful life.
All right, moving on. I apologize, I don't recall which chief had more. Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we had a question yesterday with regards to custodial services budget reduction. So CLT has made a cut in the budget that's in front of you. The budget presented to you has a $35,000 cut worth of custodial services. So that was a reduction that was done by CLT as part of the budget process. There was another, so any questions on that?
No one in the queue. Go.
Okay. The next question was with regards to what is included in external housing programs. I believe Councillor Platt asked that question. I'm going to ask Jessica if she could show my screen. That was with regards to that particular slide that's in front of you now. The far right column is called external housing programs, and there's a whole bunch of programs that fall under that. For example, Center Point Facilitation, their adaptive case management, we provide $872,000 to that program. Center Point Facilitation, their housing access service, $121,000. Wapiti House, they have two different programs. Interim housing, we provide $217,000. Their Oasis support worker is $100,000. St. Lawrence Center programming, $450,000. The Hearth Social Profit Company for Fletcher House, they'll be getting $800,000. The Friendship Center gets $240,000 for feeding people at the community care campus. The Youth Shelter gets $180,000. Elders Care Shelter gets $122,000. So those are the types of programs that fall under external housing programs.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just going back to Chief Lemieux's, I just want to clarify. So it was $35,000 was reduction for cleaning. Was that at just CKC, or was that through a combination of facilities?
That was a combination of CKC and other city facilities.
And would we know just on CKC alone how many full-time equivalents are in custodial in that facility?
Don't have that number in front of me, but I will get that number for you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other chiefs? Chief McEachran.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Out of yesterday, there was some questions in regards to corporate marketing and the breakdown of revenue versus expenses. And so on that point, I have a bit of a breakdown between marketing and sales and sponsorship. So the revenue, as you're aware, is a little bit less than the projected expenses. Expenses for sales and sponsorship, though, including salaries and all other expenses, is about 22% of our operational expenses overall for the entire department.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just to confirm, so is that 22% of the $1 million total, or is that, and you had mentioned something about 465,000 is already locked in for 2024? So is it the $1 million total at 22%?
Correct.
And so when we go into 2024, with 465,000, we're only selling $535,000 in that year then. So it's not 22% on that, it's 22% on the total.
It's 22% of the operational expenses, not of the revenue, but of the operational expenses. And I
have another one?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There was an additional question yesterday in regards to the increase between 2022 to 2023 for human resources. The operating expenses had increased by about 200,000. That was in regards to, as you're aware, we did a reorg late in the year, which resulted in an individual who was in the CAO's area who was transferred over to HR, and so that is part of that, as well as there was a determination that we needed to increase legal costs related to employment law, and so that would have been captured as well.
Okay. Chief Lemieux, you had some additional items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I had 4 other questions that were asked yesterday. One from Councillor Bosch with regards to the communal kitchen at the community care campus. How is it funded and where does it show in the budget book? So Council made a motion in 2023, earlier this year, to include 190,725 for a communal kitchen, and that is being funded through the future expenditures reserve. So you don't see it in the budget book because it was a 2023 expenditure.
Anything else, Chief Lemieux?
I had a question with regards, Councillor Thiessen, what would the cost be to go back to the pre-COVID hours at the Ernie Redburn Pavilion? So the pre-COVID hours at the pavilion were 8:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. in the summer, 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. in the winter. The current schedule is 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. in the summer and 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. in the winter. So to go back to pre-COVID hours would require an extra 1,240 hours, so at a cost of about $42,000 salary plus benefits. The next question was from Councillor Palat, and that was with regards to the revenue line on page 98 for housing and homeless initiatives. So there was an $818,000 increase in revenue, and that is the the rent from both the community care campus and Fletcher House. That's all rent. There was another question from Councillor Palat with regards to Perfect Mind software. So the Perfect Mind software is actually now called Explore Recreation and has been serving us very well. So before Perfect Mind we had, or before Explore Recreation, we had Class was our system that we replaced. So the new system requires only 1 staff to manage the software. Before we had more than 1 FTE to manage the software. People can book the squash courts online. The play care booking is also available online and highly utilized. People can buy online membership and punch passes. The people can view the programs online before registration. With that particular software, it allows members to plan and prepare for what they want to register for. Member registration online opens 1 week in advance of having to call 311, so there's another benefit that's very highly utilized. I'm going to say that it also provides view-only access to school administrators, so school administrators could actually go in and have a look and see what's happening in various facilities. And there's an upcoming app, which will be like my Starbucks app, so I won't have to show my card anymore at the one of those So it's very well utilized, and it has served us very well. And those are all the questions I had, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. This goes back to Ms. McEachran. You said in human resources, $200,000 increase from 2022 to 2023 was, some of it was legal, but yet looking at the legal and risk management, there was also roughly a $200,000 increase in the same time period. So does it include, like, can you explain what that means?
If I may, Mayor Clayton. Certainly. So we do separate the legal within our city solicitor's budget and HR. So when we have union negotiations, for an example, we do have external counsel that specializes in labor relations. So that is why you would see legal budget within HR separate from our legal risk management department.
So our legal HR is our staffing and hired staffing, or which one is ours? Is it legal and risk management or human resources?
So within human resources, we would use external counsel to handle those matters.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Chief Lemieux, sorry, what was the name of the new, it's not Perfect Mind now, it's called?
It's called Explore Recreation, but it's spelled XPLOR Recreation.
Okay, and just curious on Explore Recreation on that app, does it, or on that software, does it give us the ability to know how many people have checked in at a certain time, how many people are checking in hour by hour? Just, you know, we had talked about staffing levels, and I guess for me, I was hoping it would actually do that as well.
It has great capability to give us lots of data, so I believe that all that information will be available.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
All right. I see no further questions. So I'll just check with all of our departments. They've updated everything that was asked. Now we'll move to mitigating strategies, and I'll turn it over to CFO Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So yesterday I did introduce some mitigating strategies that have been proposed by management. So just to provide some greater detail, I've individually identified them and numbered them for council. So like, as I said, these were reviewed yesterday, but I'll just briefly walk through the mitigating strategies as a reminder. So the first one, we're looking to recover some security service costs at CKC. This would be a bill back to tenants of user groups. This is 9,000. We were looking to scale back to bi-weekly mowing of arterial roads, the potential savings of 50,000. A reduction in weed inspection could have savings of 25,000. A reduction to diamond renewal could see 50,000. A reduction to the mobile outreach program's overtime hours. This could save $12,000. Reducing professional services at the Street Outreach Center could have savings of $25,000. The elimination of driveway snow removal is a savings of $300,000. Reduction in mosquito control, $118,000. Reduction in mud jacking work is $100,000. Moving on, we have reduced gravel maintenance as a possible strategy for $112,000. A reduction in dust suppression for $50,000. The elimination of contract snow hauling of the windrows is $200,000. We could reduce external professional services and IT for $10,000. We could close our seasonal washrooms for $20,000. Reduce the weekday hours at the Activity and Reception Center for $35,000. Reduce the Grande Prairie Museum hours for $10,000. Reduce hours of fitness class for $30,000. And reduce reception desk at CKC for $12,000. And finally, we could look at no extended hours at the Ernie Radburn Pavilion for $8,000. Closing the Ernie Radburn Pavilion on stat holidays for $5,000. Eliminate after hours IT support for $25,000. And make some staffing changes for $758,000. So the total of these 22 items altogether is $1.964 million, which is approximately 1.56%.
Thank you. So, Council, this is a list of opportunities, strategies that through the significant time that administration has done going through this and preparing the budget presentation, these are opportunities that do have some risk to our organization in regards to reduced service, etc. If there's interest in eliminating or removing these, I'll just look for business arising. If you have questions, that also is okay. I'll just go through, however, who's in the queue, and we'll manage it that way. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, can we go back to the first slide, please? Under 7, I have difficulty with eliminating the driveway snow removal, as if you leave it for more than 2 hours, you can't even drive through it with your car. And it usually happens when the snow clearing happens and it's a lot of ice and chunks. But as they do the street and the regular snow clearing, it only takes a little bit of time to do the regular, but the problem is in both regular snow removal and after they clear the streets. You just can't get through it. If you want to do a different program by bringing the green cones back for some people, but I don't know if that's an option. I don't think that should be eliminated.
Okay, so Councillor O'Connor, thank you for your opinion. There was no discussion or debate on that item at this point. These are not recommendations from administration. These are opportunities for council. So if council would like to see something from this list removed, please go ahead and make motions, then we can discuss and debate the items. Councillor Blackmore.
I apologize for not asking this question yesterday, but I'm wondering, Chief Glavin, reduced mosquito control. Obviously, we're still going to do some mosquito control, so how much are we reducing that by, and how much is that going to be influenced by whether or not we have a dry or wet summer?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I think there's a decent amount of detail I need to grab on that, and I'll have our director just make sure I adequately answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. For the sake of getting stuff on the table, do you accept a motion?
Absolutely.
I would move that Council adopt Mitigating Strategy 2, reducing boulevard mowing back to bi-weekly for arterial roads. Just speaks to this, we really do have Cadillac services in this community. I think one of those is we really do mow our arterials a lot more than I see a lot of other communities mowing them. I think we've hit a point where over the last few years, we've really cut our budget we've cut the fat off our budget. There's always some efficiencies we can find within our budget, but the ones that are going to meaningfully move the tax rate just by magically finding efficiencies are gone. We need to start talking about either raising taxes or reducing services. And I think this is one service that I think going from 1 week mowing to bi-weekly mowing, most of the community is not going to notice. And this place I'd like to start. So I hope the council will accept this motion.
All right. So I know that many of you are in the queue for other reasons. I am going to ask that we work on this page, then we'll go to the next page. So if you have discussion or debate on Councillor Bressie's motion, now is an appropriate time. If not, seeing none, Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I agree with Councillor Bressie. I think this is something that is a low impact cut to our budget. Some people will complain, we get it every year about the dandelions. Me personally, I like the dandelions. I like that they turn into little solar flowers and reflect the sun when they come out. And there's other benefits to that too. So this is a small cut. It's not a hard cut for me, and I encourage council to support it.
Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question. Councillor O'Toole, how do you vote? Councillor O'Toole votes in favor, and that carries unanimously. Recognizing Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess we'll stay on this slide. I would like to make a motion for number 3, the reduced weed inspector for $25,000. I believe yesterday we were told there was 4 people in this area, and this would be reducing to 3. Sadly, from somebody that has some properties that gets weed inspection notices, when I go out and I look at the process through it, I feel like Grande Prairie is not that big of a community that we need to have 4 people driving around doing this, and I don't think there's a huge risk to drop this to 3.
Discussion or debate on that motion? Councillor Blackmore.
Sorry, point of privilege, Mayor Clayton.
Yes,
I'm going to declare a pecuniary interest and leave the
not
chambers.
a problem. Take your time. Once you've left, we will start. Councillor Blackmore.
I will support Councillor Palat's position here. I've noticed in the last couple of years when I see the weed inspectors out, they kind of travel in a clot of all four. So to me, that's not an efficient service. I would much rather see them dispersed separately across the community. So I definitely support reducing one position here. I would go further myself, but we'll leave it at this and see how it works out for a year.
Councillor, never mind, he's out of the queue. He's out of the room. I had a question, Chief Glavin. Tell me how, in regards to, there are certain areas of our community, in particular in the Northridge area, where we've seen significant amounts of foxtail. Tell me how response time will be with one less person in regards to getting around, checking these, educating the property owners, etc.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. As far as exact response times, I'm not sure I give you a perfect answer on that, but will be 25% reduction in the amount of people, so it's not nothing in this case. Ultimately, will be a lower level of service.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. To my understanding, though, is there not time periods that we have to wait from, a letter of notice from enforcement in regards to weed control, and then you have that time period to wait, and then they get another letter? I think the the time frame from when there is notice of weeds to when it's controlled is more due to enforcement timing and, wait times. Is that right?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I could speak to the Northridge Foxdale, and specifically because that's the one we've been dealing with the last couple of years. There were some delays this year for sure, and it wasn't entirely due to process. Some of it was due to the fact that there was a judicial sale happening, so we had to go to court a couple times to resolve that one. But normally our enforcement works very closely with the weed inspector, and yes, it's Grande Prairie Enforcement Services that follows up on the enforcement piece.
So for me, I will support this, and I'm like Councillor Blackmore. It doesn't take a great deal of time to realize there's weeds there. It's the process and getting rid of them. So most definitely I'll support it.
Thanks, and I apologize, Chief Lemieux. I forgot that enforcement would be not parks. Councillor Blackmore.
Just a follow-up comment to remind council that because we have changed our policies and we now allow vacant land to be farmed or baled, that will in fact deal with much of the weed problems that we've been experiencing in the Northridge area and other parts. So I think that's a better solution, and certainly takes the price tag off the city and puts it on the landowner.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. We'll give Councillor Bressie a moment to come back in. Recognize, once Councillor Bressie's in, recognize Councillor Bosch in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I should have asked this yesterday, but can you give me some information on reduced diamond renewal for 50,000? That sounded like a game, didn't it? What does that mean? I don't know.
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So essentially the diamond renewal funds are looking at replacement of shale, any maintenance. So if there's a fence that's damaged, bleachers that are damaged, any of the infrastructure that's damaged in the South Bear Creek area is funded out of that. So ultimately, if there's less, there's less. So if we cut 50,000, it's a total budget of 100,000 annually. It would just result in lower standard of care on anything there if it required funding.
Okay.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just as a follow-up, what have we been spending the last year or two? Are we in that 50,000 range, or are we at 100 and we would actually see true cuts?
Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I believe they are spending close to the budget each year.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor O'Toole.
Maybe we should get some electronics repairs too. Would any of this affect any of the programming? Like we have tournaments and stuff like that, so this would not be a concern to the tournaments, the condition of the diamonds? Like we're not reducing the condition of the diamonds by doing this?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. If any of the diamonds need any remediation, as we are on an old land dump, we do see shifting of the surface or soils on there. So we do occasionally have holes that emerge that we'd have to mitigate. And then there's replacement of shale on a rotating basis as that depletes. Any grass issues. Ultimately, would we see a big issue in the first year? Probably not. If it were sustained over multiple years, we would start to see deterioration of South Bear Creek.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll just ask, I have other people in the queue now. Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that council reduce diamond renewal for $50,000. And in speaking to that, we're all up against a lot of financial pressures, both in our personal and our corporate lives, and we need to use any options we have available in the next 12 months. Hopefully, by this time next year, we'll see some easing in financial situations.
Your motion is in order, and I would suggest, just so that it doesn't get completely removed for future consideration, that you apply it just to 2024.
Thank you. I'll make that change.
Okay. Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton, for adding that 2024. That was something that I was just going to ask. I think it's similar to when we've tried other pilot projects. I think trying it for a year would be good to know. My question for admin, though, when I'm looking at this diamond renewal, this wouldn't stop the regular mowing and maintenance and everything that's currently being done by parks. This would just be more to fill holes, correct shale, fix a fence, that kind of stuff.
Chief Glavin.
That's correct. It won't impact mowing.
And can I just ask, in the last year or two, like it looks like we've got another one in the works, but we've added 1 or 2 diamonds. I can't remember how many diamonds we've added.
Chief Glavin.
2.
2. Okay, thank you. I will be supporting this motion then. Thanks.
I'm going to jump in the queue. I too will support this. I believe with the addition of 2 diamonds, we're going to actually get less usage on our diamonds overall, even though that sport is heavily subscribed, and we've heard from the community that there's continual need for more. I think that by removing it for 1 year will give us, as mentioned, a fair evaluation of what is really required in renewal annually. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I'm in support of this motion as well, and I want to thank you for addressing that it's just for 2024. My concern is that over the long haul, we would see that deterioration, and I'm pretty sure that Councillor Blackmore wasn't intending it that way. This is a short-term cut that we can monitor our spending on it, and hopefully not get a lot of degradation from the lesser expenditure. But I think for this year, I feel comfortable that we can reduce this. So,
Councillor Bressy.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I know that I'm walking by those diamonds multiple times every week, and usually most of them are completely empty, and I'm seeing these pristine areas empty. That being said, I hope that in future years we have these conversations. I think we should have a few diamonds that are pristine and we're giving world-class treatment to. We just don't have to do it for all the diamonds, is how I feel.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, call the question. That carries 8-1. Moving on to, I'll recognize other people for mitigating strategies off this first slide. Councillor Plott.
Sorry, Mayor Clayton, I didn't have any more on the first slide, so
Okay.
I can.
Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that we reduce mobile outreach program overtime and reduce professional services at Street Outreach Center for a total of $37,000. And then speaking to this, I feel that given the number of housing rooms that are coming on stream this fall, that we will be well positioned to make this change for the 2024 fiscal year. And I would ask council to support that motion.
Okay, so that motion is in order. I'll wait for somebody else. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Question in regards to the street outreach. Was that put on the table because of what Councillor Blackmore brought up, that we do have support, say, at Fletcher House or the CCC, and therefore we're seeing, I guess, those positions or that service offered elsewhere?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you for the question. It's hard to predict into the future in terms of how much of an impact. We're hoping that there'll be a positive impact, certainly from opening those facilities. This was a recommendation from the department that we, certainly could, if anything, this was one area that they identified where we potentially could save some dollars. But predicting the future is a bit difficult at this time, but certainly we're hopeful.
Okay. Can I ask these two items to be split?
That's what I was looking for. Thanks.
Thank you.
That is appropriate. Councillor Thiessen.
Beat me to the punch, Grant. I'm on one side and potentially on the other side on one of these. My question is in regards to the MOP team, how much overtime did we go through in the last year?
Chief Lemieux, and if you need time, we can come back.
Yeah, we'll have to come back to that one. I'll get that number for you.
And sorry, just before you continue, Councillor Thiessen, let's discuss and debate the first one at the 12,000 in mobile outreach, since that's where you're at.
Sounds good. Well, as far as OT goes, I guess my vote really depends upon this. I don't think I'm going to vote for the reduced street outreach team. And a big reason why on that is although Councillor Blackmore said that we have a lot of supportive housing projects coming online and people moving into those spaces, it's still not enough. According to our point-in-time homeless count, we were creeping up to 300 people who are active on the streets in our community. And if you follow the trends, that number's been growing by about 30 to 40 per year. But with the mobile outreach here, I guess my final determination on this is really how much we are spending on that overtime and how often our mobile outreach team needs to go into overtime. So really, if we're using a lot of overtime and it's necessary in order to meet the needs of our street engaged population, then I'm okay with that. At the same time, we have the public security unit as well, which it sort of serves a similar purpose minus the mental health professional along with the law enforcement there. So I look forward to how much overtime we're spending, and if there's a reduction here, I could support this.
Councillor Plott, and sorry, Chief Lemieux, whenever you have it, just give me a thank you. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just want to confirm, so in our binders here, we've got a mobile outreach 2024 budget of $1.387 million, so we'd be reducing that by $12,000. That's
correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
So I guess for me, we already have a Cadillac service here as well, people. I really do think that it's great that we have this, but I think we have a Cadillac service it's doing well, and it's doing the purpose. We're asking this to be reduced by less than 1%, this overall budget. So I don't see this being really risky. And at some point, I do think, for me anyways, I think we have to start putting a line on how much we're going to spend in some of these areas. We can't just never ending spend on them. I appreciate there's been some value, but I don't think us reducing this by 1% is causing a lot of risk to our community. So I think this is a pretty easy one to support for me.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. For $12,000, I'm not willing to support this reduction. Quite honestly, putting housing in place has little to do to negate people from going outside. It's not a jail. They will still meet outside. They'll still go outside. Some people will not want to go into housing or stay within those walls. So regardless, mobile outreach is needed and will be continuing to be needed if there's housing or not.
I'm going to jump in the queue. I personally will not support this motion. I think that this is a service that our community is very happy with. They're very proud of. I hear it wherever I travel in the community of the great work that this mobile outreach team is doing. They are responsive. They are equipped with the skills to support the needs of our business owners, residents, and for $12,000, I don't think this is where we cut. You want to talk public security unit? I'm happy to just talk reduction in that. But this team is a core function of where we're seeing strides in success, and $12,000 to me, although it's a small amount in the overall percent, this is something that is working, and I don't. Maybe next year, happy to discuss it, but I want to see it at another full year at the state it's at. And I think Chief Lemieux has his information now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to answer the question from the councillor, our forecast for overtime in 2023 is $50,000.
Okay, Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I think we're a little premature at cutting this. As Mayor Clayton has stated, I think we need to have another year under our belt. We haven't got all these facilities up and operating yet, so I would think it's important that we keep this one in and use common sense that if we need to cut some, then do it. But right now, it's a little premature, so I won't be supporting this.
Councillor Bressley, and then I'll call the question unless somebody, Councillor Blackmore would like to close.
Great, thank you. Yeah, recently I've got to attend a number of engagements of public engagements, both the Police Commission and with the RCMP, and repeatedly I hear from the public this is the number one compliment we get. So for me, I'm not okay pulling it back yet. I definitely think we should be having this conversation next year. But this is the difference between at the end of a shift, somebody giving the person that needs help 10 minutes of attention or the 30, 45 minutes that person might actually need. So for me, this isn't the place to cut. I think there's other places we should be cutting for now. But once we have less people on our streets, therefore less people on our shelters, or sorry, more people in housing, therefore less people on our shelters, therefore less people on our streets, we definitely should be talking about it. Unfortunately, we're just not quite there yet.
Councillor O'Toole, I was going to go to Councillor Blackmore to close unless you had something. Okay, Councillor Blackmore, would you like to close? Call the question. I apologize, can you reset that? I voted incorrectly.
That's what she's going for.
Councillor O'Toole, how do you vote? Councillor O'Toole votes in opposition, and that is defeated 5-4. So I'm going to go to Chief Lemieux. He has an update. Nope, you already did. Oh, Chief Glavin has an update. Nope, we have a split motion. We are going to go to discussion and debate on the $25,000 reduction at the Street Outreach Center. Open that up for discussion and debate. Councillor Thiessen.
All right, now I can go where I was going before. Our point-in-time homeless count keeps rising on an average of about 30 to 40 per year. We're sitting at about 300, give or take, on any given month. This mobile street outreach team, in conjunction with our other services that we provide, I think is going a long way to connecting people to those services and at least connecting them to the spaces where they can find food or clothing or potentially temporary shelter. So these services are great as far as people who are just wandering on the streets and loss of mental health. As somebody who used to work mobile outreach, I can tell you the benefit of it is when you see somebody slumped on the street and you pull up and you ask them how they're doing. Sometimes you're giving them naloxone. Sometimes you're just keeping them company. Sometimes you're getting them back to where they need to go because they're just stuck. So I don't want to peel back on any of these services because I know that even though council and administration are addressing the housing crisis here in our community, the more services that we have, getting people to the places they need to go is important for our community and the well-being of all. So I hope everyone will defeat this motion.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I'm just looking for clarity. Professional services in regards to street outreach. Are you talking about the team? Are you talking about people within a building? I don't know what this exactly means.
Chief Lemieux.
So at the Street Outreach Center, the St. Lawrence does programming. We fund them by contributing $100,000 from municipal funding. The hours of operations there are 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and they provide services to approximately 60 individuals per day, 7 days a week. So that's the programming that would be cut back.
Inside the building. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. This is something that I would like to retain in our budget. I know mental health issues are a big concern, and I, again, much like Councillor Thiessen, feel that we could actually have more of these services, now whether they're offered by us or somebody else, but I think this is something that our community desperately needs and something that I'm not willing to cut.
Thanks for your comments. I will support this motion. I do believe that with the opening of the Fletcher House, with moving in more residents to the coordinated care campus, that there will be less need for a warm-up shelter where people can get a meal and a shower. I do believe mobile outreach is a supportive role in regards to moving people, helping people find the right place where they need to be. And caseworkers will continue to introduce the new rooms that are available at Fletcher as well as coordinated care campus. I think this is something, if we actually see less people using the facility, we should be proud of. I'm not saying the facility won't be needed permanently. I just think that reducing it for this year, considering the number of rooms that will be available for residential space, is a step in the right direction. So I will support it. Councillor Blackmore, would you like to close?
I would. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I am very sympathetic to the needs and the trials that people with mental illnesses and addiction suffer, and worked in that industry for a long time. However, we do spend quite a significant portion of our annual budget managing and supporting people who are living on the streets or who are dealing with major struggles. And we're going to have to make cuts across the board to all areas of the city in order to meet our need to reduce the tax increase for this year. And so I'm thinking that everyone in the city, regardless of whether they are on the street or in an office tower, are going to need to give a little. And I'm asking council to support this motion so that we are all contributing towards that savings.
Thank you for your close, Councillor Blackmore. I will call the question. And that is defeated 5-4. Chief Glavin has an update in regards to mosquito control.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. There's a question if the proposed cut of $118,000 was the entire budget or not, and it is the entire budget for contracted services for mosquito control. It is a scalable contract, so we can go up or down with the contractor to whatever level we chose.
So it's a removal of it, not a reduction of it.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Blackmore, you're the one that had questions, so do you have any subsequent? Councillor, recognizing Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that council reduce mosquito control by $60,000.
So that motion is in order. Discussion or debate on that motion. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I was looking for something similar to that. I'd love to see, there are some parks, especially on the south side, that do have mosquito issues. I live on the north end, and I have no mosquito issues. So I don't want to totally eliminate it, but I'm all in favor of reducing it to ensure that, you know, certain parks on the south side, for example, have mosquito control.
All right. Thanks for your comments, Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. This is a hard no, and maybe it's a conflict of interest, but partly because my wife will murder me if we do this, and I don't think she's alone. I know for me, they don't bug me at all, but for the people that mosquitoes do bug, they are such a significant impact on their quality of life. There are people that can't go outside at all due to the big welts they get if our mosquito population's bad, and we have such a short summer here. We've invested so much in an outdoor pool and a world-class park system and world-class outdoor athletic facilities. We invest so much money on make sure that the short summers we get are the best possible summers and that people can enjoy those long, cool evenings as best as possible. And for me to say we're going to have more mosquitoes and to make summer a little bit more misery and add some misery for some of our residents by reducing this doesn't make sense to me. I think that If there's ways we want to reduce summer enjoyment in our community, there's ways that are much less impactful than reducing mosquito control.
Thanks for your comments, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a question for administration on that. If it was halved, would we just deploy that in more of the high traffic, like the Muskogee corridors? I'm just curious on when we do the Muskogee or the weed control now, if this was cut in half, would that just be cutting some areas, or would be doing one pass instead of two passes? Like, what would be the difference if we did that?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Essentially, it would just cause us to focus on whatever the highest priority areas are, and that would, whatever areas between us and the contractor we believed would have the most impact on the population, that's what we would focus the control on with whatever treatment's necessary. Depending on the year, if we have like last year, relatively dry year, mosquito populations weren't as bad as we've had in other years. So it really depends on the weather.
Okay. And just can I ask, for maybe a friendly amendment, same thing on this one. I think we need to be trying things. So I'm just wondering if this would be just for 2024 and then we could revisit it again, or if this is an ongoing reduction.
Okay. So that friendly amendment to add 2024 to that. I'm going to jump in the queue with a question on that vein. Chief Glavin, so last year then I'm assuming we spent $118,000 last year, or is this suggested amount a different amount than last year?
Just let me confirm that. I believe it was the same amount, though.
Okay. And so also, while you're getting information, I could be wrong, but I feel like somebody told me that mosquitoes work in a cycle of certain years for growth times, not just in relation to how wet the environment is. So can you find that out for me as well? Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I guess my question is, because you had said that this is scalable, are you saying that certain years you haven't used 118,000, other years perhaps you use higher than 118,000? Can you just clarify that, please?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So we have a contractor that does this. The contract allows us to choose how much product we put. So that's the scalable element of it. So we don't have an all or nothing contract. We haven't committed to a certain amount that we deploy each year. We just reserve the right to change the amount that we have each year. I'm just waiting for a couple answers to come back from our director.
I'm just curious on, the average that we've been using, if it's less.
Okay. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm in 100% agreement with Naomi Bressie. I would be really mad at Councillor Bressie if this went through. And I'm glad he's on my side and sitting beside me here right now. Here's the thing, is last year we did have a reduced mosquito population, but there's nothing more annoying than those little pescos. Try falling asleep in your room with one mosquito in there, and it's almost impossible. It does impact people's mental health, and some people have bigger sores than others when they get bit by a mosquito. We also have a centralized river valley, which makes it hard for us to actually tamp down on all the wet spots where they might be breeding. And if anybody ever spent any time during the summer in Winnipeg in the 1990s, you would realize how horrible a mosquito problem can get if you don't address it right away. Now, since the year 2000, since they've gone full out with mosquito control, it's probably one of the more pleasant places to be in the summer, where before I used to dread it when my dad would say, "We're going to Winnipeg to visit the grandparents," because I knew I was just going to get eaten alive all day and be going like this the whole time. So I don't think this is something that we can skimp on. Remember, mosquitoes also are a carrier of diseases and other stuff too. So we can't tell the weather and we can't predict how the climate is going to go from one season to the next. So I would not want to see a reduction in this budget. And hey, everybody, let's make Naomi Bressie happy.
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So it's our understanding there's not a simple cyclical nature to it. It's a lot of different things that feed into the population of the mosquitoes in any given year. And we do spend the entire budget each year on mosquito control.
Councillor O'Connor.
I will not support this motion for the reasons that Councillor Bressie and Councillor Thiessen, they're pesky. So, no.
Councillor O'Toole.
I will go to the store and buy myself and other creams that'll protect me from the bugs, and I feel that this is a good motion. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question. That is defeated 5-4. Okay. Anybody else on anything on slide 1? Oh, I have a question. Chief Lemieux, the recovery of security services at CKC, and I'll expand on what I think it is, and just please correct me. And then I had a question. So when we provide services for somebody who chooses to host an event, right now we're paying for that security. This is suggesting that if you choose to book the field house at CKC, you will incur some additional expense for hosting your event for the security costs. My other question is, how many events, like what would the average event pay to recover this $9,000?
So I'll get that number for you, but what I want to clarify here is that you're correct. This is for events where administration has determined that we need additional security. That tends to be mostly for the Hanson Lincoln Field for football games, for the most part.
So primarily this is going to be football, and knowing there's probably 20 football games a year, you're going to tack on $500 to some school teams playing every game.
I'm not sure what the exact number will be, but I'll get that for you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, can I get some clarification on the reduced mudjacking?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So essentially, the mudjacking is anytime we have settlements in either the road or sidewalks on any roadways around the city causing issues with pooling water or issues with water not being able to travel to the storm catch basins or wherever we need the water to go. So we get complaints around that. It also causes issue with the adjacent infrastructure with water infiltration, and we do get a significant amount of resident complaints in areas where this exists. These are generally more temporary fixes until we go by with actual road rehabilitation, but those road rehabilitations and local roads can be decades before we get there, definitely a significant amount of time. So they are important in order to maintain infrastructure when we're not going to get there with a road reconstruction for a significant amount of time.
Thank you very much for your explanation, and we'll just leave it. Thank you.
And how much does that reduce the budget by?
Chief Glavin.
That's the entirety of the budget for that year.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, just for clarification, Mayor Clayton, on some of the items, in particular 7, if we don't vote on it, does it get eliminated or?
Nope.
Nope. So
that's why they're mitigating strategies.
Thank you.
Chief Lemieux, do you happen to have the information? If not, okay. Okay, so I'm going to go to the next slide for now. We'll come back. Anybody have interest in any of the items? These are strategies that you could potentially get support on to look at reducing the budget. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I'm interested in reducing number 11. My interest would be reducing dust suppression, number 11. It's not the entire budget, as far as I understand. Can you clarify?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. It is half the budget is $50,000. So roughly half the budget is $50,000.
Okay, yeah. We have to reduce. There's just no choice. If there is businesses or others that need additional dust suppression, can they pay for it, just like they do in the county?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Currently, we do have that opportunity for people to pay for their own dust suppression. The amount that we pay for are areas that are problematic that have no adjacent properties but do cause issues. So there is nobody who would otherwise pay for it in those areas.
Okay, thank you. I'll stick with the motion.
So the motion is for the reduction of dust suppression to the tune of $50,000. Discussion or debate on that motion. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. If I recall the conversation yesterday, essentially what this would do is reduce the number of times we do the dust suppression from two times a year to one time.
Chief Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. That's correct.
Yeah, so at one point in history, I used to have an acreage with gravel, and I did my dust suppression every other year. So year one, it was amazing. Year two, it was fine, and then I would get it done again. So I could even be content with going every 2 years, but once a year from experience and anecdotally is plenty fine.
Councillor Thiessen?
Yeah, thank you. I can support this motion as well. I don't usually get complaints about dust in the community, and if we look at our last spring, and even the fall, we had a lot of smoke. So I'm not sure if it was dust or smoke that was in the air, but I'm sure all the calcium carbonate that we spray down on that to tamp out the dust isn't tamping out the smoke. So I can be with this. Yeah, 50,000. Let's cut it.
Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question. Sorry, unless you'd like to close, Councillor Bosch. Okay. That is carried 8-1. Recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm just looking for a little more information on the reception desk at CKC. It's a small item, so it doesn't look like we're cutting a position or anything like that. Is that overtime, or what is that 12,000? Is it just reducing the hours, the number of people that are available behind that reception desk at different times?
Those are mostly casual hours.
So that would just be our casual staff, or?
Yeah, so less use of casual staff in that particular amount.
I would move that we take this out of our budget as one of our mitigating strategies.
Okay, so the motion is to reduce reception desk at the CKC by $12,000. That motion is in order. Discussion or debate on that motion. Councillor Blackmore. Okay. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess when I'm looking at that for 12,000, I'm just curious, and that was my question about, I guess, Explore with that software is, the facility is open about 5,000 hours a year. So when I look at this for quick math at $30 an hour, this is reducing about 400 hours out of 5,000. I'm surprised it's not higher, to be honest. So I'll be fully supportive of this. And I'd actually, be looking at making some motions at our financial committee to dive into this deeper, because I think there's actually more opportunity here than the 12,000. So I'm happy to support today, but we'll be looking at reducing this even further.
Councillor Thiessen.
No, I don't need to close. Sorry, I was just...
Okay, call the question. That carries 8-1. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm looking for some information on reduced gravel maintenance and how much of the budget is this cut for, and what does that mean in practical terms?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Largely, this is decreasing the amount of new gravel that we put on roads. And I think for this year, and I'll have our director confirm that, but I think it's close to half for this year.
Okay, we'll come back to you on that one. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, just a little clarification on item 12 on the contract snow hauling. Is this in school zones, or is it just something that's added throughout the city to get rid of the piles in the middle of the cul-de-sacs?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. This is broad-based. This is all of the contract snow hauling. So this would be everywhere. We do prioritize school zones when we can, but this would be all contract.
Removal of, you wouldn't see windrows removed if you found 4 friends to eliminate this program.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we at least reduce, if not remove, and just play it by priority of removing the windrows to save money. It's and that's what I'd like to recommend.
Sorry, Chief Glavin, can you share? Thanks.
Yes, just to be completely clear, so right now we do snow haul so we do removal of windrows right now using a combination of city-owned trucks and contractor trucks. It is much faster and more efficient to have more trucks because we don't have enough trucks, especially when we get further away from the snow dump, to keep either the blower or any of our loaders busy. So anytime they're not loading a truck, obviously they're just sitting there and waiting, and we're not removing
So
snow.
this would eliminate the contract portion of it. What's the total amount that will still be spent on removal of windrows?
I don't think we break that out in our snow removal budget. It's just we use our own equipment and our own.
So would it be 20% reduction if we move the contract? Would it be, what would the percentage of reduction of removal of windrows look like if we were to remove the contractors?
So I think it's ballpark around 2 weeks that it takes us to get the the windrows moved out. So if you had successive snowfalls, it just extends that timeline because we would go from removing windrows to putting more snow on those windrows because we would start removing the snow from the streets. And that's where you do get some of the pile up where it's difficult to see over or around any of the windrows around
So
the
this
city.
potentially may not even be spent. It's something that's required if internally we cannot keep up to a timely matter of removing windrows.
That's correct. However, almost every year we are at or over budget on this line item.
Okay, on that one.
Hmm.
Okay. Your questions are answered?
Yes.
Do you have business arising, or I'll go next in the queue?
No, I'll let to hear from my other councillors on this.
Okay. It may not be on this, but I'll go next in the queue. Councillor O'Toole. Go for it.
The reduction of fitness classes, are we splitting those classes currently from mornings and evenings, or how was it expected to reduce the hours?
So Chief Lemieux, can you give a little bit of background and what the sort of thought is on this item, what it would look like if this was approved?
So we offer fitness classes throughout the day. And so we would, if this is approved by council, we would simply relook at the schedule and reduce the frequency of offerings.
Okay.
So on that vein, right now, do we assess classes? Is classes run for a 6 or 8 or 10 week schedule, whatever that looks like? We assess them at the end and look at the ROI and don't re-offer them if they didn't have subscription, or do we set a schedule for 6 months and tell me how it works? And I'm just curious what 30% equates to. Are we going to see 10% less fitness classes offered? What does that look like?
Okay, I will get that information for you, but what I will mention is most of those classes are oversubscribed at this time.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council reduce the snow hauling windrows by $50,000. Just to speak to this, we really do have Cadillac snow removal in the city, and I think it's time we start tweaking that when we've got such a painful budget for our residents. I think there's services we need to look at that will have minimal impact. For me, it's when snow gets piled in a cul-de-sac so heavily that it's almost possible to back out your driveway, we absolutely need to remove that windrow. When it's in a playground zone or where a bus is picking up kids, we absolutely need to move that windrow. But other places in the town, I'm okay driving around windrows for much, if not all of the winter. So I think I'm not comfortable eliminating this budget line. I'm very comfortable dialing it back a little bit, seeing the impact, and talking about, hey, do we need to restore that funding, or can we dial it back a little bit more in future years?
Okay, so that motion is in order. Councillor Bressie, because it's your motion, I'll just ask, would you mind waiting until we get the additional information from Chief Glavin before we have discussion and debate on it? Okay. Chief Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the current level of service with contractor support's about 2 weeks to get the windrows picked up. Any cut to the windrow, so if we were to eliminate contractor support, we estimate it'd be about double the time to get all of the windrows picked up. And you would see the most prevalent impact downtown is we don't have the internal resources to haul it out in one night.
Okay. Okay, so discussion or debate on Councillor Bressie's motion. Councillor Bosch.
Timing's good on that one, isn't it? I don't think that would be conducive for business in the core. They have limited space. You can't just easily get around on those streets. It's been built like that forever, and that's just something you have to deal with. To my understanding, I thought we talked about some of the cul-de-sac piles in this list yesterday. I'm okay with leaving those. I'm not okay with not clearing up the core because of limited space.
Chief Clavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So we almost always do the cul-de-sacs when we have a lull in activity with our internal resources. It's only by exception that we do them. And for example, when we had to do cul-de-sacs there, I think it was 2 years ago, our budget was over by a factor of 2 because of the amount of snow hauling to get that out. So for example, we have 200,000. We were well over 400,000 that year because we had safety issues and ponding issues in those areas with the freeze and thaw.
I'm curious, what do you mean by safety issues? Kids sliding down them or what?
Yeah, people, kids are going to slide down no matter what we do in there. So there is a safety issue, but we're more so people unable to back out or unable to see around cul-de-sacs. Lots of issues with when you get a very large pile in the cul-de-sac and it warms up, the water has not a lot of places to go in the middle of winter, and we get a lot of issues with ponding and flooding in those areas where we deem it necessary. It's easier to treat it with hauling the snow away than it is try to react to it after it melts and has nowhere to go and starts flooding someone's basement. So that's essentially, by exception, we'll haul out the cul-de-sac piles. General rule is that we do it with our own staff.
So my question would be the drainage basins that are in cul-de-sacs and every other street, if we keep those clear, what's the issue then?
Chief Clavin?
If we are able to keep them clear, for sure. But again, we have all of our staff doing snow removal when snow removal's in play, and there aren't extra people kicking around to do the catch basin work to ensure that they're freed up. So when we have the ability to do that, we will. We have our contractors and our staff know to try not to pile any snow on any catch basins. But every year we have some new contractors that come in, or at least new staff with those contractors that have a learning curve, and we inevitably will have some catch basins that get covered that are more challenging to react to quickly because you got to go find them during an event.
Thank you.
Just a operational question on that, Chief Clavin. If council wanted to see that priority ones and areas such as the core where there's significant traffic going through weren't impacted by this reduction, is that possible?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. We would prioritize the dollars be spent in areas that have the most impact.
Great, thank you. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton, and thanks, Councillor Bressy, for the motion. I was thinking about that exact number, so I'll be supporting this. I do think we have a Cadillac service, and I can say there's lots of times I've drove by and see a windrow sitting there, and I don't know if I've seen a windrow sit anywhere for longer than 4 or 5 days that I've been aware of. I just don't see them sit around for weeks and weeks at a time. And even on that context, when they are sitting there, the road's clear then. Yeah, you have a pile in the middle of the road that isn't ideal for people that are trying to maybe get into a residential area. I don't think this is a huge risk. And I think it's worth trying again. It's something we can try for a year. If a year later this doesn't work, we can try again. But I do think these are those opportunities we have to take advantage of, at least trying and seeing what kind of impact they have. So I'm happy to support this motion.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a couple of questions. If we were to leave the windrows, do you see potential damage to the streets from the freeze and thaw? Again, I just think of the icing up and the melt.
Chief Clavin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm not sure we would necessarily see a lot of degradation in the streets unless there were ponding, but what you would see is higher ice control potentially if they were to stay there, if there was a freeze-thaw cycle, because that would obviously go onto the roads. The roads are designed to shed that water to the curbs, so it would spread over top of the existing roadway. So you would see some of that. Where we get most of the complaints is just people not being able to access their driveway without having to go up further and turn around or do a U-turn or something like that. That's where we get a lot of the concerns. And the other predominant area of concern that we get is in school zones or anywhere that's kind of a route to school where kids have to cross.
And then just for scale, we still have our trucks, and we're not totally eliminating contract trucks. Would this take us, say, per snowblower from 10 trucks to 9, or what's the real impact?
Chief Clavin.
The amount of trucks we use depends on the distance to the snow dump. So if we're in Royal Oaks, it's going to be substantially more trucks than it would be if we were in the Smith subdivision or Riverstone or Cobblestone, because in those areas we can probably get away with using mostly our own trucks. It's just with regard to distance, I don't have the exact number off the top of what it would look like, but it would depend on the day and where we were.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much. I can't support this motion, and for a couple of reasons. One, I appreciate the nimble service that we have on our snow removal. Do I think we're going to have a lower snow yield this year with El Nino? Definitely, for sure. But what my experience over the last 10 years on council is that administration doesn't spend for the sake of spending, especially on snow removal. They spend when it's needed to be spent on. I heard comments that those piles are usually picked up in 3 or 4 days. Well, not in Riverstone, right by Riverstone School last year. And when we did the Ride for Clyde on Clyde Blackburn's birthday before he passed away, it was just that morning when they got around to picking up the snow piles in Country Club West around Aspen Grove and stuff. And that's only because they knew that there was going to be a big parade driving by, and they cleaned that up as fast as possible. For me, it's a safety issue. I've seen so many cars, especially with the Center Street windrows, as they start to melt down and it goes overnight, and then they get that slight ponding where it ices over. That creates a safety hazard where I've seen lots of cars fishtail a little bit just in and around there, and especially around school zones in our downtown. I'm not just talking about priority ones, I'm talking about priority twos, which is essentially where those areas are that I'm talking about. I know administration does their best job, but when we talk about a Cadillac service, I remember in the snowfall of 2013 when Councillor Tarrant and I went out and we shoveled all the windrows off of all the seniors' driveways because we had to change our Cadillac service. At that point, we were spending $2 million on driveway clearing. That's what we were told, so we cut it out of the program. 5, 6 years later, our administration came back and said, we can do the same job for $300,000. So there's always innovation, there's always ingenuity, and I think we just got to have faith in our staff and give them the budget lines that they need to ensure that safety is happening on our roads. Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I'm quite comfortable cutting $50,000 out of this. You still have the availability of contract trucks, and it's simply it's a reduction. It's not an elimination. And again, we're not going to get to where we need to be if we don't cut anything. We need to cut things out of this budget, and this is an ideal spot to cut. We live in a winter city. We need to live with it.
I'm just going to ask Chief Glavin. I keep wanting to call you a councillor. Chief Glavin, can you please tell me the overall snow removal budget? The entire thing?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I can just give me a minute to grab that.
Okay. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this motion as well. As far as I'm concerned, we're right into the winter now, and we don't have piles of snow. And
don't say that.
I know. No, I think we're going to have a nice year this year, and I think that $50,000 won't be as noticed as if we were to reduce the whole entire thing. So I'm okay with $50,000 being removed from this. Thank you.
Okay, just before I call the question, I'm just going to ask, or before I give Councillor Presley a chance to close, I'm just going to see if Chief Glavin was able to get that number.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Our total snow removal budget for 2023 was just over $6 million.
$50,000 on $6 million. Councillor Presley to close.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I just remind council the way we budget for snow removals, we're budgeting for what's our typical year, what's our average year. We know that if we have an unusual amount of snow removal, we're going to be going over budget. We're going to either be digging into hopefully the surplus we have that year, or if not, financial stabilization reserves. I fully expect if we have record snowfalls that $150,000 isn't going to be sufficient, but I think this is a prudent change to make for typical years. So I'd encourage council to be thinking, what do we need on a typical year? Not the worst years, as you decide how you're going to vote on this.
Okay, that's Councillor Presley's close. Call question. Call the question. And that carries 6-3. I know there was some chiefs that possibly have some other information. Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start with item 17 on your list, which is reduced hours of fitness classes. So currently we have 50 offerings of fitness classes. The plan, because they're oversubscribed, was to add 20 more classes. That's the cost of $30,000. So that's the difference.
Okay, so it would be, the reduction would be basically taking away the opportunity to expand the programming.
That's correct.
Okay, Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. On item 16, I love museums more than anybody that I know, but I'm just kind of curious, with the reduction of museum hours, would these be during the low seasons of low visitorship, or is this a blanket straight across the year?
Chief Lemieux?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the proposal here is, as you know, the museum is closed on Mondays, which is pretty standard for museums. This proposal would close the museum Sunday and Monday.
Year-round?
Year-round.
Okay. Councillor, anybody else with interest in making a motion on any of the mitigating strategies that are currently on your screen? Items 10 through 18. Councillor Blackmore.
I'm still waiting to know what reduced gravel maintenance means.
Are you ready for that, Chief Clavin, or would you like us to come back? One more minute, okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Can you tell us what the reduced weekday hours would be for the $35,000? What does that equate to?
Chief Lemieux.
So reducing the activity reception center hours. Currently, we're open weekdays 9 to 9. The proposed reduction would see the facility opened from noon till 7. Instead of 9 to 9, it would be noon till 7.
And what if it was noon to 9? Or is there use in the morning? Is there much for use? I'm just curious.
Chief Lemieux.
I believe it's mostly mothers with young kids that use it in the morning. So yes, there's certainly some usage in the morning. I can get the numbers if we were to go noon till 9.
No, that's okay. I'm just curious. If there's use, then I'll have no trouble.
Okay, Councillor Blackmore.
I have two other questions.
I think Chief Glavin's ready, though, if you're okay with the gravel information.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the 112 is approximately half of the current sand and gravel budget that we have for roads, gravel roads.
I would move that we reduce gravel maintenance by $112,000 for the year of 2024.
Okay, I have a question. Would you like to speak to your motion first?
I would. Again, as with dust suppression, I think that you can every few years reduce maintenance on a gravel road without losing the road. If I felt, if Chief Glavin were to tell me that we would be at risk of losing roads because we weren't fulfilling this budget line item, I would not be in favor of it. But I believe that having lived in the country on gravel roads, again, we treat our roads well, and I would be comfortable making this cut for 1 year.
A question on it before I go to discussion and debate on the motion. Chief Glavin, you mentioned gravel and sand. So a portion of this is sand for ice control, yes?
My apologies. I shouldn't have mentioned sand. That was just the way it's categorized in our system is sand and gravel. It's just gravel.
Okay, so primarily this gravel is for gravel work, primarily on the gravel roads that were in the area that was annexed multiple years ago.
Mayor Clayton. So this would be all gravel roads, but yes, most of what we acquired within that annexation was gravel.
Thank you. Councillor O'Toole.
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth, so I don't have a question anymore.
All right, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you. You didn't take the words right out of my mouth, Mayor Clayton, but on the similar vein, I was thinking in our Hughes Lake area, in that annex area. Have we done a road quality on the gravel roads, or do we have an assessment of the roads out in our annexation area?
Chief Glavin?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We don't do the same type of analysis that we do for our paved roads in the annexation area. We do regularly have our graders on those roads, so there's constant visual inspection of the roads, and you are able to see those failures materialize differently on a gravel road than you are on a paved road, where anything that's happening in the base is below your ability to visualize. Essentially, with the cut, right now we are replacing gravel roughly every 7 years on our roads. This would extend that to beyond 10 years for it. So likely it's just going to increase the maintenance costs of the roads, at least in the short term. Excuse me.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about paved roads, I know that maintenance costs can get into the hundreds of thousands to the millions of dollars. What's the typical? I know this is going to be a hard question. It's probably out of my purview to ask it, but what is the cost to repair a gravel road if we need to? Let's say part of it washes out. Do we have a ballpark on that?
Chief Glavin?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I don't have one off the top here of what it would cost. Obviously, we depend on the nature of the failure, what caused it. Yeah, I don't have anything that I could present with any credibility right now.
Okay, and finally, just one more question if there's no one in the queue.
Riz, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, last question. Outside of the annexed area, we do have some gravel roads in the city of Grande Prairie. I know that we just covered one of them off on the east side, I believe on 96, right around the train tracks there. How much is this going, how far away are we from paving all of our gravel roads within the city outside of the annexation area?
Chief Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Right now, paving is generally development driven. So as development occurs, roads get paved. We have nothing in our capital plan and no timelines associated with the paving of any future gravel roads at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just a question for Chief Glavin is just, would we be doing the same amount of grading on all those roads that we're currently doing now? It would just be not adding gravel. I just want to confirm that.
Chief Glavin?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. That's correct. We wouldn't be decreasing any of our grading activities.
Okay, and I believe that we were just reducing this in half, so would that still give us, if there was a major pothole, we'd still have money allocated for gravel? It just would be go from 250 to 118 kind of a scenario?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, essentially we would just prioritize just whatever the highest priority roads would get it and the least or the severity of the issue. So that's how we would handle that.
Okay, no, I'll be supportive of this. I think, again, we have to try these sort of things. I think if we try this for a year and we see a real issue that we're seeing some degradation in our roads, then fine. I do think the grading, most of these roads, the grading has a biggest impact is adding more surface gravel to it if you're pulling that material back up. So I don't see this being a huge risk for us to try for a year, and I'll be fully supportive of this motion.
I'm going to ask the CAO question, and then I know he might need a minute to get the answer, unless somebody else, Chief Glavin, might know. In the process of annexation, there was many discussions with the rural residents in regards to the expectation of service level that they would receive in the annexation. I know that the annexation was a legal agreement, and I'm curious in regards to any assumptions or agreements that may be in place in regards to service levels for the residential taxpayers that will eventually become city taxpayers. Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I know there were certain things on land uses that you could do on private property that were extended to those residents. I know that we had some additional services around trash and recycling. I'm not aware of anything on the gravel side, but we would have to confirm that.
Okay. So if council's okay, I'd like to pause calling that motion until we find out to ensure that there's no legal expectation in that. Go ahead, Councillor Blackmore.
My understanding is the county's gravel cycle is 10 years, and I'm wondering if you know the answer to that.
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm not aware of what the county's current cycle is, but we could certainly ask.
Okay, so I guess we need a motion to postpone this until we get appropriate information, if that's, if somebody's willing to, Chief.
Can I just withdraw it until we get the information?
Sure, perfect.
That would be easier,
Thank
right?
you. Okay, that's appropriate. Any other councillors for items on slide 2? And I'll just wait for the second slide to go back up. Councillor Blackmore.
I did have a question regarding the reduction of workday hours, both at the ARC and at GP Museum. I know that at the Eastlink Centre, the pool closes for a period of time in the afternoon. I'm wondering if the ARC Centre, that might be a better time to cut hours is after lunch when there's, I think that it's really slow after lunch. The mornings have lots of mums and kids. And then the same with the GP Museum. Is closing Sunday as an additional day the best day of the week to close? Or would Tuesday be a better day to close Monday and Tuesday?
Chief Lemieux, do you have any information on that to share?
I don't have the stats at the tip of my tongue, but I will get those stats.
Okay. So to my knowledge, we're not waiting for any information on slide 1 any longer. Is that correct, or are we? Chief Lemieux.
So there was a question with regards to the recovery of security services at the CKC. So the question was, what is the rental rate right now? So I'm going to, for example, the Hanson Lincoln Field nonprofit rental rate is $65 an hour. Adding a security guard adds $27.50 an hour. We have done some stakeholder engagement with regards to this proposal, and stakeholders from this is mostly on the football side. GP Public, Catholic, and Sexsmith were all supportive to pay extra fees for crowd control measures. And this impacts football, but also some volleyball tournaments.
Okay. Councillor Bressie.
I'm happy to move that council adopt mitigating strategy number 1. For me, those rates are still incredibly reasonable, even with security, and the increase of service that fans are going to get if there's better crowd control is worth that increased price in my mind.
I too am happy to support this. I think that at that nonprofit rate, we are still sharing a portion of that because there will be some expectation of people that are attending other events at CKC that need security to get by the football crowds, etc. Would be an expectation of our responsibility. But that nonprofit rate is quite low, so I'm sure that we are supporting it on some level. So happy to support that motion. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question. On recovery of security services at CKC, approving mitigation strategy number 1. Mayor Clayton in favor. And that carries unanimously. We will come back to Chief Glavin, or sorry, Chief Lemieux. Chief Glavin, are we waiting for anything from you?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. We are waiting for something official on any annexation area commitments. We are not aware of any. We're just trying to get the document and do a quick search just to ensure we're right.
Thank you. So can we go to the next slide, please? 4 more items there. Recognizing Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would just make a motion on line item number 22 that we adopt the staffing changes for reduction of $758,000. Just to speak this, we did go in camera yesterday and had a pretty robust conversation about this. Although there is a little bit of risk in some of these areas, I do think these are changes that are good changes to make at this time, and so I hope we can support this motion.
Okay. That motion is in order. I will remind council if you have specifics in regards to staffing, we'll need a motion to go in camera for that. However, the motion is currently in order, so I'll open up the queue for discussion and debate. Recognizing Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I can't support it. I supported about half, but when I did the math, about less than half. So for me, I can't support the motion as is.
Okay, Councillor Thiessen.
Ooh, these touchpads. Maybe Councillor O'Toole's got something right. No, I think I'm just cool. I can't support this motion. I think as we went around the table, I put my hand up maybe once or twice. I appreciate the work that we have for our staff, and I think, yes, if we want to affect the budget going forward, you do have to attach it to operational changes. But we've To me, I look at this as akin to cutting right to the bone. We still have some meat on there, and I don't know if I want to strip us down that far. Some positions are just open positions, which is an easy call. But on this one as a whole, I can't support this. So,
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I will be supporting this, and the reason I will be is this was brought by our administration, and they know where to cut and where not to cut. They live this every single day and have an insight that we don't have. We have 1,000 employees, and where they see fit, I'll stand behind them.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'll be in support of this motion. However, I'd like to recommend or ask if some of the positions that aren't filled right now, that take a priority, and is it with how much of a difference in the number would that make?
Sorry, if you need specific details, Councillor O'Connor, as they were discussed in camera yesterday, I'll suggest that we go in camera again.
Yeah, I will move to go in camera.
Okay, so I'll call the question on going in camera. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Oh, sorry. I'm going to redo that again. Can we actually have it in the queue to go in camera, redo it?
Yumpin' yiminy here.
What are you missing? Councillor O'Connor? Did you vote? Thanks. And that's defeated 5-4. So, okay, so now the motion as stands is in order. We're on discussion and debate. Councillor Blackmore.
I was flipping through my book to see what the total cost of staffing is throughout the city for the year. I don't have that number right in front of me because I'm blind as a bat. But this is a very small percentage of that total number. Staffing is, of course, our number one cost at the city, and there needs to be cuts. And this is recommended by our administration. I recognize that these cuts are not without risk. There is a risk to making these cuts, but I believe that the risks are manageable, and I will be fully supportive of the motion.
Just to draw your attention to that number, it's on page 15. 2024 forecast is $103 million in salaries and wages. Councillor O'Connor, you're still in the queue. Happy if you had something. Okay, you're out. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm very open to being correct if I'm wrong on this, but I feel the need, based on my understanding, to correct something I've heard in debate, and that is that these are recommendations from administration. My understanding is that every single mitigating strategy we've discussed today, not just the ones on this motion, aren't actually recommendations from administration. They're options. Administration saying, hey, if you want to make cuts, you can bring these, but they do carry service consequences. They do carry risks. So they're things that they've identified as relatively low risk and the least impactful things we could do, but they're not actually recommendations from administration that we make these cuts, is my understanding anyways, but open to being correct if I'm wrong on that.
You are 100% correct. These are not recommendations. They are opportunities that administration put forward for council to make decisions on. Councillor O'Toole. Sorry, can you turn your mic on?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'll be supporting this motion.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Palat? Go for it.
Thank you. I guess just to close, so yeah, the number that we have in our binder is $103 million. And yeah, Councillor Bressie, you're correct, and that these were options brought from administration. In camera, we had been told that some of these were open positions, and we asked a lot of questions about whether there was a high level of risk or not to these. We've had budgets where we've come in here, and I think last term when we had a budget where we just said we need to just cut, and we gave them an arbitrary number, and then we forced administration to go back and really put their nose to the grind to figure out where they would come from. This is preemptive. We've actually, administrations come to us with areas where they've said, yeah, there's some risk here, but there's an opportunity as well. And I think for us to respect that administration come to us with opportunities, yeah, they said there was risk to them, but some of these are vacant positions currently. This is less than a 1% reduction in our staff. And at some point, I think we have to continue to look at service levels. We've talked about service levels a lot in this organization, and yet when we bring them up, we don't have clear, concise rules on what that actually means. So I think these are very, very acceptable risks. We had good debate about them in camera yesterday, so I'm really urging our council to support this. I don't think our community is going to be at a loss for these. We did hear of opportunities that if there was in specific areas where these reductions would happen, if the administration felt that there was a lag or there was going to be an issue, they would come and they would look at rehiring these positions. We were open about that conversation as well. So I hope we can all support this.
That was Councillor Palat's close. I'll call the question. And that is carried 7-2. All right, slide 3. Any other business arising from slide 3? Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Number 21, eliminating after-hours ITS support. Can you explain that, please?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you. So our IT service desk does provide support when there's events. So if something was to happen where maybe there's an issue with Wi-Fi or what have you, they would be on call to support that. Same thing with evening council meetings. If there's anything technology related that needs support, they're available to do so. With the elimination of that, it would be normal business hours only, 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday.
Thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Bressie.
Well, I thought there might be a motion coming. I'll ask a question if there's a motion, but I won't waste.
Okay. Yeah. Has any information come to light that has been requested? Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Regarding the gravel roads and the annexation of areas from the county and what service level that looks like. So essentially, the municipal government board said with regard to the removal of snow and road maintenance that the MGB accepts the city's commitment to remain at the same level as the county. So long as we're maintaining them to a similar level, I would suggest that this year, if we reduced gravel in that area, we can monitor the roads, ensuring that we are maintaining them. And if we have an issue, we can bring that back to council at a future time. The maintenance of roads, obviously, you can do in numerous ways. The amount of grading that we do, the amount of gravel that you put down, but I think for this year, we can monitor it.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Blackmore, did you have a motion?
Yes, I would move that we, can I see that?
Sorry, can we go to slide 2?
I would move that we reduce gravel maintenance to by the amount of $112,000 for the year 2024.
Perfect. Thank you. That motion's in order. Opportunity for discussion and debate. Seeing no one, I'm going to call the question. And that carries you down unanimously. Any other items on the slides? Any outstanding information that chiefs were looking to get that I might have forgotten about? Okay, I think we're good. Councillor Thiessen.
I did ask about reduced hours at museum and ARC.
Okay, so we'll come back to the reduced, if there's potentially other days and what reduced hours, some background on that. I'll recognize Councillor Thiessen for now.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. This is just a question, and not off of these slides, but off of what we talked about earlier, about information around our stormwater credit. I think I asked about the grant's purpose, and I know we haven't developed it yet, but I was just wondering if we had like a budget line or some way that it fits.
Yeah, and that was a flagged item. We will get to those.
Okay, thank you.
We're just dealing with mitigating strategies currently. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Sounding like we're winding down this, I want to make a motion to refer to 2025 budget deliberations, mitigating strategies that are identified as 2024 only. Just speak this, there's been years where we've made these one-year changes in our budget and then they just kind of pop up again in our budget the following year without much discussion, or they get dropped forever. So I just want to make it explicit that, hey, these ones we identified for 2024, council does want to revisit these again next year when we come here.
Perfect. That motion's in order. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Councillor Bressie. Thinking like today, I want to make a similar motion, so I'll be happy to support it. I think this is just good governance that we come back at this year and do that. So appreciate the motion.
Seeing no other discussion or debate? No one in the queue. I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. Chief Lemieux, if you happen to be ready with that information.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So with regards to the Activity and Reception Center, the impacts of closing in the afternoon would affect drop-in for community and pickleball. It certainly is doable to be closed from 12 to 3 p.m. on weekdays, but due to sponsorship, we need to be open at 3:30 for the youth drop-in. So making that change would not achieve the savings identified. It would probably reduce that by about half. So that's with regards to the ARC. Now, with regards to the museum, the attendance differs by the time of the year. We initially proposed Sunday based on the schedule on Sundays, which is only 12 to 5, and so that would reduce the fewest number of hours per week. However, we certainly could close on a Tuesday, for example, and if there's a motion to be made there, perhaps a motion could ask that we close another day per of the week, and then we would do an investigation in terms of what the best option is.
Okay. Any business arising based on that information? Councillor O'Connor.
Buttons. I'd like to move that we look to a different day of the week and reduce that amount of hours at the museum.
If I could help you, so the motion would be to reduce the number of hours at the GP Museum and leave that to administration's discretion.
Yes,
so
thank you.
Close one more day. Okay. Discussion or debate on that. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. For the $10,000, I'm not interested in reducing the hours. As said by Sundays, you know, particularly in summers, people have holidays, people have little kids running around all throughout summer. For $10,000, it doesn't seem feasible to close another day.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just curious on that with the museum. Was this, if we were closing on a Sunday, is this 2 employees being impacted on Sundays? Like I have to admit, I've never been in the museum on a Sunday, so I'm not sure how much staff we have.
Chief Lemieux.
Yes, I believe it's 2 employees because we discussed the possibility of going down to 1 employee, but that's a safety issue, so it'll be 2 employees.
So my fear with this, and I won't support this, is my fear with this is I don't know if I'm not knocking administration on this. I don't know if I trust the $10,000 number. If we're closing for 250 hours a year and we're having 2 people there, that's 500 man hours for $10,000. I just don't know if that's actually going to be achievable. So I'm having a struggle with that number, and I don't like the idea of building facilities and having purpose-built facilities and then not using them. So I probably wouldn't be supportive of any of the reductions in those kind of areas. So I can't support this motion.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I love museums too. I love what they do. One thing's for sure is if we're talking about reducing the hours on a Sunday, I wouldn't want to do that. I see so many people down in Muskosipi Park going to the museum on Sundays. I think the motion is open-ended, so to leave it to administration's discretion. So if they see a Monday, Tuesday that they can close, or maybe just a Tuesday because they're taking into account that we're going to have long weekends that fall on Mondays too, and probably a higher percentage of our population will walk through those doors. When we're talking about the summer hours, we're also talking about Muskosipi Park and some of the things we're doing here this year. We got the horseshoe pitch, you got the amphitheater, we're going to be returfing the lawn bowling area, we got the outdoor swimming pool, the Bear Creek Folk Festival, the playground. There's lots of things to do down in Muskosipi Park, and I don't think this is going to have a huge impact on what the services of the museum provide and how many people are actually going. I don't see a stampede on Tuesdays running into the museum, and I have total faith in administration that they could use their discretion and find the best days where we have the lowest amount of our population going inside and attending inside the museum. So it's a small cut, but it's an easy cut for me.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm not going to support this, although I would love to have the museum evaluate their slow days or their slow seasons. Because honestly, in the summer, I'd like it to be open 6 or 7 days a week, but in the winter, maybe 3 or 4 days. But I know that doesn't balance with staff. and retaining staff. So I would love, again, for the museum to evaluate over this next year and possibly look at a different number, much like Councillor Palat. I took out the calculator and the math wasn't adding up for me. So to me, there's too big of a risk of us voting this $10,000 cut because I'm afraid of where those cuts might land, and they may not serve our population well. So let's reevaluate over the next year.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Chief Lemieux, something I'm curious, I don't quite understand here is, are we just talking about closing the public gallery and people's ability to enjoy the exhibits, or are we also talking about, if we reduce hours, opportunity to rent the meeting room in the museum?
Chief Lemieux.
I'll get that answer for you.
Okay.
Great, yeah, and for me, that meeting room's key. I'm going to more and more meetings there. It's getting used more and more by the community, and also for me, even if we're not talking about closing that meeting room more, I think it's a great opportunity for people when they're done a meeting to be able to walk through those exhibits. I know that's when I often end up walking through the museum. So if we're going to be reducing availability of that meeting room, this is a hard no on me. Even if we're not, it's still a probable no for me.
Councillor Blackmore.
I think one of the things that Chief Lemieux mentioned is we're talking winter hours, not summer hours. So we're not talking the whole year. That was my understanding when we asked the question earlier.
Can you clarify that, please?
It is only $10,000, and I would ask also, how much of their total budget does this equate to?
I don't have the budget answer right away, but I could tell you that if it closed on Tuesday, for example, Tuesday is more longer hours than it is on Sunday, so the savings would be greater than $10,000. It'd probably be $20,000. So the $10,000 was based on shorter hours on a Sunday, and I'll try and get the budget number for you.
I don't see that it's a big number, but I would like to see. I would like some assurance that the museum is managing their hours and their time schedule, and so that they're able to spend their money where they need to spend it. Sometimes just being open, to us, it just looks like they're open with no one there, but in fact, they're actually doing a significant amount of their work at that time. So I don't think it's safe to assume that someone is doing a good time management examination, but I would hope that they are, and I don't think I'll support the motion for this minimal amount of money.
Councillor O'Toole.
I would support this motion, and was brought up was closing on a Tuesday. I like that idea because it leaves the holiday Friday, possibly Saturday, the Sunday, and maybe possibly the holiday Monday.
And just to clarify, Councillor O'Toole, it may not be a Tuesday. It will be at a...
Yeah, no, I totally understand that.
Okay.
But I like the way they're thinking.
Okay. There is additional information coming. Chief Lemieux.
So it is just over $1 million to run the Grande Prairie Museum, and meeting rooms would still be available for paid bookings, even though we're closed on that particular day, but may not be available for the free bookings, like internal meetings, but would be available for bookings.
Okay. So does anybody else need additional information before I call the question? Seeing nobody, Councillor, I think it was O'Connor, made this motion. Would you like to close?
Yes, I love Thiessen's thing, what he said. So I'm good. We'll go forward with this. Thank you.
All right. Call the question. Please vote. Sorry, I voted incorrectly. Can you post that? This is defeated 6-3. All right. To my knowledge, there's no other items on the slides, but I'll give council one more chance. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. Could I, since it appears we're done mitigating strategies, and if we need to get in a bit, that's fine. But could I just get the number of what we've eliminated from our budget through these strategies?
Sure. So we're going to take a break right now. So when we come back from that break, our CFO can update us on that. Then we're going to move to page 23 to 25, which is additional initiatives and opportunities in case there's any business arising from those. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Back to day 2 of budget deliberations for 2024. We are now going to turn it over to our CFO to look for a combined number from the decisions that council made in regards to mitigating strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So based on the decisions made this morning, it was a total of $1.116 million. This does reduce the 2024 expected tax increase to 5.2%. For context, that's $13.52 more per month on an average residential.
Okay. So still significant work in front of council for discussion. I'm now going to go remind council we're going in your budget package in the operating budget. On page 23 to 25, there were additional initiatives and opportunities that were put forward based on work that council had done and prioritized throughout the year. And so if you make a motion to add these, they will come a cost increase. If there are no motions made, they will not be added. So this is an opportunity for council to take priorities that they would like to add to the budget, therefore increase the budget additionally. I'll open it up for those and we'll take the first one and go motion by motion. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that we increase our transportation budget to include $100,000 of additional asphalt maintenance. And in speaking to this, I will be also making a motion when we get to the capital portion of the budget for a reduction of $100,000 somewhere in our capital tax budget to offset this. I believe maintenance is always better. You're always better to be proactive than reactive, and so I believe that this is an efficient way of managing transportation and streets.
Thank you for your motion. Thank you for your comments, discussion and debate. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Just a question for Chief Glavin. For this $100,000 investment on the crack sealing, how long would that extend the lifespan of our roads on average?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Difficult to give an exact amount on what it would be, but what it will do is, so any of the crack sealing stops any water infiltration for a period of time, depending on what the products use. That could be a couple years, but a lot of it depends on the application that we use. So if it were a tar product and you have heavy snow removal on an area, sometimes depending on how it was applied, you could get some of that ripped out with the blades of the snow removal equipment, causing you to have to redo it. But we try to use the best technique on each type of road to mitigate that issue. But years would be the answer, but difficult to pinpoint an exact amount.
Okay. With that, thank you, Chief Glavin. I really appreciate Councillor Blackmore's double motion and the insinuation she's going to make a cut from the transportation budget. I kind of look at this program for asphalt maintenance similar to how we deal with our street engaged population. This is about prevention and harm reduction, and hopefully we don't have to spend the big bucks on road recovery sooner because of it. So there we go. I will support this motion.
To that, Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm going to support this as well. Just even about a week ago, I was driving and thinking, gee, these streets sure could use a crack seal. I wonder if we do that anymore. So I actually genuinely appreciate you bringing this forward because clearly it's what we had budgeted isn't enough. Thank you.
Perfect. Seeing no more discussion or debate, we'll call the question. My e-scribe closed, so Mayor Clayton in favor. And that carries unanimously. Recognizing Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council add the public security unit at the cost of $554,000 to the 2024 budget. And this motion is quite specific. I'm only trying to fund it for 1 year for now. I really do think that as we get our new police service up and running, and also as we get supportive housing up and running, so we have less people in our shelters and therefore less people on our streets as well, that we won't have as big a need for this. I think we need to not just be giving the police service a permanent $500,000 for this, because we need to have a conversation if it's not needed. Do we want it to go to other policing services, or do we want it to go to tax reduction? So in the future, I don't know if we need this, but I think right now we should maintain this program. Again, when I went to the RCMP Town Hall yesterday, this was one of the services that got the highest compliments from the crowd there. Same with when I went to commission engagement events, and I've been hearing from residents, especially in our downtown core, who operate businesses, that this is a very appreciated service. So let's keep on funding it for now, but then have a conversation next year about, does it need to continue in the future?
Okay, that motion is in order. Opportunity, discussion, debate. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I won't be able to support this motion. If it was a lower level, I would be able to support it, but I think at some point, with us opening these new facilities that we're opening this year, we have to take a pause on this. We've continued to fund. We're actually adding funding to our mobile outreach program. We chose as a council not to even reduce anything there. And I think between mobile outreach, our own police service, and the RCMP, I'm more than confident we should be able to address these issues. And so I can't support the full amount. If it was a lower amount, I would be able to be supportive of it.
And as you're mentioning a lower amount, I'm just offering the opportunity if you'd like to amend the motion that is in line.
I'll see how the discussion goes here, but that's probably going to be an option for me.
Sounds good. Councillor Blackmore.
One of the things, thank you, Mayor Clayton, that we talked about yesterday was going to a 6-month contract with an option to renew. I would support the motion, but I would like to see some recognition that we would move to a 6-month contract with an option to renew rather than the full 12-month contract. And I feel that that's a necessity because Chief Lacusta doesn't take over, doesn't really assume his role until January 1st. I don't feel we need to handicap any changes he might want to make in the first year by engaging in a 12-month contract. On the other hand, if this turns out to work well with his vision and with his response to community needs, I'm happy to support it for the 12 months. So I don't know how to write, if you want to write that in the motion or simply direct administration.
It's a little bit tricky, so I think let's discuss and debate this motion, and then depending on how that goes. If you want to put parameters around it in the sense that this amount was to be, so here's my thought. If you only want 6 months, the budget's probably half. If you want the service as is, at the discretion of those who are in charge of it, then you support the motion as stated.
Okay, I'll think about it for a minute.
Thanks. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. If I could, I'd like to amend the motion to have the public security unit potentially funded up until 2025. I have a nice line here. Dylan can see it. It's a blue line. It's one of the first marks I made on this. And it was actually after Chief Lacusta talked about it. And he said that when we asked him if he could backfill into the public security units with either by law enforcement or police officers, he said that he wanted to get his feet under him, work on the recruitment, and then see where it goes from there. He said he certainly could do it, but his first year's focus is really on recruitment and on developing the municipal police service. So for me, I want to give him as much legroom and running time. I don't think it handicaps him by having the contract, and I don't think it handicaps our administration by leaving this in the budget till 2025. It's one of those mitigating strategies we could discuss next year. And, at that point, we'll have a lot more information on where Chief Lacusta and his team are with fulfilling their original goals and then supplementing our goals for better downtown core safety. So for all those reasons, I'm not suggesting we fund it for 2025. I'm just thinking we should leave it in the budget just in case, and we can remove it next year if we don't need it.
Okay, so there's no action coming from that unless you were hoping to amend that, right? Yeah, correct? You are. So that's a motion to amend the motion to the 2025 operating budget. Okay, so it would be 24 and 25 is what you're suggesting. Okay, so discussion and debate on the amendment. I have a whole bunch of people in the queue. You're looking to discuss the amendment. Councillor Bosch?
Yeah, that's fine. I can discuss either one.
Well, actually, you're going to discuss the amendment right now.
I am.
Okay.
So whether my statement will be the same.
Okay.
That's my point. So with the experience that I have with the PSU this past year and with the clientele that call them, it is an absolute needed service. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the numbers to back up what they do for calls to service. So if we're talking about a tiered police system, number one, this is part of that tiering. We are going into a new model of policing. The point of this is you're not sending guys with guns to handle certain issues that businesses or members of our community are dealing with. Second point is this is not solely for the Corps. They do go out to other areas in the city, so let's not make this about just it's at the Corps. And third, they do a great service. And up until we don't need this service anymore, and Chief Lacusta will be the one to decide that, I think it should continue.
Councillor Berg on the amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would just like to see the 2024 budget, and then we'll just reevaluate next year.
Okay. Councillor O'Connor.
Yeah, for all the reasons to support Chief Lacusta in his efforts, I'm just saying just for 24, so I won't support going into 25. We'll reevaluate at that point in time.
Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you. Echoing what others said, but just also being clear, it's not our chief that unilaterally gets to make this. It's the commission that gets to make those, I think is important. And I think that we should be having a conversation with the commission over the next year about what is the needed service in this community. Is private security the best way to do it? Are there other options to do it? So for me, even if the funding continues into 2025, the model needs to have a fundamental reevaluation by the commission along with the chief. And that might mean that it's not needed anymore. It might mean that it needs less money. It might mean that it needs more money. And so I think that we really are setting the commission, the chief, up for success by saying this is 1 year only funding. We want to talk about potentially re-envisioning it or expanding or reducing it once you have your feet up and under you.
Councillor Blackmore.
Yes, I do not support the amendment because should the police commission evaluate this over the next year and feel that it is a necessary service and want to carry it forward, they will bring it forward in their budget next year. And I don't believe that we need to be controlling their budget beyond the immediate future. So I will not support the motion to amend.
Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this motion as for the reasons that were presented before me.
Okay, I'm going to call a question on the amendment. Sorry, Councillor Thiessen, would you like to close on your amendment? Okay. Thank you. Recognizing Councillor Blackmore. This is discussion and debate on the original motion.
I thought that Councillor Plott was going to make another amendment.
Well, you're in the queue before.
Yeah, but it's a hangover.
Okay, I'm not going to touch that. Councillor Berg's in the queue in front of Councillor Plott. So.
Yeah, just a question for administration. So this says 16 hours through 2023. Have we been running 24 hours and 16 is already a scale back?
Chief Lemieux.
That is correct. Right now the service is 24/7.
Okay, so then what's on the table is already a reduction. So thank you.
Recognizing Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just going to move that we reduce this amount in half and have a 6-month contract. I think at 6 months, if we really think this needs to happen and our commission decides that they think that it needs to happen, they can come back and ask council then. It'll be a mid-year ask, which we've had before. I do not like the idea of just being a perpetual forever spending program. I appreciate some people see the value in it. I do not see the value in this that other people see in it. I already think we have a mobile outreach team. And I just feel that this is an area that is a nice to have, and it really I guess I'll ask administration one question. In the report, it says that they monitor certain areas. Can you let me know which areas they regularly monitor?
Chief Lemieux.
So that varies depending on where the hotspots are. So from season to season, that varies. So it's wherever the majority of the calls are coming from and where the complaints are coming from.
So would we have our top 3 locations of where those would be?
I'll have to get that information for you.
So, yeah, for me, I'll just leave it at that and hear what my colleagues have to say.
I'm just going to jump in the queue because I didn't get a chance to in the last round. Councillor Plot, would you be open to a friendly amendment that doesn't have that timeline of 6 months? I am in support of the budget being reduced to $277,000. I think that there are people better equipped to make the decisions on how that money is used. If it's a less service over 12 months, if it's a concentrated service for 6 months, and discussions between our Chief Public and Protective Services and Chief Lacusta make sense to them. I would rather see the overall budget reduced, because I do think there will be efficiencies found. I just don't, I don't support if you're going to leave the 6 months time frame in there.
No, I'd be fine if we're, Councillor Bressy's original motion was 2024. I guess for me, the reason I had it at 6 months is I want to see us have a full report and understanding of the actual amount this gets called, gets used, and some of those kind of items, but that can be a subsequent motion at a committee. So I'm fine with leaving this as a 2024 year with a half.
Just the amount being at $277,000. Okay, thank you for that. So discussion on and debate on the amendment, which takes the motion to $277,000 and leaves the operational side of it to Chief Lemieux and Chief Lacusta. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, I can't support this motion. Again, walking through the downtown core, there's been a lot of people that have expressed that they've loved the mobile outreach program, that they love the public security unit. And still at times there's different businesses that say, I appreciate the effort, but it's similar to when we used to call the police still too sometimes, that when we need them, they're not immediately here right now. So that could justify a scale back of the service. But if we do scale it back in half, then those response times are even going to get longer and longer and longer. And as I said on the last one, I want Chief Lacusta to have as much runway to be successful and to do the things as we direct where we want safety to be, and he'll figure out that strategy there. Right now, this is just a stopgap and a fill-in while he designs what he feels is going to be the best municipal police service that our community could ever have. And that'll include securing the hotspots in the downtown area and filling in those spaces for the public security unit. But right now, I think this is too deep of a cut for something that all of our businesses in the core and in other areas have been experiencing around homelessness and the negative aspects that come with that. So I will not support this.
Councillor Bressy on the amendment.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think it's important to note that public security unit is very different than a mobile outreach program. For lack of better terms, sometimes you need to play good, not a cop, and sometimes you need to play bad, not a cop. Sometimes you need a person who shows up and says, "Hey, do you need a bottle of water? Can I drive you to the shelter? Can I get you to see a doctor?" And you need the mobile outreach to take that time with people and have that very nice, compassionate approach. Sometimes you just need somebody who shows up and says, "No, you need to leave right now. This is an appropriate place for you. We've talked to you 6 times this week, and we're done." And I don't think the same people can do both those jobs. I really think it's important to have 2 different sets of people, 2 different uniforms, 2 different approaches for when there's different needs in the community. And for me, I really think it's important that we continue to fund this program. Especially, I get excited when I hear the chief talking about, hey, maybe there's different ways to deliver this. It's not private security. It's direct employees, or it's even sworn officers maybe filling in some of this role. That costs more money, though, than I think it would cost to do public security. So I want to give lots of flexibility to the chief and the commission to figure out how do we get this rapid reaction, highly visible reaction when it's needed. So I'd encourage council to defeat this amendment.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Just like Councillor Bressy, he's absolutely correct. You can't send mobile outreach to remove somebody. It's not in their scope of work. They can offer, they can give you, a coaxing method, but they can't remove you. In the scope of work with the public security unit, if you have an agent program system working with your business, then they can ask you to leave and remove you. We don't have the agent program for no reason. It's clearly there because we need it, and the businesses would attest to that. I caution councillors who don't have the experience of hearing what businesses have to say on a day-to-day basis on how important this is to them. I can tell you unequivocally what it means to many, many business people and what it means to the public to walk in certain areas and feel comfortable. So I won't support the cut. I hope to support the full $554,000.
And so just a reminder to council, the discussion and debate is on the cut, not the validity of the service itself. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks. I am going to reject this. I already see us taking a 1/3 cut on this. To cut it 2/3 is too deep of a cut for me. I've witnessed firsthand the value that this service offers, and I think we need to maintain something, although again, I am willing to cut. I'm not willing to cut that deep.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I will not support the cut for the similar reasons. We need to give the chief and the commission time to be able to evaluate. And so you can't go part way. You have to keep the service at a top level. So I won't be supporting this cut.
I'll just jump in the queue. I will support the cut. Nobody ever said that in this motion that it was going to have reduced service, that it wasn't going to operate as it is currently. Those who have an opportunity to manage public safety could choose to keep it status quo for 6 months. The chief yesterday told us in 6 months he'd have a better understanding. We've seen things come back to council for consideration over the year, during the year. So if there was in 6 months from now an opportunity for the Chief Lacusta, after discussion with the commission and Chief Lemieux, to say, you know what, we do need to keep this. At that time, there could be conversations. Council do make decisions when needed. We add snow removal from reserves. We do things based on services that maybe need to be extended. This was a pilot project at the time. We thought it was working well. I hear every day on a regular basis about the great work Mobile Outreach is doing, and I completely understand they're two different services. I've had one person since the pilot project began said, well, the PSU came by. I don't hear about them regularly. And I think giving the evaluation 6 months is fair. So if the chief and the commission and Chief Lacusta and Chief Lemieux rather said, you know what, we could do less over 12 months, it's still the service there. It's still supporting our community. But I still think that $500,000 on top of everything else we do is too much. So I will support the amendment. Councillor Plot to close. Sorry, Councillor O'Toole's in the queue, so you're good? Okay, Councillor Plot.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just out of boredom last night, I went back and found my 2018, 19, and through 22 operating budgets. At that point, we didn't have a mobile outreach or a public security unit. In 2018, we had a $975,000 crime prevention department that was citywide and did a lot of different initiatives. At the end of 2022, their budget was just around $1 million. Currently, between PSU and mobile outreach, we're almost at $2 million for those two line items. We got rid of crime prevention that did a lot of things throughout the entire community, and we've supplemented for double the cost for something that 99% of this is for the core. And so I'm a little bit, I understand why we think we need to do this. Similar to Mayor Clayton, I just did a downtown walk when we had our small business week. I had more business owners downtown complain about their taxes than the value of this service. Mobile outreach was brought up with check marks. I have not heard anybody discuss PSU. And as I said in camera yesterday, the comments I've had about PSU concern the liability of the city moving forward, because there's some not 100% perfect things happening with PSU in my opinion. So I don't think this is something that, I'll just leave it at that. I guess at some point when we're spending $2 million for a Cadillac service for downtown, we have to be able to cut there. We're cutting all other areas of the community. We're trying to find other savings to make our operations run good and our city be in a tax position that isn't higher than everywhere else like we're complaining about. And this is an absolute Cadillac service for the downtown core. So I'm hoping we can reduce it in half.
Okay, thanks for your close, Councillor Plot. This is, I'm going to call the question on the amendment to change it to $277,000. That is carried 5-4. So now we will discussion and debate on the, so I don't know if we need discussion and debate, to be honest. Councillor Bresty to close.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. No, I don't feel the need to close other than, actually, I'll make a motion after this.
Okay. So this is to call the question on the motion, which is include the public security unit in the amount of $227,000 to the 2024 operating budget. And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Bressie?
I don't actually know if I need a motion on this, but I'll look to our mayor and our city manager. I've heard from council, and I share the concern about I don't want Chief Lacusta and the commission to be locked into a 12-month contract or something for the whole year. I want our chief especially to be able to put his stamp on this and not wait till January 1st, 2021. So is that, or sorry, till January 1st. I don't want him to wait till January 1st, 2025 to be able to put his stamp on this. So is there a motion required to direct that flexibility be done in any renewal of this, or is that something that, if there's consensus around council, it can just be done?
Chief Lemieux, you're comfortable?
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
All right. So I apologize. We literally have 2 minutes until it's time for break. So I know you're all efficient, but I don't know if you're efficient enough to get any work done in 2 minutes. So I will see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. the package of additional initiatives and opportunities. And so council has an opportunity during the year to add items of interest. And now is the opportunity for council to actually put funding to them if they so choose. So I'll open up the, first I'm going to turn it over to CFO Whiteway, who has some additional information for one other potential consideration in additional initiatives and opportunities. Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. In addition to management's budget requests that were brought forward, there was one operating budget referral made at a previous council meeting. So the Grande Prairie Public Library, if I could have my screen shared, please. Okay, so the Grande Prairie Public Library is looking for increase in their operating funding. So the current level of funding for the 2023 budget is $1,673,000. Obviously, a 0% would hold status quo and would not require any additional investment. The 3% is equivalent to $50,193 in additional funding, and 10%, which was the library's request, is $172,972.
Perfect. Thank you for that introduction. So, not just this item, but any of the items between page 23 and 25 that are for consideration. Open it up for business arising, recognizing Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just because we started off with this, I have a question in regards to the library ask. Is there a contractual obligation at 3% at all? Is it in some sort of, I was under the impression that that is written that we have to give a minimum in some bylaw or something.
Or Chief Lemieux?
No?
I don't believe so. So I don't believe there's any things that ties you to any particular percentage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I see no one else in the queue, therefore, okay. As soon as I threaten that we're going to be done with it, somebody's always got something. Councillor Bressie.
You're welcome for keeping you on your toes, Mayor Clayton.
Absolutely.
We'll see how this goes. I would move that council fund the library with $172,329 in 2024, and then add an additional $55,362 in 2025. This is a motion for the full library ask. So for the 10% increase in 2024, followed by a 3% increase the following year. For me, I really value the library programs. I'm in there very regularly with my kids. They've been a big part of my youngest catching up to grade level reading. Every time I'm in there, I see people of all ages who are taking advantage of the library for educational purposes, for recreation purposes, for social purposes. I think they do great work. We've basically held their funding flat for years. Over the last 10 years, they've significantly decreased their FTEs, and they did what they asked, and they showed us, hey, what will different levels of funding mean for service level impacts. And I think the top funding level they requested is reasonable and prudent. So I really hope that council will meet this full ask that they've made.
Okay, Councillor Platt.
Sorry, I was in the queue for someone else. I apologize.
Okay. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I will support this at the 10% level. I think it's time that we look at investing in the future, and I think they add a valuable service, and they go above and beyond. After being in Halifax at the homelessness conference, there were multiple presentations on libraries and how they can fill in the role, and the roles of libraries have changed dramatically over the last number of years, and they're actually hiring social workers and being a place where anybody can go and be part of the library, because it's warm, it's scary, it doesn't hold people back from having access. So I think it's important that we give them the funds to be able to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I'm almost surprised to say that I'm supporting this motion, because I've been a bit of a naysayer all morning. But I do feel that it's been a long time since the library's had an increase, and their costs are increasing due to inflation at the same rate as everyone else's. And so I think this is a good year to make that step forward. Having said that, this is by no way an indication that we're expecting them to hire a social worker.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Well, unfortunately, I will not be supporting it at 10%. I could get behind 3%, and the reasons for it are in the delegation's display of what's coming in the future as far as population. We're not even close to that population gain. In fact, our population has decreased, not increased, and that is one factor. The other factor is, as a council, we gave the library several recommendations, such as looking for grants, sponsorship opportunities, fundraising opportunities through their Friends of the Library fundraising component. We talked about what $20,000 would do for them if they had fundraising or sponsorship. That would get them the 4 scanners for people to take out books. And that's where they were struggling, is the front end staff from what they said at the delegation. So I think there is opportunities for the library, and we just haven't given them a chance to work on those opportunities to, strengthen what factors that they're struggling with, and that being the front end work. So with the population not increasing yet, in the future for sure, but this year when we're talking about cutting everywhere we can, and we're cutting staff at the city level too, I think 10% is too much. For me, 3 is adequate.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm similar to Councillor Bosch. I want to see us increase some library funding. 10% just seems like a lot to me in a calendar year to jump on one thing. I don't like the precedence that it would set, honestly, that we're going to move one department up 10% when we're trying to hold a line on most. And to Councillor Bosch's comments, I do think there's opportunity for library. I would be happier with a 3 or even maybe a 5% increase, but for me, 10 is just too much for this, so I can't support it.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, let the train start rolling. I'm a 3 to 5%er myself here. And for me, it's not that I don't value the services of the library. In fact, some of my greatest years in my external committee's business has been parts of the Grande Prairie Public Library and Peace Library system. And I know the value that they add to our community in a variety of aspects. I think that the library, with a 3 to 5% increase, the library can manage and hire the one position that they said that they need. At the same time, I want the library to sort of show us more, when it comes to their own finances. I know that they've cut back on staff. I know that they've found ways to lower their costs. I know that they found ways to lower their costs, such as having their servers shared through the Peace Library system, so they don't have the internet overage fees. And they have done a lot of things. But when I look at other services like the gallery, which are housed inside the Montrose Cultural Center, they have an annual gala to celebrate the gallery and to support the gala. I've never seen a library gala. I know that these galas can create big revenue for not-for-profit organizations while also encouraging more membership. And so for those, part of those reasons is kind of where I'm on this fence of I want to support them, but I don't want to support them to the full amount. The other part of it is, for me too, is we house the library. We pay for their space. We pay for their renovations. We do all this stuff, and I'm not sure if that's included in their overall costs, and comparatively speaking as to what other libraries have to pay when it comes to their building and their renovations. So I'm really good with the 3 to 5. If someone made a motion for 5, I'd support it in a heartbeat. But 10 and 3 is too rich for me right now before the library actually puts their foot forward and raises some money themselves.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor O'Toole, and then I'll jump in the queue.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I also feel the same way as the last few people that spoke. We supply them with a building that's heated, security. They've got underground parking, everything that you can possibly ask for. When it comes to the operation, I can't see where they've done anything other than stick their hand out. They have not done anything to generate their own funding through whatever. And like it was said by the last few people that spoke, there's opportunities for fundraisers. There's opportunities to pay for programming that you don't have to pay or you can pay. And I think that I would support them at 3 to 5, but not the full gamut. Thank you.
Thanks. Just going to jump in the queue. Question for Chief Lemieux or Ms. Whiteway. Chief Whiteway, do you happen to have the number? I understand security costs continue to go up in that facility. There's maintenance. What's the total gift in kind, including security, including building maintenance to the library?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. We've estimated around 1.1 million.
In addition to the...
That's on top of the current funding of 1.6.
So approximately 2.3-ish total?
Total is 2.7 between the two, yeah.
So almost $3 million. So I can't support this motion. If there are subsequent motions, I would have consider discussion in the discussion where that would end. For me, there's a couple pieces there. I think the library has done a great job of being part of our community. I think the library has overextended some of the boundaries and where they should operate. Somebody mentioned it's a great place to warm up. We have a warming shelter for warm-ups. Somebody mentioned that it was a great place for their child to continue to learn. I also know that a great place for your child to continue to learn to read is a privately funded event called 3D University that had to be implemented because organizations such as the library weren't filling that need. I think that I've never heard in my 10 years in council a library public member or board chair come to council and say, you know what, we're going to improve literacy in our community. We're going to make our kids stronger readers. Never heard that. Do their programs support those initiatives? Absolutely. Do they fill a void for young children and parents and a need in our community for resources, for computers, for education? Absolutely. Is it an essential part of our community? 110%. The library has a role in our community as a community hub, as a facility that we should embrace. My problem is as Councillor O'Toole mentioned and Councillor Thiessen mentioned, haven't seen a Friends of the Library gala, haven't seen a volunteer sign-up sheet where you could go check out books, haven't seen, although I've been told they use volunteers and their volunteer base is growing, I haven't really seen that call for volunteers. I think they provide great services. I'd be happy to discuss other amounts, but 10%, we're cutting other departments significantly, and to put somebody else in double digits, it's just not fair and equitable in my opinion, so I can't support this motion. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. After hearing the discussion, and I thought about making this earlier, but I would like to make an amendment to the motion that we do a 5% increase next year and a 3% increase the year after, as Councillor Bressi is. And to speak to that, I think that still gives the operating component a chance to grow. But I also, as the member on that, I'm hoping to take away some of this conversation, and I think there's some things that we could be implementing at the library that could help offset that other $86,000-ish dollars. We run an awful lot of programmings out of there, which is great. I think a lot of those programs could be sponsored as well. So outside of some of these events we're talking about, I think there's opportunities for sponsorship for even some of the programming they were doing. So I feel 5% is a good number, and I hope you can support it.
Okay, so discussion or debate on the 5%, and just quickly, Chief Whiteway, can you tell council what that would equate to? It's 100-ish, sorry, 70-ish, I'm thinking, but do you happen to have what 5% would equate to in dollars?
Yeah, just one moment here. So there were
100-ish.
So half of the 172.
Yeah.
9, yeah, because that was just to clarify, they did ask for the dollar amount of 172, which, as you'll know, is just a bit above 10%. But 1673.
So yeah, what would a 5% increase equate to?
So it's 83,655.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Recognizing Councillor Bressi for the discussion and debate on the amendment.
Great, thank you. Definitely appreciate the discussion, and I'm glad that what I'm hearing around the table is it seems that council seems to agree that some sort of increase is needed. Just disagree on a specific amount, which I can definitely respect. A few thoughts in response to what I've heard is I know that there was a recent murder mystery event that I was very sad to personally miss. I know there's an upcoming art auction in it, so I do see efforts starting fundraise. I also would point out that the Willie Jansen Fund's the most successful one, but there's other funds as well where there has been donations and endowments given to the library. So to say that there isn't any private money going into it, I just don't think is completely accurate. Although for sure, I agree, probably more effort could be done. I also think that talking about what's equitable when compared to other decisions we're making, I don't think it's right to only look at 1 year. I think it is important to look at the history of the last few years of funding. And we did give the library a very slight funding increase in 2023. But the time before that, we gave them a funding increase wasn't since 2019. Every single year in those times, the city budget has gone up. If we're going to hold them to the same standards, then they should be getting a year-over-year increase, and it's equitable to help catch up with the year-over-year increase that the city's seen, if that's what we truly care about is compared to the city. Also, I heard a conversation about there's some hard decisions we made about reducing staffing, and so this organization should make some hard decisions too. Well, we haven't reduced our staff by 30% over the last 10 years. In fact, we've increased our staff over the last 10 years. And so I think if we really do want to treat this like we're treating our own budgeting, then I think a 10% is more than justified. That being said, I appreciate the amendment getting made so we can talk about the appropriate amount. I hope that we give them an increase of some sort, whatever it is.
I just have a question since no one else is in the queue. Just a clarification on Councillor Platt's motion. So your motion is to amend to a 5% increase in 2024 with a 3% increase for 2025, and that 3% would be on top of the 5%, is how this is worded. So you, in 2 years, will give them an 8% increase. Okay. I absolutely can't support this motion. If you were to give them a 3% and then hold them at 0, I think that that's a fair and equitable number. I think that our population actually has grown, and we know that their numbers of users have gone up. But I've never had a patron, a resident, come to me and say, the library isn't giving me enough. The library isn't providing enough opportunity. The library isn't providing services that are valuable. I actually hear, we're happy with the library. So I don't know why we'd give more money to an organization that I hear in the community is doing a good job. So for me, I can't support this. Councillor Platt to close. Okay, call the question on the amendment. Amendment is defeated. So back to the original motion of 10% plus 3%, which would be 13% over 2 years. Discussion or debate, or seeing no one, Councillor Bressi to close.
I think I've said what I need to say.
Okay, call the question on the 10 and 3 as originally in the original motion. That is defeated 7-2. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that we give the library a 5% increase for the year 2024. Speaking to this motion, it's, according to my math, based off the numbers that were presented, is just under 87,000. But if we're talking a pure 5%, we're getting $4,000 savings on this one here too, when we're talking about increasing the library funding. Where I was lost on the last one was, as the mayor said, it's an 8% over 2 years. That's that 3% over top. But I think this 5% will go a long way to helping the library add a position, maybe a fundraiser position, maybe an events programmer, someone that can help them, raise money, create those fundraisers, and to move this up. And I know that we will get another ask next year because it seems to be the theme with our budgets every year. We get the asks from the library that they need stuff. I want to try to empower them just a little bit and see what kind of legroom we give them on this. And for me, that's more than 3%. That's the 5%, and it's still a pretty hefty spot. That's either 2.5 part-time positions or 1.5 full-time positions. So hopefully that'll go a long way for the library to hold up their own.
That motion is in order. Discussion or debate on that motion, recognizing Councillor Bressi.
Sorry, Mayor Clayton. This is awkward, but I realized I misvoted on the last motion. Could I make a motion to reconsider, or could we revote, or
on the 7 to 2?
No, on the 4 to.
On the amended. Does it? Sure, we can.
Yeah, on the last motion that was defeated 4 to 5.
Well, it's actually not the last motion. The last motion.
Oh, sorry, you just got put in a weird order.
Yeah, yeah.
My sincere apologies.
Okay, no worries. Okay. That's okay, not a problem. Councillor Thiessen's motion is in order. Discussion or debate on a 5% increase through 2024. Okay. No one discussion or debate. Call the question. And that's carried 7 to 2. Recognizing Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would just make a motion that we fund the recreation. I guess we're not calling it a dome, but that we would fund the recreation facility as per our package.
Okay, so on page 24 of your package, there's recreation facility identified. It is the operational portion of 2024 being a partial year, with assumptive timelines on regards to when that build would be actualized, and then the full operation in 2025. That motion is in order. Opening up the queue for discussion and debate, recognizing Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I am absolutely in favor of this, and the reason being is right now we've been talking about increasing whether it's court sports or field sports for a very long time between ourselves and the county, and we're still talking about it. We're looking at a potential $35 million build in the county that we would have to put money into, or maybe we change things up and we take care of the field side with this dome recreation facility, and maybe look at other options. Maybe other options are, they're still out on the table. But in any case, I think there is a need, whether it's disc golf or soccer or football or any of the multitude of sports that is played on a grass surface. I think if we're going to follow the pillars of quality of life, this would fall into that, one of those pillars that many, many, many people can use. And when we're talking about economics and how people can't do things anymore so much, like travel, like big expensive purchases, you know what? I'd rather see the kids go kick a ball or throw a frisbee or run track or something, that there is something that they can do in their everyday function that will be utilized. This isn't giving money for something that is going to stay empty or stagnant. Maybe our seniors will do, a walking track and involve all components of our different ages in our city. So for me, I think this is a well-usable facility that our schools want, our parents want, our seniors will want once we can give them some options of what they can do there. And we can all just live a little bit happier. Everybody has a job. They want to make some money, but they also want that quality of life piece. So I'm in favor.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I too am in support of this. I don't know what else extra to say. Councillor Boss sort of took all the highlights of the benefits of the recreation facility. What I will say is that this has been a long-standing request from our community from a couple budget cycles ago. And when we're talking about building up that quality of life, as Councillor Bosch said, we need to understand that we need sometimes many recreation options. And I know when our other soccer pitches shut down, I received almost 24 phone calls from angry parents and some friends of mine who were parents saying, "Hey, I voted for you. Why are you closing this down?" And after the explanation, they got it, but then they're like, "Well, I just want my son to be in soccer, and we just don't have those indoor options in the winter, so I don't know what to do anymore. It's a cheap recreation when we're talking about soccer, but there's other sports that can go in there as well. And I think this would be a great investment, not just in the Avondale neighborhood as we're talking about it right now, but anywhere in our community. And our council's focus right now is in trying to balance the recreation opportunities through the quadrants of the city. This is one of those recognized quadrants that we have for recreation facilities to put in place. And, honestly, it seems like a big ticket item. But I remember the Eastlink Center when it was only $60 million, and then they delayed a year, and then it became $126 million. So the sooner we get our feet in the pool here, the faster we can, maybe do this for a decent cost that's not going to break our banks in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I know for me, I definitely support having this in the budget for now. I might want to reconsider it when we get time to do the mill rate bylaw. For me, I think there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of just next Tuesday, we've got a community consultation. We haven't figured out where it could go. I don't know if we know final cost for it. And I don't know if I definitely support the need for an indoor rec facility of some sort in our community. I don't know if I personally support the path we're heading down right now. I also don't know if I support borrowing $10 million in 2024 when interest rates are where they are right now. So this is still a very live conversation to me, but it makes sense for today to put it in our budget so that we've got it kind of holding that place. But I don't think we should assume just because we approve this today that for sure this is getting built to 2024.
Absolutely. Councillor Berg.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. One of the things that I don't see is potential rental or user fees. And from what I understand, that is part of the plan, correct? That we will charge rental and user fees on this?
Chief
And
Lemieux.
that would help offset some of the costs.
So we haven't, thank you, Madam Chair. We have not finalized the operating model, but most likely there would be some fee schedule associated with the facility.
Okay, and that would be a council decision to add those fees? And
Yes, it would be part of the fees and charges schedule.
wonderful, thank you.
Councillor Plott. Okay, no. I just had a question for administration. Chief Lemieux, in conversations with our county colleagues, there was utilization rates of the Crosslink Center to be considered. We hear from user groups that the preferred times that they're looking to use the crosslinks may not work with the availability at the facility. I'm wondering if administration's had any further conversations and has come to any conclusion in regards to the actual availability of space at the crosslink and how that meets the needs of the user groups.
Off the top of my head, I'm not going to answer that right away, but I'll get an answer for you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, I was just remembering from when the soccer league came to council, and they said that they would be interested in supporting the building of a structure. And I was just wondering, most recently, are they still interested in supporting the purchase or building of a facility for them to use?
Chief Lemieux, do you know if any of those conversations have happened recently?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Initially, when Grande Prairie or Swan City football came to council, they had indicated that they were willing to be a capital partner in the project at a minimum. They had skin in the game, they said. So I'm curious, Councillor O'Toole's question is if there's been any additional conversations around that, and if so, what amount would that equate to?
I don't think there's been additional conversation, but certainly they've indicated all along that they are willing to be a partner.
On another note, this reminds me of another piece of information that was to come back today in regards to when we revisited our fees and bylaws, our fee structure bylaws. The council had asked the question yesterday. So, Councillor Plott to close.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I did have a couple questions for administration. If I go in, if that changes, I would be happy to go back and close afterwards. I'm just curious on this, and I brought this up yesterday, but back to our coordinated care campus, the money does not show up for debt servicing on that facility, but it does on this facility. Can you explain the difference of why we would put debt servicing on this facility and not the other one?
CFO Waitway.
Thank you for the question. Well, the coordinated care campus debt servicing expenses are in budget. This one would be as well within fiscal services. We would have the debt servicing in there.
Okay. So moving, just so I understand this, so moving forward, and if this came in 2025, it would just be the operating cost that would be actually as a line item for the recreation facility, wouldn't be the operating cost plus debt servicing as the cost of the operating facility?
Ms. Whiteway.
That's correct.
Okay. And my other question for administration is we had heard from Wood Gundy and CIBC that interest rates, we all know, are higher now. I'm curious what administration would do if this was built next year, as I'm hoping it is. Would we look at doing like maybe a potentially 1-year term or a shorter term and wait till interest rates drop to lock in for the bulk of the money, or how would we look at doing that?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, that's something that if this was to be approved, we would speak with our bank and see what our options are. We do have access to, of course, short-term line of credit, those sorts of things. We have funds available in investment. So we'll have to manage what we would be forfeiting for interest income to front cash on our own and borrow later. But that's work that we will do within the financial management team and make sure we're getting the most optimal rates that we can.
Okay, and just one last question. Currently on the Leisure Center building, I think that Swan City Soccer is running. Do we subsidize them all, or is Swan City Soccer running that facility at their own cost with users?
Chief Lemieux.
Again, I'll have to get an answer. I don't have that at the top of my head.
Okay. So I could close now. I'm not sure if anybody else has popped up in the queue.
You could. There's a couple of items of information that's coming back, so yeah, we could wait. And
no, I'm fine with closing now. I guess I would just want to echo Councillor Bosch and Councillor Thiessen on a couple of these comments. The sports tourism this can create is huge. I love the idea of us having something in the north, the south, and now the east that we can start looking at running after-school kids programs. This is a huge facility that I think is going to be great. We heard from our school districts. We have 6, I think, schools that will be walking. They could literally walk and not necessarily need to be busing to utilize this facility, so it's probably in the absolute perfect location that way. We're turning away children currently to play soccer in our community. So when I hear, I'm not sure if this will happen in 24, if this doesn't happen in 24, we're just going to continue to turn away children in our community. We talked about building a covered outdoor facility for millions of dollars. This would be debt serviced for several years and looked after for several years for what a covered rink would do. This is an indoor structured facility that people can use all winter long. And all summer for that matter. I think we're going to see an incredible utilization with seniors in this as well. I think there's a lot of potentials for seniors using this. I can go on and on for hours about how much I think our community knows.
You can debate the facility itself. For now, we're funding operations.
But I just, I guess for me that this has been talked about a lot. Our community is in a spot where it looks like we're growing. We already feel like we're choked off on some of our facilities for growth. Football is a sport that has had incredible growth, incredible success in our community. I can't imagine what this could do for some football and future kids getting scholarships from that. Right now we have lacrosse is one of the higher growing sports, even with females. What a great spot for rugby is a sport that is growing with females right now. Just the opportunities for all the field sports it could have in that. As a father that once had a daughter or 2 daughters in soccer, I couldn't go to the Eastlink Center to pass a ball and do throw-ins with my kid for soccer anywhere in the winter. There's not enough space. If we leave some dedicated space in here for drop-in spontaneous use, which is something I'm hoping we will do, there'll be an opportunity for parents to go and play a physical activity in the wintertime with their children, which is incredibly hard to find. So I hope for all of those reasons we can support this. And then we'll talk about operating models sometime early in the near future, I would assume.
Yeah, so as to clarify, this is a motion on the operational. We'll still have discussion and debate on the facility tomorrow. Recognizing Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have answers to the questions. So County administration indicated that the operator of the Sportsplex has allocated space to all user groups to support a variety of sports like soccer, ball, and rugby. Reportedly, there is no additional hours to offer the Swan City Football Club. On the second item, the Soccer Association previously indicated willingness to support some capital funding, and money has not been revisited as it depends on timing for the Swan City Football Club. And the last item with regards to the soccer pitch, Swan City operates the facility, and our corporate facilities management supports them with maintenance and repairs.
Perfect. Thank you for that information. Call the question on approving the operational dollars for the facility in 2024 and 2025 as indicated in your package. And that carries unanimously. All right, Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that we forward sports tourism investment attraction operating budget and special events to the 2025 budget cycle. I'm making this motion because I'm not prepared to fund them at this time, but I don't want to lose them either.
Okay, so that is sport tourism, investment attraction operating budget, and special events enhancement to the 2025 budget deliberations. What? That's what I said. I said them both, yep.
There's three.
Councillor Thiessen. That motion is in order. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thank you for the motion, Councillor Blackmore. I'm in much gratitude for this. I wasn't quite sure how to deal with any of these items. I did have a lot of questions around sports tourism and the investment attraction, and outside of like maybe not voting for them, even though I didn't feel good conscious in good conscience about doing that, I think this is a very prudent and wise motion to defer to 2025 and have us discuss then as we see the way the world turns, how the economy shapes out, and what our budget lines look like in the future. It'd be nice that we could, if we would be able to spend on everything, but that's just not the reality. And I like that we're not losing these either because I can see their benefits to our city culture. Thank you.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just speaking to special events, it was something that I absolutely love and treasure and compliment our staff when they put these on each event. But I haven't heard anybody complaining about not having a great time or we wish we had this. So I like the idea of putting it to 2025 and having another discussion. I do realize that there are some pressures, but I think that our administration can work with what we've got and just scale it appropriately because, again, I haven't heard any complaints. If anything, I've just heard amazing feedback on what we've been offering for free events.
Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could speak on the consequences of not funding this. We're still going to offer special events and...
It's just an enhancement.
Okay, I'm good then. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Call the question on that motion. And that carries unanimously. Yesterday, a question was asked from Councillor O'Connor, if I recall correctly, in regards to how often the fees and permits structure bylaw is revisited. And I'll just turn over to Legislative Services for some information for Council.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So to answer Councillor O'Connor's question, the fee rates and charges bylaw is reviewed on an annual basis. It's part of the annual budget cycle that Finance works with all departments of the city, and they provide any recommended changes to the fees, rates, and charges to be included in the information brought forward to Council during budget deliberation.
Councillor O'Connor, does that answer your question? Councillor O'Connor.
Yes. I'm just, what I'm concerned about is I haven't seen the numbers go up. So I'm just wondering, are we missing an opportunity to increase income to the city when we're, and has it been increased over the last number of years was my question.
CFO Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I could speak a little bit in terms of process and what we do internally before bringing any changes to that bylaw at budget time. So we do look to each of our departments. Subject matter experts there are used to working with other municipalities, have a great understanding of what sort of best practices or some reasonable estimates. And so we try to keep a lot of our fees and charges I would say competitive, reasonable, and make changes where it's appropriate. So there has been a number of changes over the years to fees. So it's not something that's just that has sat stagnant for a number of years.
Okay, and just to follow up on what about this is probably to Chief Glavin's area on permits and that side. Is that I'm assuming that comes under the same purview of, do we need to look at increases in those areas?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, comes under the same bylaw for fees and charges. Certainly something that would assist in the revenue recovery of the development areas, so whether that be inspections, engineering, planning, development. Part of the reason too, if you look at building values and why they're not going up as fast, is part of the permit fee is there's a static building value that's assumed in the fees and charges bylaw. So it is not reflecting inflation currently. As the value of buildings actually go up, the permit fees are tied to a previously, it was relevant at the time, but is much lower than actual right now.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. When I look in our Appendix A in the back of our binder, I see some small price increases with dog licenses and our outdoor pool and our Eastlink Center pool. What I'm not seeing is any, and maybe they're in a different fees and bylaw. I would have thought they were in the same one, but I'm not seeing anything around our ball diamonds, our hockey rinks, some of these other field sports and ice surfaces. I'm not seeing them even listed in here, so I'm just wondering if that was so. So on that note, this is only changes. I'm curious why we're changing what we're charging somebody to swim in our pool, but not what we're charging them to skate on our ice. If somebody could explain why we would look at one but not the other one. I'm looking specifically more at CKC fields and that facility.
They were both looked at, but you're wondering why they recommended increase on one. Chief Lemieux.
I will get that answer for you.
Perfect, thank you. All right, so we are now on item 12 of the agenda. I'm going to turn it over to our CFO for introduction on the capital budget. Oh, I apologize. We're doing flagged items. Somebody has a list. Can they put it up for us?
Sorry, I didn't create one to demonstrate, so I'm just going through my notes. Just bear with me one moment on the...
If you want to read them out to me, so make notes so I can...
Sure. So from yesterday, Councillor Bressie had flagged the on-demand transit. Councillor Thiessen had flagged stormwater utility. Councillor Blackmore had flagged operating expenses for corporate marketing. Councillor Plott had flagged sponsorship for signage project and as well as an Invest GP.
Signage projects in capital, so we're going to leave, sorry, I'll get to my mic. Signage projects in capital, so we'll leave that one for capital discussions. So starting with Councillor Bressie, on-demand transit.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I've got a motion. I would like to move that council increase the transit budget by $98,000 to fund on-demand service and direct administration to only release these funds if needed to accommodate increased usage. Just to speak to this, we heard yesterday some information about council's approved service levels in terms of it does seem like when people are able to get a ride on on-demand transit, they're waiting an acceptable amount of time. The trip times are acceptable. I am a little bit worried about the 20%-ish trips that aren't able to be completed, but I think there might be some software things there that we're ironing out. But I also heard that there is concern about will on-demand be able to continue achieving its services if we see massive increased ridership from the free youth passes and also from international students in NWP, and hopefully also just as our great system redesign gets kickstarted out and people hear about it, more people are riding the buses just because it's a better service now too. I am worried about On-Demand's ability to keep up over the next year, so I do want to make sure it's got adequate funding there. But this motion is specific about, hey, administration don't spend $100,000 just because we give you another $100,000, but you've got that money if you need it, and if it turns out that they don't need it, then that's an easy $98,000 to cut next year.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Just a question for administration. I know we talked about the operational costs of this, the fuel, the insurance, the staff. If there's an increase, let's say we see a doubling of our on-demand transit, would that require another short bus to fulfill that need?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I am just looking, like right now we have up to 4 available. I'm just going to see whether or not we have one that we would utilize as a spare right now or whether we would need to procure a new one. Just give me one moment.
While you're doing that, Chief Glavin, are we utilizing all 4 of our buses for on-demand transit as it stands currently?
Chief Glavin.
At the peaks, yes, we are.
So while Chief Glavin's like looking at that, I like the motion that Councillor Bressie has put forward. I guess I have a couple concerns, and one of my concerns is this is going to bleed into a capital ask as the on-demand transit service increases. And hey, we want this. We got 53% more youth ridership than we had last month, which is a great stat, and we definitely want our youth using it. At the same time, we don't want to become an impediment to other businesses as well. So I'm thinking about the taxi services and other stuff like that. When we're providing a practically free service for anybody who wants to be picked up at their front door and dropped off at a front door somewhere else, then we're inadvertently competing against maybe the taxi industry, perhaps Y-Drive, perhaps Uber if they ever come into town. And you know what? As far as like our impact on greenhouse gas emissions and stuff, that's a good thing for us. We don't want people using a lot of cars and stuff. The more that we can use these buses, but my concern largely is one: I don't want to become an impediment towards other businesses being able to make money in the transportation industry, and by providing a free service to anybody. And 2, it's the capital injection that we might need as this service gets more and more popular, because I believe it will. And so I'm torn. That's why I'm asking all these questions.
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So what we would intend to do is to try to use existing equipment and to surge when we needed to for that 5th bus if it were added. Without a capital ask. However, at some point in the future, there would likely be need as transit demand increases.
Councillor Blackmore.
I'm going to speak in opposition of this motion. I feel that we've put a significant amount of funding into transit over the last 2 budget cycles. I've never been very supportive of adding what-if money into a budget. If partway through the year transit comes back to us and says we are overwhelmed and we cannot provide the service with the resources you've given us, that's the time to address that. But to put what-if money into a budget is not prudent fiscal planning in my mind. And so at this time, I cannot support adding more money to the transit budget.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Councillor Blackmore, you stole my words. In any case, to me, this feels like the same conversation we had about the public security unit, where if there is a need, partway through the year, then that can come to committee, and then we can have discussions on whether it's warranted. The couple of questions I have is, at what level does this need to be? What percentage of loss is there to ridership that we need to warrant another bus, for one? And the other one is 53% of youth increase, based on what? 100 users, 3,000 users? What is that 53% increase of? That, maybe you know that ahead of time, but I don't know these answers to warrant a whole extra $98,000. So I would not be in support of this.
Councillor Bressy to close.
For me, I'd remind council about what on-demand service is. On-demand service is for the neighborhoods where we have decided not to pump regular transit routes into. This isn't about enhancing services. This isn't about enhancing transit service across our system. This is about creating equitable transit service across our neighborhood. Right now, we've got 18% of people that are requesting an on-demand ride. 18% are having the app say, "Nope, sorry, you don't have a ride." That is not an adequate transit system to me. To say to a resident that if you're in Countryside North, you've got an 18% chance of not being able to get a bus when you request a bus through the app, whereas when you're in Countryside South, you know the bus is coming just because you happen to live on the opposite side of a road. You guys get service. You guys don't 18% of the time. That's not okay to me. We need to make sure that on-demand is financed properly, so the neighborhoods that rely on it because they don't have traditional service continue to get the level of transit they need. To say that this is competing with private enterprise and that this is driving out businesses, that's disingenuous to me, because if that's the case, let's kill transit citywide. But to say again, if you're in Countryside South, you can ride a bus. If you're in Countryside North, sorry, you're going to support our cab companies. That's absurd to me. We need to make sure that on-demand is at least equal to traditional transit in this community. Right now, I've already got concerns about how many times, again, 18% that people are requesting a ride on demand and being said, sorry, there's no seat available for you. We need to see that number go down. We certainly can't see it go up. So I hope the council will find this request so we can make sure that we've got equitable transit service across the community. Again, this isn't about making transit better across the city. This is just about making sure that it's equitable in all neighborhoods. Thank you.
That was Councillor Bressy's close. Call the question. Councillor Plott, how do you vote? Sorry, it just went in. Councillor O'Connor.
In favor.
That's defeated 5-4. Okay, so next flagged item, Stormwater Utility, Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think administration knows this. I've already had a couple debriefs, but perhaps for council too. I know we had discussed the credit system and the creation of the stormwater utility. And my question yesterday was, because I didn't see it earmarked in there, I wasn't sure where it was in the process or if we would have a line item for it. And I flagged this just for more information, and I believe administration has the information for council.
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So, as we previously stated, we don't have a amount earmarked for credits next year. Essentially, what administration will be proposing in the bylaw upcoming is that these credits would be based on properties going above and beyond the development permit requirements. So we're not expecting many, if any, existing properties will qualify for a credit in its current state. So we don't have them budgeted for next year, as it will likely be earthwork that would need to be done on a lot of sites, or some sort of other retention. So if you had storage on site that would retain stormwater, those types of things would qualify. But we're not expecting many, if any, existing properties to qualify. If they do, we will bring them forward as that occurs.
Yeah, just a question in regards to that. So I know in the beginning we talked about permeable surface and the lot around it. I know that's not the direction that we took. So what you're saying, it would be something like vastly more significant than planting 2 or 3 trees in your front yard to absorb 30% of the water flow?
Chief Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, it would have to be something that we could quantify. So those things can be quantified if we can show that, there's a certain amount of rate of, so if you had an impervious surface and you have rainfall, a certain amount of that will shed off into the storm system. We would be able to demonstrate with either some sort of retention infrastructure that more than X percent of that is put into that retention system and not into the storm system, then we would have credits available. But as of right now, all of the requirements we have for stormwater are already baked into our existing processes, so this would be something above and beyond. Council will have the opportunity to debate this, though, when we bring forward the bylaw, if they'd like to expand beyond what administration plans to propose.
Yeah, no, and I thank you. I appreciate administration's work on this and the clarity that you provided, not just to me, but to all of council. Thank you.
Moving on to corporate operating expenses for marketing. Councillor Blackmore.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. The questions that I had and the concerns I had regarding this were answered at a later time yesterday. So I'm okay with the budget right now. I do look forward to further exploration of what this whole budget line item looks like and the jobs, the work that will be done around it. And I may, at a standing committee, have questions at that time. But I'm okay with the budget.
Okay. Moving on to the next one. Councillor Palat, Invest GP.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Similar to Councillor Blackmore, I had questions that have slowly been answered over time. I do just have one more. I'm not sure if it's for which chief it's for on this one, but when we'd asked questions, and Chief Waitway had said we're averaging about 600,000 or 600,000 is what we're forecasting for economic growth in the next 12 months. I'm just wondering, with economic development, how do we benchmark what that was attributed to economic development for growth? And my question for that is, when I look at we're spending $1,046,000, $600,000 growth, do we have any kind of sense of scale of what we're actually creating with that $1 million spending?
CAO Burke.
I suggest that just requires some further work and would be a good discussion for committee, and to bring those questions forward there, and we be happy to do some more analysis. That is part of the review that we're doing now, is how we're benchmarking some of the activities we do there to return. But as a number now, we don't have any information that we could provide.
So just question then, I don't know if it's for a chief or our CEO, if during the year motions are made and council pivots on this, would there be an opportunity to reduce funding once the year starts within this budget line item?
Mr. Burke.
As there are some vacancies in that area, we are doing a review before we proceed with hiring. So there would be an opportunity to adjust that budget as we go through the year, and happy to have those discussions with the committee and council.
Okay, and just one last one, Mayor Clayton, similar to Councillor Blackmore, I'm probably going to be more of a motions at committee, but do we have a mechanism? Just, several of us have been at conferences together. Think about EDA. I think we had 7 or 9 people there from the city. Do we have a format when we go to a conference of whether it was worth going to and why we would send as many people to it? Do we have any process internally on, do we send 5 people to EDA or 1 person? And if we send them, what are we expecting for a takeaway from that conference for the expense of it?
Mr. Burke, could you maybe expand on what the process internally is for evaluation of what staff see as ROI on conferences and education?
I can. Part of the process is looking at that value. Is there value in sending more than one, or is there an opportunity for one member to go and report back to the rest of the staff in that area? And that's a process baked into any conferences as well as training that we do that requires leaving GP. So for us, all of those items are evaluated based on what we think is beneficial to the city.
Okay. No, hearing that, my plan was today was to make a motion to try to defund some of this of Invest GP, but as we paused a year on some of the other asks that were additional incentives, I'll take that for the pause for the year, and I'll look at making motions during committees. Thank you.
So that was the last item that was flagged that I'm aware of our list. So I don't see anyone else disagreeing. So I'm going to turn it over to the CFO for introduction on capital budget deliberations.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So we just have a few introductory slides, information to go through, and then again, each chief will walk through proposed capital projects for the upcoming years. So similar to operations, there's value in highlighting a lot of the past projects that council has approved. Millions have been invested in road infrastructure, the opening of the Activity and Reception Center, the reopening of the Aquaterra outdoor pool, of course, the Coordinated Care Campus. We had a few projects that we were able to complete with some additional funding throughout COVID from the provincial and federal levels of government. So there was the bike park and the ball diamonds. Of course, we had multiple phases of the downtown rehabilitation, mobile skate park, and a new enterprise resource planning system. And these projects in total were well over $90 million over the last 5 to 6 years. So there's been a lot of investment in the city. I do want to turn it over now to Chief Glavin to be able to give us some additional information on roads.
Just before you do that, Council, as we go through these, if you want to flag, just get in the queue. We'll do them sort of by chief. Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So just wanted to show a little bit about how the investment that council's made in roads translates to improvements in the overall system. So as you can see with the blue line starting off in 2017, we were at 57. You can see that our investment was around a little over around $8 million at the time. As we increased investment over the last 4 to 5 years, we've seen significant improvements, as you can tell with the graph here. So it's a 3-year lag with anything that we do because we don't pick up the improvements for 1 to 3 years. So if we do something this year, we do our assessments next year on 1/3 the city. If anything we did this year was done, it'll get picked up. If it wasn't picked up, it'll be picked up in one of the two following years. So you can see starting in 2020, we start to see the improvements in the overall system. Particularly, we've seen dramatic improvements in the arterial network, which is the bulk of the spending that we've done over the last few years. We've continued to see some degradation in the local roads, and they have not been a focus. And the collector roads have also seen some minor improvement. But essentially, anything we put in today, we see reflected in our road quality over the next 3 years. So just to give council a sense that what your dollars that are put in today, you'll start to see them reflected in the actual indexes. You'll see that obviously anything we do today immediately reflected once we do the work, but it shows up in the data within about 3 years.
Okay.
So working through the proposed capital plan that's being presented does total just shy of 42.8 million. It has investment in buildings, information technology, our machinery and equipment, parks, roads and infrastructure, and other special projects. As you are all aware, there are multiple available funding sources when funding a capital plan. Capital tax, of course, is the portion of the tax levy that is used for capital purposes, and it's been proposed at 9.875 million. Additionally, Council at the start of their term put aside funds to use throughout for strategic priorities and initiatives. Another 590,000 of that is proposed within this budget. We do receive federal funding, the Canada Community Building Fund. This is at $5.5 million within this budget. We also have some proposed debt projects. The local government fiscal framework here. I do want to note that it's at 9.2 million. So the provincial government is planning to change the MSI funding to local government fiscal framework. So this 9.2 million is partially carry forward of what we have remaining in MSI funds, as well as what we anticipate to receive for 2024. We are utilizing some of the police service transition grant for some of the transition capital related transition costs. Reserves, specifically fleet, future expenditures reserve, and facility renewal are being proposed as funding sources, just over $10 million. The Stormwater Utility will help to fund some of the stormwater capital projects. That's been budgeted half year at $2.25 million. As well as some other government grants, and then some decisions to be made on funding sources of $2 million. As you are all aware, capital tax strategy was presented and approved in 2021. Administration has again included this in budget going forward. So we are looking to gradually increase the amount of capital tax by the end of 2027 to $12.5 million. This would have $9.25 million in the city's operating budget funded by tax, and then we'll see the shift storm utility covering $3.25 million by the end of 2027. And pardon me, my notes appear to have not updated on this presentation, so bear with me one moment, I'm so sorry. Thank you for that. So reserves are an additional funding source used for funding capital projects. This table before you is forecasting reserves based on what's been proposed in the operating and capital budgets for 2024. Additions include planned additions through operating and expected interest earnings where it's applicable, while reductions are those that have been proposed in the capital and operating budgets. Reserves like the cemetery perpetual care, the Pinnacle Ridge special tax, the public art housing, and the public reserve, as well as transportation system levy, have very specific uses and parameters. The facility renewal and fleet reserves are both utilized regularly. The facility renewal reserve will be used for both the operating and capital budgets, while the fleet reserve will be used to fund planned vehicle and equipment replacements. Future expenditures reserve is where unspent capital tax is held until completion of projects as well. This is where we do hold the Highway 43 funds that we received from the province a few years ago. And we do have approximately just over 125,000 of the balance in this reserve available for use. Finally, we do have the Financial Stabilization Reserve. The intention is to provide funds to stabilize tax rates, protect against fluctuating revenues and expenditures, and provide funds for emergent one-time expenses or losses of revenue. So just a reminder, it's Council Policy 346 that applies to reserves. And just lastly, on funding sources, and I know we've discussed this a few times now, but of course long-term debt is available as a funding source. The Municipal Government Act does set out parameters for municipalities and their acceptable debt levels and acceptable debt servicing levels. And in addition, Council has placed additional parameters around the amounts of borrowing that the city can have, and that's in Policy 350. Currently, the city is well below both the Municipal Government Act and Policy 350 for borrowing. As CIBC presented yesterday, interest rates for borrowing are currently quite high. It is estimated that based on current interest rates, it would cost the city approximately $85,000 in debt servicing for each $1 million borrowed. So what I will do now is we can go through each service area. So I'll start, Chief Lemieux is going to cover for the policing services, and we'll walk through for each capital.
Perfect. Thank you for the introduction. Turn it over to Chief Lemieux. This is on page 32. And so as this goes through, and not indicating that just this bucket, but if council has items they'd like to flag, please get in the queue. But before you start, Chief Lemieux, I just have a couple questions from councillors. I'm assuming they're for CFO Whiteway. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. It's kind of an overarching question. On page 26, there's $4.1 million towards special projects. Just kind of curious what examples of those special projects might be.
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you for the question. I'll gather the list of which ones those are. And
thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just wondering, as some of these capital costs are tied to other funding sources, when I look at roads, there's about 15.7 million from road existing down to road paved lanes. If money were to be cut there, I'll just put out, if I were to look at making a motion to reduce $2 million in roads, would we still qualify for all of our other funding streams as far as the CCFB and the other options, I guess, for funding them? Because I'm pretty sure they have to have a percentage of capital when you're doing those. So I just want to make sure if I were to make a motion to do fund by $2 million in that area, that we'd still qualify for the proper funding.
Ms. Whiteway?
Okay, so on the speaking to the MSI, LGFF, and I would assume, and we are assuming similar parameters going into local government fiscal framework at this time. So the minimum project requirement for any MSI project is 5% of your total funding. So we are assuming, I'm just going to pull up the numbers here. We are assuming that we will receive Okay, so we are assuming that we'll receive just over $7.2 million, again, in local government fiscal framework. So 5% would put it at approximately $363,000. So just in terms of MSI, the total project has to be greater than $363,000 for it to be approved, as well as, of course, they have certain criteria for types of projects. When it comes to matching, so if you are looking through your capital plan, if you do see, I'll give an example like transit schedule holders, for example. You see a provincial grant line with a capital tax with it, that means that we have to put in a certain municipal portion to match that. Roads in particular, we do, there tends to be parts of the project that MSI won't cover, and that is why we do have certain capital tax dollars associated with roads so that we can have municipal dollars to cover some of the expenditures that they tend to not cover with that program. And in terms of the CCBF, there is no minimum balance requirement on the project. So with that funding stream, there's not a municipal requirement and there's not a minimum project amount.
Okay, so just can I follow up on, so on our LGFF for roads existing, we have 9.2 million. And then under our Highway 43 rehab, which was the section I believe by Ernie's, was 1.75 for future expenditure reserves. If we were to defund hypothetically 2 million on roads existing, or even 1.75 million on roads existing, could that LGFF be used instead of future expenditure reserves, and we could keep that money in our reserves?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you for the question. And the future expenditure reserve funding that was utilized was the Highway 43 money, which is being held in there. So yes, it could remain within the reserve.
Okay. Are we making motions now, or is it just
Yeah,
for information?
we're going by departments, and policing is first.
Thanks, Chief Whiteway.
I just had a question on a similar vein. You mentioned LGFF funding at 7 point something. I just want to make sure I'm on the same understanding. On page 26, it's 9.2. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. It is correct, and I'm glad you brought that up. So 7.2 is what we're assuming for new funding. We do, of course, hold some carry forward, and so that's the remaining difference.
Great, thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
As we start to go through capital projects, I'm wondering, can we expect a list of mitigating opportunities as we were presented in operating, or is it up to us to make those calls?
I think Ms. Whiteway is going to tell you that these are the recommendations. You can ask if certain other funding streams are available by line item, but this would be their preferred recommended funding stream.
Not for funding streams, but for not funding, for taking.
Well, it's capital. If you don't want to fund it, don't fund it.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Am I missing? I might be missing your question.
I don't want to fund the capital budget in its entirety.
Right.
So I need to know where would be opportunities to cut the capital tax portion, because obviously that's the only portion I want to cut.
Sure. CAO Burke.
This is the plan that we're recommending to fund. We would identify risks if there was a question around what happens if we don't fund this particular item. That would be a valid question that we'd be prepared to answer.
Perfect. Okay, so Chief Lemieux, you're starting with capital budget items under policing.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I'm referring to page 47 in your document. These are capital projects for the policing services. I'm going to focus on the ones that are for 2024. Some are more long-term, and I'd certainly be happy to answer questions on those future years, but I'll focus mostly on 2024. The very first one is detachment front counter. So this is the RCMP detachment front counter. That front counter was designed at bar height level, and it has caused ergonomic issues over the years. Currently we've had in the past some employees that have received medical notes that they had issues with working on those stations, so we've been able to accommodate some employees, but long term we'd like to see an upgrade to that department front counter to reduce the height and reduce some of our ergonomic issues that we've had. The next one is fleet vehicles for enforcement services. So as we have started to grow our traffic unit in enforcement services, we're requesting 2 patrol vehicles to support that particular those operations. And the type of vehicle hasn't been determined yet. That'll be determined by our new police chief, and he certainly will have some input in terms of what kind of vehicles we acquire there. And the third item I'll speak to is Grande Prairie Police Service fleet additions in the amount of $646,200, and that is the amount that was in the MNP report. So that's very much in line with the funding, and those would be funded from the Municipal Police Service Transition Grant. I'd be happy to answer any questions on the policing services.
Perfect. So council opportunity for questions on these items as presented as capital budget under policing. And also, if you're looking to flag for discussion or debate, we're going to build a list just like we did with operating. So just let me know that you want to flag it. But if you also have questions, feel free. So starting with Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I've just got a general question about GPPS procurement. There's a lot of procurement activity that's going to happen in there over the next few years. How come we're looking at fleet additions and dispatch appear in this document, but not the other procurement activity like guns, vests, uniforms, tie clips, all those things?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So we do tend to include those at a more operational level than we would capital, just with I know they can be a large purchase, but on an individual level, they do fit into operating. So I guess similar to some of our smaller pieces of equipment and things within normal city operations, we would have all of the evergreening for smaller items within our operations.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. It's always when you're starting up, so it makes sense to expense that rather than capitalize it. Thank you.
Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So just more of a point of clarity. So with the additional vehicles, they are additional vehicles, or are they RCMP vehicles that are cycling out and Grande Prairie Police Service vehicles cycling in?
Chief Lemieux?
These will be new vehicles. That'll be branded Grande Prairie Police Service. So we had an option. We have an option to purchase used RCMP vehicles, but the direction that has been recommended is that we acquire our own. So that's part of that process here.
Okay, and again, just a point of clarity, we currently own 90% of the RCMP vehicles?
That's correct.
Thanks.
On that, Chief Lemieux, I would assume that as we acquire and the transition, we'll be turning over some RCMP vehicles to auction, for lack of a better term.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Thiessen.
Sorry, those darn buttons. Yeah, no, I got no questions, but I would like to flag the detachment front counter.
Thank you. I'm just laughing because you have no questions, but you're in the queue. But then I got it. I got your point. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. My question is, with this enforcement fleet vehicles for the $188,000, I'm curious why we would be asking for this when Chief Lacusta is just getting into the role in January with another $646,000 of cars coming in, which is funded through the grant. These two other vehicles for enforcement services, wouldn't we just wait and see what's going to happen in regards to all the other new vehicles they're buying? And then instead of just throwing in 2 cars for enforcement services?
Chief Lemieux.
So with regards to the enforcement services, so we had in 23 budget an opportunity or approval from council to hire 5 new officers. So we've started that process. Certainly, Chief Lacusta will take a look at over time what he needs for resources, but right now we've had this review with him, and this is basically what he thinks is going to be required fairly early on.
Okay, I'd like to flag that because it feels premature to me, for lack of better words.
Councillor Thiessen, you're still in the queue, but I'm just, yeah, okay. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I too like to be recognized occasionally.
Yes, exactly. Hi, nice to see you.
I guess one quick question and then another question. So we're talking about Chief Lacusta reviewing this, but do you know if the Commission Finance Committee has also reviewed this capital budget?
Chief Lemieux?
I am not sure. I'll have to double check.
And then my other question is, and my apologies, might have been an operational question, but I'm just trying to understand how procurement of equipment costs. At some point, we're going to get a check from the federal government for 90% of RCMP equipment we own. And I know that stuff gets written off, so it might not be a giant check, but be a check we get at some point. Where's that reflected in our financials projections?
CFO Whiteway, you want to take both those? That'd be great.
Yes. So the potential of the 90% buyback was it's within the transition plan, so future years, and it will be utilized for if we do require additional capital at that time. So it's built into the transition plan to help to fund that. And
sorry, just about that. So that would be operationalized, not capitalized too. So that would appear in the operational.
I suppose it would depend in the future, like once we know how much we are going to get and what we, analyzing at that time where it could be best utilized, whether transition capital or transition operating is what we would bring forward or what the Commission would look at. In terms of the Finance Committee, I do know that they did review these. That was done, I helped with that myself, along with Chris Manuel. So I do know that these were all reviewed with the Commission's Finance Committee.
All right. So 2 items flagged. We're going to continue on. Public Services is next. Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to page 43. And again, I'll speak to the items that are in a capital plan for 2024. The very first one is Hanson Lincoln Field Players Shelter. So as your description states, this is basically to provide permanent shelters. Right now, if you've been to some of the games, you see some of the teams bring their own tents because we do not have permanent shelters. So that would build permanent shelters for our teams that use those fields. The budget request is $50,000. The next item I'll speak to is on page 44. That was part of our community group funding, and this was a request from the Grande Prairie Climbing Association. This request for $86,465 tops up the association's approved funding from 2022. So in 2022, council approved $115,000 for that group. This gives the association about half of what's required for the purchase and installation construction of their climbing wall, which is estimated to be $403,000. So city administration's approach with these community groups is to support them as best as we can, but we expect them to be responsible for covering 50% of their requested upgrades. So approving this amount will give them their 50%, and the expectation is then they would raise the other 50% to complete the climbing wall. That's that item. The next item is Center for Creative Arts, a request for $31,000. That's for energy efficient lighting upgrades in their studio spaces, for some security cameras, and to address some safety concerns, and new flooring installation for the gallery and the office space. The next item is again community group funding from Nighthawk, and that's the funding is for the city's portion of the equipment replacement program. So historically, the split for Nighthawk has been the MD contributes 50%, the county 25%, and the city 25%. So this would be our 25%. The next request is from the Grande Prairie Pickleball Club, and they're requesting $35,000. Again, the city's approach is we will provide 50% of their funding for the required upgrades, and this funding would top the existing pickleball capital project, giving them about half of the estimated cost of the repairs. Yeah, and those are repairs to their courts due to some damage from freeze-thaw cycle. The next item I'll speak to is exterior signage. So this is for design and building of double-sided exterior signage for City Hall, design and building of double-sided exterior signage for the Montrose Cultural Center, and a single-sided exterior signage for the Activity and Reception Center. That amount is $140,000. Next on my list is the blacksmith shop roof at the Grande Prairie Museum, and that's for replacement of the shingles and reinforcement of trusses for the blacksmith shop, and that amounts to $26,000. And I'm moving to page 45. On page 45 is at Musco CP Park. There's a need to replace and upgrade the lawn bowling turf. Replacing the turf, we would reuse the turf that was purchased for the Bear Creek Folk Festival, and doing that reduces this capital project from $320,000 to $240,000. So projected saving of $80,000 by reusing that turf, and so the request here is for $240,000. The cost estimate includes redoing the base, which has significant deterioration, and repairs would allow the city to maximize the use of that facility for outdoor gatherings, birthday parties, cornhole tournaments, and other activities. The next request is for the National Aboriginal Hockey Championship. The request is for $50,000. I'm on page 45 again. And so, as you know, the Aboriginal Sport Circle has awarded GP the 2024 championship. So this is a request is for financial support for the championship, which will be hosted at the Design Work Center, Eastlink Center, and Bonnets Center. They'll bring over 500 athletes from 13 provinces. The event dates are May the 5th to the 11th, 2024. The next one is request for the Special Olympics Alberta Summer Games, a request of $40,000. This would be the municipal grant contribution for hosting the 2025 Special Olympics.
Is that everything? Sorry, I kind of had to jump page to page.
Oh, I just have a couple more.
Thank you.
Next on page 45 is a sport tourism. I'm just looking at my book here. I'm trying to track that down. Sport tourism strategy. So given the earlier motion that was made by council to defer the staffing to 2025, we would recommend that this also be deferred. And the last one on page 45 is the fire department equipment replacement. So that's an annual replacement to maintain the life cycle replacement of fire equipment, and the majority of that spending in 2024 will be on fire hose and self-contained breathing apparatus. Be happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. Thanks, Chief Lemieux. Enough for questions or items to be flagged. Recognizing Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just curious on the CKC turf player shelters, which I'm happy to hear we're looking at. I'm just wondering if there was any discussions with the football clubs or the soccer clubs about their opportunities, or if there was any discussion with having these sponsored and built with a private industry member.
Chief Lemieux.
There have been some of those discussions, and we also think there might be advertising option in terms of wrapping on these structures. So there are ongoing conversations about that.
Okay, so there's potential revenue options off of these at some point.
Yes.
And if I can just have one more on the facility signage, you'd mentioned the 3 buildings. So we got the City Hall, the library, and the Activity Reception Center. Happy to hear about the one from Montrose Cultural Center. I know they've been wanting a nice sign over there. I'm just curious, what sort of signs are these? Are we building pylon signs? Are we adding digital signage in these so we can speak about features of these facilities, or what's the intent with the signs?
Chief Lemieux.
I'll have to get the detail. I don't have the detail of what $140,000 would get us to start with, but I'll get that detail.
Okay, thank you.
Since we're on that item, I'd like to flag exterior signage. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I was going to flag that one too. I'm glad you did. I'd like to flag the lawn bowling turf. I'm not sure for me if
Hey, you flagged it. We can go on.
Okay, then I have more. Can I do another one?
Sure.
That was easy, yeah?
Okay. I didn't hear anything about the Design Works Extra Zamboni.
Chief Lemieux, but that is, capital tax for 2025.
Oh, so
do you want just an update, or what do you?
Well, yeah, just the outlook on that. Like, what are?
Chief Lemieux, do you have any additional context for that?
No, I don't, but I can certainly. I'm not sure what the question is.
Well,
basically, it's for a second.
The
Zamboni.
need, like, how much of a need is it? I guess is what we're looking at. I was thinking about, but you're right. It's 2025, so. And then the other question I had was for the Climbing Association. There was some talk about, the little climbing rocks in the past. That you hang on to, the little knobs that you put on the wall. Was that coming through us? Is that coming through the association?
So
some used ones we were looking at.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the association has, they've got a design that they have, I believe, finalized now, that, and we've approved that they will be building this at the Activity Reception Center. So this is their design. This is what they need. This is the amount that they identified, $403,000. And so with this amount, we would provide them, the city would be providing them 50% of the requirement. Not sure I'm answering your question.
No, I thought there was discussion at some point where some of the climbing pieces, like those little knobs that they put on the wall, we could gift them as used product from a different climbing wall that was shut down.
So I believe that we have some of that equipment left over from the college, and whatever we have left from the college will be either has or will be provided to them.
And that's gifted within this 50% already, or up and above?
No, it's not included in this amount.
Okay, and I'd like to know what the cost value is, if possible.
We'll get that information for you.
Thank you.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just because my brain's getting a little fuzzy here. With these items that we're looking at, are we looking to add them into the budget, or are they already in the budget, and should we decide not to fund it, then it comes out?
Go ahead, Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, so anything that has an identified funding source is in budget. So if if it is decided to not fund it, then, for example, we could reduce the amount of capital tax within operations.
Thank you.
I see no one else in the queue, so I'd like to flag the sport tourism strategy. No, this is the capital part of it. You did defer it? Yeah, we're going to flag it. Okay, and I see no one else in the queue, so we're going to move to strategy and communication services next, please.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So we only have 2 items under strategy and communication services. The first being under intergovernmental affairs. The
33 or, sorry.
Yes, page 30.
33 is the description, or it's on 27.
So our first item is under intergovernmental affairs. It's the Indigenous Relations Framework action items. It's a budget request of $50,000. So in April 2023, Council had endorsed the city's Indigenous Relations Framework with action items to come out of that related to the celebration and commemoration of Indigenous history and culture. So this year, what we're looking to do is purchase some plaques, artwork, and displays of local Indigenous culture at various city facilities in celebration of the 125th anniversary of the signing of Treaty 8, which that will be in 2024. Of note in that is that you will see there's a federal grant of $50,000 that we've requested. This is a matching grant, so if we don't fund it, then we would not be eligible for receipt of the federal grant as well.
Clarification, we don't know that we've been approved yet?
We do not know that as of yet, yes. And then the second item under legislative services is for consideration of a 2024 municipal census. The budget request is $264,000. So the last time the city of Grande Prairie has done a census, it was conducted in 2018 at a total cost of just over $213,000. In 2019, the government of Alberta moved that municipal census counting to population estimates could occur, and as I mentioned, the city hasn't conducted one since 2018, and our census reserve was discontinued. In the spring of 2023, a new regulation was announced by Municipal Affairs that allow for us to now conduct a census in 2024 and use those municipal census counts to apply for provincial grants from Municipal Affairs. So we do not know currently what the LGFF funding formula would be, but we can conservatively expect a net gain to the city of anywhere from $280,000, which would be the minimum we would estimate, up to a maximum of around $2 million in 2025 and 2026. And again, that's dependent on the weighting of the population in the LGFF formula, which will be released by the end of this year. Future gains beyond 2026 would have to be assessed based on our population results from the 2026 federal census. We do have the opportunity to look at a potential project of doing this with our municipal partners. We haven't explored that as of yet, but we are also exploring grant funding, which could occur, but it's quite limited in what we may receive for that. And with that, I can take any questions.
Perfect. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I think I'm going to show my cards here just very quickly through a question, but I am flagging the Indigenous Relations Framework action items. Currently listed under capital tax, just Chief McEachern, is there a possibility, considering this is artwork and a display of culture, that instead of using capital tax funds, that we could maybe use our public art reserve?
Chief McEachern?
Thank you. Yes, we are exploring the potential to do that. There was additional, originally when this request was made, it was going to be for $150,000. So there is an Indigenous monument that we were looking at doing, and we are exploring that through the public art for that portion of it.
Okay, yeah, I'll still flag it, and simply because I think this is what the public art reserve is for, and we have stacked this up in recent years, and might as well use the reserve for what it's needed for. So,
Councillor Blackmore.
Just a follow-up question about the Indigenous relations item. If you do not get the grant funding, would you not do the project, period, or would you still do $50,000 worth of placking or whatever?
McEachran?
Thank you. Yes, we would continue to do what we could with the 50,000. It would just be limited in what we were able to accomplish, but we would pursue it with that.
Okay. And you flagged it, right? Okay. I also had a question about legislative services of the census. In my past experience, there's no point in doing a census unless we are confident that our population has increased. I'm wondering how confident we are that our population has actually increased.
Chief McEachran?
Thank you. In talking to our team as well as the InvestGP team, we are quite confident that a municipal census would benefit us in growth for in our population.
Thank you.
I had a question on that as well. Can somebody remind me, maybe Councillor Bressie, where are we at discussions with municipal affairs and shadow population?
Shadow population is a completely broken definition they have. Theirs is based on where you work, not where you sleep. So if somebody sleeps in the city of Grande Prairie but works in the MD gets money for them, we don't.
Okay, thanks for that. So sorry, were you flagging census or you're good? Okay, so I see no one else in the queue. Last call, moving on. Okay, next is financial administrative services.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So just for reference, the projects are covered starting on page 33 in your budget book. So looking at our Geographical and Information Technology Services Department, we're proposing corporate IT initiatives. This is to identify and implement corporate document management solution to organize, store, and retrieve documents, enhance efficiency and compliance within the organization. We're also looking at corporate network infrastructure initiatives, support hardware, software, and processes to provide communication path and services between users, applications, processes, services, and external networks and the internet. This is the main infrastructure technology of the organization that allows day-to-day operations. The Municipal Wireless Project. This initiative sustains the municipal outdoor wireless network. The network provides the infrastructure equipment required for the intelligent transportation system, city facility wireless network, and outdoor wireless in the community gathering places. For security and disaster recovery, $75,000 of capital tax. These initiatives protect sensitive information and city infrastructure from unauthorized access or destruction. This project is responsible for policies, tools, and procedures to enable the recovery of vital technology infrastructures. Finally, request for $25,000 capital tax video surveillance. This is for system encoders. The City Hall's video surveillance system requires encoders, and they're here to support the current camera installations around City Hall. We also do have our evergreening facility video surveillance cameras as well. Also for 2024, there's the Enterprise Asset Management Implementation. So just a note on this one that it has been spread out over 2 years. So similar to the ERP, we would be able to do the procurement and work in year 1 as well as finish up the project in year 2. The city does face an aging maintenance recording system across many of our departments. So new asset maintenance software would be beneficial. It would help to integrate with financial and spatial systems and allows for collaboration and decision-making integrity. So to sustain the city services effectively, there is a need for a robust system. This project would address gaps in service request feedback, risk-based replacement planning, capital planning, and operational optimization. And finally, tax and assessment is requiring a new folder inserter. This is essentially what is used to ensure that our tax notices are mailed in a timely manner and processed in-house. Our current machine is very close to end of life. The manufacturer no longer manufactures a similar machine, and so parts are becoming much more harder to source. And with that, I'll take any questions.
All right, Councillor Plott.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just on the ERP, when I look at the capital tax for the 738 and the 1.25 for the next couple of years, is that all for just hardware costs, or a lot of that for labor for implementation?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So it would be a mix. Similar to ERP, we would have to plan out the labor costs associated with implementation, but there would be contractual obligations. So without knowing, of course, we would have to go out to market on what program we would want to, that would best suit our needs. But built into these estimates are time that it would take, contractor support, licensing, those sorts of costs associated with these implementations.
Okay.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I have a question on corporate IT initiatives, as well as a few other ones. And my question is, if and when we support this in 2024, there's 25, 26, 27, and 28. Is that a package deal? Or can we do 1 year at a time or 2 years at a time?
Thank you for the question. So this is, I would say, a running project. It does come forward to council each and every year. And it is various hardware, software costs, processes. Essentially, I would say dollar amount changes would lead us to do less with what we would have. So we've identified that 225 for 2024 is what is required this is the main infrastructure technology, the organization, to allow for day-to-day operations. So this is what's been determined required work on these initiatives for 2024.
And next year it'll triple, pretty much.
Yeah, and I will get the breakdown of the differences in years.
Thank you.
Just going to jump in the queue quick. Can you explain to me capital tax on a folder inserter? Do we not have a reserve that would cover replacement of fixtures and equipment? I'm surprised to see it as a capital tax item.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. These types of smaller assets would not be included. Fleet is the only one where there's some machinery and equipment. Some of these, I suppose, more office equipment and such, typically actually run through operations because they're a smaller dollar amount. These are expensive for equipment, yes. So, but they're not something managed by fleet or forecasted within the fleet reserve.
It can't be assumed in operation. I've never seen a photocopier come to council for capital budget discussion.
And for context, so with our photocopiers, we do run those a little different. This is I believe, the only one that we would have within the city. For information, we did run a lease versus buy analysis before bringing it forward, and it was determined that buying it was the best for the city rather than leasing.
And it couldn't qualify under facility renewal or?
No, it couldn't.
No? Okay.
No.
All right, Councillor Blackmore. Sorry. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just focusing on the IT initiatives that Councillor O'Toole brought up, I notice in 25 and 27, there's a huge jump. There's almost 1.2 million between the 2 years. So I'm just wondering, how in-depth is this and what's that look like? I know you're going to come back and do the breakdown, but it seems a lot of money.
Ms. Whiteway.
Okay, so I'm just going to look at my notes here. So there is some required data center server upgrades in the future years. So, sorry, let me go back to. Okay, so specifically within 2025 and 2027 are the years that you had highlighted. Okay, so there's some data center server upgrades. So this infrastructure are the integral components of the city's operations and supports various aspects of city business. We have redundant data centers to ensure business continuity in case of disruption. So these now, or they won't now, but in 2 years will require updates to the hardware at 2 locations as they end their lifespan. So that's why you will see the higher costs in those years as these infrastructure and data centers come to their end of life and need to be replaced.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Considering the year that we're having and looking at the cuts that we need to do, what would the impact be if we move the enterprise assets management implementation to 25-26?
Ms. Whiteway.
The impact, we do have a couple. Currently, we're running multiple systems for multiple departments. So within fleet management, within our facilities and engineering, they all use separate programs to manage their asset data and related information. I would say that the fleet management system as well as the facility system especially are we are unable to support them like we once were. There's limited updates available. They're quite outdated and, to be honest, not up to what an organization with our value of assets should have. Postponing it, well, we can still continue to do the work. However, the reporting, we run the risk of losing some of that data. And we do run the risk of inaccuracies as well. They're just beyond their useful life at this point and are also not able to be integrated with our ERP.
Okay.
Councillor Blackmore.
On that same note, both with the EAM and corporate IT initiatives, what is the risk to the organization if we were to reduce those budgets, say, by half, just as an example?
Ms. Whiteway.
And sorry, just to confirm, that was on the corporate IT initiatives 225 in...
and the enterprise asset management, both of them.
Oh, the both of them. Sorry, I'll just get here for one moment. I'm just going to get a complete answer from my director of IT. I know that the team had proposed to the corporate leadership team already more than what's being provided to council today. So I do want to get a clear understanding from him of exactly, my understanding is this was sort of the bare minimum ask. So I'll just get that from him and then confirm.
Can we just flag it for now and move on and
both of them?
That information, both of them, yeah.
Sounds good. We can come back to that. We're going to go to special projects. Chief Whiteway.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Berg had asked what was included in special projects. So I just really we just really divided it up for presentation, and a lot of the things like census or the clean energy improvement program, plans and studies, those sort of initiatives that may not produce an actual physical asset all the time. Some of our community group funding capital requests, those are what's grouped into the special projects.
Great, yeah, I appreciate that.
All right. Chief Glavin, going to operational services now. and sorry, actually, before you get started, I'm going to take Councillor, you're going to flag. Councillor Blackmore, you're still in the queue.
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break before we come back to operational services. Welcome back to day 2, the afternoon, last part of the afternoon of the day 2 budget deliberations for 2024 budget. I understand that our CFO may have some additional information on one of the questions. I'll turn it over to her, and then we'll go to operational services. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So in terms of corporate IT initiatives proposed at $225,000, there was a question on what the impacts would be if this was reduced. As I did mention, we had already made in our budget review prior to bringing forward to council, had made some reductions at the CLT level. So further reduction would actually cause some security vulnerabilities, most likely decrease performance and reliability. So slowing down, aging hardware struggles to handle workloads. It can cause slowdown and potential outages. This can impact citizen experience and, of course, city operations. Remembering that this system does support the high availability requirements for our GP 911 dispatch. And finally, of course, as you have outdated hardware, you do increase your maintenance costs. So deferring of this capital injection would potentially increase maintenance costs. In short, really, you have a security risk to the organization, an operational risk to the organization, and even perhaps a financial risk to the organization if this was to be further reduced. In the future years, funding is replacement of 5 servers at our backup and disaster recovery data center. The 5 servers in the main data center, both are required to be updated at the same time. You cannot do one without the other. And so again, deferral, impact of deferral could be, again, organizational risk for operations, financial risk, and security risk on that. We have ran looking at outsourcing from a server to the cloud, and it has been significantly more expensive. Subscription cloud services is very much more expensive. Our requirements evolve in the organization, as do our opportunities to explore other options. So we've done so, but we have determined it to be more expensive. And on the enterprise asset management implementation, if you do scale back the budget, you could potentially scale back what we would get for a software. A lot of municipal grants, too, a point to make, are relying on reliable asset management data, asset management policies, practices, and those sorts of things. And so scaling back could potentially impact some of our grants down the road, as many funders do have been starting to ask about asset management practices within an organization.
Okay, thank you for that additional information. Going to turn it back to Chief Glavin for the introduction of operational services capital budget.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'll do an introduction for all of our capital items for 2024. If there are questions for future years, I'll be happy to take those as well. So starting off with the Avondale Road Access and Servicing Study. This is in order to do the servicing studies for some of the potentially required upgrades to fulfill the area redevelopment plan for the Avondale High School sites, as well as connect the 105th Street road to the existing bypass. For our bridges existing, this program covers the maintenance and replacement for our 41 bridges around the city, including pedestrian bridges. For our inspection programs, this covers a variety of assets, including bridges, docks, roads, sidewalks, traffic signals, and city pylon signs, as well as the reservoir spillway. Intersection improvements. This is the replacement of traffic signals, the installation of new traffic signals, and any geometric improvements that we might make at intersections. For land acquisition, this is an unfunded item that we put in here strategically for so that we don't have to come back and make an adjustment to the capital plan. And just because it says $1 million, that does not mean it's funded for $1 million, nor do we plan to use it. If we do plan to purchase any land, we have to come back to council. For the Pedestrian Links program, this is the replacement of existing sidewalks and pathways, as well as the installation of new pathways. The current budget proposed here would not see many, if any, new pedestrian links next year. It's largely replacement. For the plans and studies, this includes a number of studies that we're looking to do here, including a potential road safety audit plan, a reservoir feasibility study, and the 132nd Avenue outfall study update. For public utility lot drainage repairs, this is just to ensure that our public utility lots function as designed for conveying storm drainage. For our concrete crushing program, this is the materials that we collect from city capital projects that we crush on a biannual basis. So although we budget annually, it only happens biannually. So it costs approximately $500,000 each time we crush the material. We then use those materials for other city projects. In roads, the existing roads, this is our primary funder for all of the city's overlays, full depth reclamations, and reconstructions of our road network. Our minor resurfacing line for $700,000 was a first time we had it was last year. We used this to do overlays in areas that we otherwise will not get to with our capital program for a significant amount of time. The goal is to improve the road, increase the rideability of it, and ultimately try to prolong us having to do a capital intervention like a reconstruction. The old Highway 43 rehab program for next year, we've identified an area west of the airport that's had degradation that we'd be looking to do some upgrades there, as well as some work around the signals. For paved lanes, for $250,000, this is the first time the city's or the administration's proposed having a paved lane program. Currently, we just stitch lanes together. So we'd have our transportation crew go out, fill potholes, do very minor overlays when they have the opportunity to do so to allow people to to go across them. But we do not have a defined program to actually replace lanes. Spillway and dam armoring. Under the Water Act, we have certain things that we have to maintain for the spillway in order to be in compliance with the regulations. As a result of the work that we've done over the past 2 summers, when we removed the vegetation from the spillway, it was discovered that we do not have adequate armoring. So basically all of the rock that you see in there needs to be increased in order to meet the regulations that we have to under the Act. We would be looking with the $100,000 would be initially for next year doing the design of that, and then the following year the construction and placement of the required materials. For the stormwater utility capital improvements, these are the capital components that we're transferring from the existing budget that we have into the stormwater utility for half the year, as well as half the year being funded by capital tax. In corporate facility management, we have the Bandage Pause mechanical upgrades for $180,000. This is cost shared with the county and was identified in a property condition report that we commissioned ahead of the purchase of this facility. Center 2000 exterior painting and staining. This has been work that's been identified for a few years and has been deferred that we're recommending completing in 2024. The Clean Energy Improvement Program, we're looking to continue with debt financing for that program. This program does not count against the city's debt limit. This is a tool that we use in order to allow businesses and residents to finance their improvements over the useful life of those assets, and then they pay that back to us over time. Design Works front entrance paving stones. There's been significant degradation in the paving stones in front of the Design Works Center, causing some hazards that we want to mitigate, and we are looking to replace that. We're likely to replace that with concrete and not paving stones due to the difficulty of maintaining paving stones. The museum roof, the Grande Prairie Museum roof membrane, we've had to do extensive patching on that and had to do more this year as it's the end of its useful life. We're looking or proposing to replace that. The RCMP parkade floor replacement, there's also significant degradation of the flooring in the parkade, largely due to use of road salts and materials that are brought into the facility. For the RCMP rooftop unit replacement, it has reached the end of its useful life, and we're proposing to replace that in 2024. The service center washroom change room upgrades, we are proposing to, within the existing footprint of the washrooms, expand the amount of washrooms available for our female staff. At the time that that building was built, we had a very small portion of females in the workforce. We now have a much more substantial portion of females in the workforce, and we would like to rectify the issues we have right now where it can be at times difficult to find space for anybody needing the washroom. In environment and parks, we have a blade sharpener that we're proposing. We have a significant amount of blades that need to be either replaced or sharpened on a fairly regular basis, often weekly, largely due to the volume of grass that we cut and the varying terrains adjacent to roadways with gravel that cause them to wear out fairly quickly. The current machine is about 12 years old, and we are stitching it together with parts from a previous machine that has been out of commission for many, many years. Covered outdoor structures. These were the outdoor structures that were funded in previous years that we've debated at, or have been debated at committee and council. Muscogee Park tennis and basketball court rehabilitation. The courts have significant cracking and heaving in them, and we get a significant amount of complaints over it, over the use in there, and we're proposing to do that in 2024. Our playground and amenity replacement. This is life cycle replacements for many playgrounds across the city. $750,000 is approximately the cost of 3 to 4 playgrounds, depending on the size. For playground resurfacing, this is where we go and we top up, whether it be any of the rubber materials, sand, or wood chips, or anything else with our playground surfaces around the city. And this is a regular line item that we have proposed in every budget. South Bear Creek Diamond Renewal. This is the shale resurfacing, warning track installation, fencing repairs, landscaping, and anything else that would need maintenance at South Bear Creek. South Bear Creek Natural Playground. Over the years, we've had many requests for a playground at South Bear Creek. As right now, we have some fairly large tournaments and events that get held out there, and we have nothing for kids to do as far as a playground or any type of infrastructure in there, so we're proposing to do that in 2024. Tree replacement program. This is where we identify any trees that are have dead or dying from disease or any other, maybe they were hit by a vehicle, that we then replace over the course of the year. Urban forest strategy. This is an additional phase of the strategy that was previously identified. We're looking at opportunities along the former bypass between 100th Avenue and 100th Street. Fleet management. This is the life cycle replacement of our fleet vehicles, so everything from pickup trucks to graders to snowblowers. In transit, we are proposing transit schedule holders. This is a provincially funded grant where we are required to put 20% in this. This will also give us the opportunity to potentially either scale back or eliminate our print copies that we distribute around the city, and we would consider what that looks like going forward. Transit stop garbage bins. This is just to try to reduce the amount of garbage that is thrown out at transit and then ultimately blows into the neighborhoods. And finally, wayfinding signage. This is to help direct people to our trail system in areas that currently don't have any signage. And it is also partially federally grant supported. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks for that, Chief Glavin. Recognizing Councillor Berg.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Excuse me. So on page 36 under Pedestrian Links, we've got $2 million this year, $2 million next year, largely federally funded. And then we've also got bridges for the O'Brien Boardwalk, which is a gap in the trail system. Is it possible to throw that into, like the O'Brien Boardwalk, into Pedestrian Links budget?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. It is certainly possible to do so. However, in the past, it's been split out. And the reason why you see a capital tax portion and unfunded portion is the last time there was direction from council was to go back to the neighborhood to see if there was opportunity to fund that. So our plan would be to go back to the neighborhood likely this year to see if there's support to do that. And then we'd be able to bring that back to council.
Yeah, I just noticed that it seems like the same thing, but in two different spots. So just thought if we could throw it under one umbrella, but I do understand for 2025, again, the neighborhood aspect of it. So thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I have a number of items that I want to flag. One is the pedestrian links. Let's flag them all and then we'll go back. Yep. One is plans and studies, roads existing, roads minor surfacing, spillway, dam and armoring. That's really a question, not a flag.
Go ahead with your flags and then come to your question.
Okay. Bear Paw driving range pole replacement, outdoor covered structures, and playground and amenity replacement.
Just want to ask your question now.
My question is spillways and dam armoring. I'm wondering why that wouldn't be part of the stormwater utility as a stormwater.
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. These, I'll have to confirm, but I believe we consciously excluded spillway costs from the storm utility.
Okay.
Chief Glavin, can you just Councillor Blackmore, can you make sure your mic's on?
My mic is on. It's far away. We can't cut that because we're required by federal law to look after it. But so my question was just why it wasn't with stormwater. But if we've done that on purpose, that's fine. And my other question is, why do we have gender-specific bathrooms in the first place?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Regarding gender-specific bathrooms, I think it's largely the configuration of the space currently, but it's certainly something we could take back. But I'm not sure. I'd have to ask inspections. I think specifically on code. I think there's some code elements to it, but I don't have a firm answer.
I just, a lot of places I've been, cubicles now are floor to ceiling, and they're not gender specific because it doesn't matter who you're standing next to when you wash your hands. So I'm just wondering if that's a better use of space going forward. But that's not a design question that you can answer at this minute.
Okay. All right, Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Councillor Blackmore flagged a bunch that I was going to, but I just wanted to also flag the natural playground at South Bear. And I think she flagged roads in general. I think she flagged the roads. But yeah, I'm good after that.
Just to clarify, I'm not sure if administration or if the intent of either of you was to flag Old Highway 3 rehab program as part of roads because it wasn't listed.
Yeah, I'm flagging roads in general.
Okay.
So anything to do with roads.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Most of the other ones have been flagged already. I'd like to flag the RCMP parkade floor replacement.
Okay. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Councillor Blackmore. You flagged about 80% of the items that I had flagged. There was one that was left on the list. So it is for 2025, and it's the Center 2000 and Sundial brick refurbishment.
Okay. 2025. Okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I guess my question would be in regard to stormwater utility capital improvements. That is coming out of our tax base already. It's supposed to be net zero. So is this just a line in, line out item?
Mayor Clayton, it would be, as the implementation date is until July 1st, there's half of the year is budgeted outside of the utility.
Right, but that is coming, the cost is coming out of our tax base originally, right? And then
So half the
explain how
capital-
it goes to net zero, though. It's basically we're just moving budget financial lines, correct?
Robin?
Yeah, so essentially, if this were a full year of implementation of the stormwater utility, all of these costs would be on the storm utility side, and the fees would cover the cost of capital. In this case, in our transition year of the first year, the first 6 months we're funding as we would normally, so they'd be tax supported, and then the last 6 months would be utility supported. So as you see in 2024, we have the stormwater utility with 2.25 beneath that, and then we have capital tax for the first half of 2024 at 2.25.
So you're doing half a year by half year each time?
Only for the first year, as we will only have the utility for half the year.
Right, but the fees should pay for it, is what I'm saying. Like the fees of even half year or whole year, the fees are going to pay for the cost of the stormwater utility.
Correct.
But we don't have the revenue till halfway through, so it has to be funded.
Okay, in other years, the revenue, when are we going to have that?
It will all be capital tax in previous years.
And then it would come back through fees.
So yes, in future years, when we have a full year of utility operation, which will be every year subsequent to 2024, it will all be recovered through fees.
Okay. It should.
Do you want to add anything to that, Ms. Whiteway?
No, I think Chief Clavin covered it well, but just again to reiterate that we are only implementing planning to implement as of July 1st. So we did take what the historic and needed storm capital was, funded half via taxation, half via storm utility charges, and into next year and subsequent years, it's all built into the utility. So you won't see tax-supported storm utility capital in future years.
I guess my question, for the remaining years on here, it is showing as a capital tax, though. No? On this list?
It says storm utility.
Just 2024. My apologies.
Okay, no problem. Councillor O'Toole, and then I'll jump in the queue.
Just confirmation, the Design Works front entrance, you're going to replace the paving stones with concrete?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. That is, I believe, the plan.
Thank you very much.
If they've already been flagged, I apologize. I didn't keep track of Councillor Blackmore's list, but I'd like to flag playground and amenity replacement. I'd like to flag covered outdoor structures. I'd like to flag fleet equipment. And I have one more, sorry. Give me a second. I had a question, Ms. Whiteway. In the CCBF funding, is there an expectation that a portion of it is capital tax? I'm looking in particular in pedestrian links. If there was available CCBF, could the whole thing be funded through that grant?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yes, there's not a requirement there on the 500,000.
Okay, thank you. I want to flag that only because I want to see how some of the other stuff washes out, because there may be reallocation of funding streams depending on what other decisions are made. So, thank you. And I think everything else was flagged. 1 second. Oh, I also want to flag the urban forestry strategy.
That's where the mosquitoes live, in that forest.
Okay, so Invest GP, Chief McEachran.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So I only have 2 items. which I'll refer to page 46. Two items for 2024. The first one being healthcare attraction and retention strategy. This is a strategy that the team is currently working on to address the shortage of healthcare practitioners in the city and surrounding area. As we build out our plan, this 100,000 that we are requesting would include various activities, approaches that can help us build capacity in the system in the near future and set the foundation for sustainable growth in the future. The 100,000 request will offer some flexibility in securing funding for future incentives and marketing initiatives in 2024. And then the second one is the regional workforce partnership. We are requesting 83,500 and then again another 83,500 in 2025. This strategy maps out coordinated, targeted actions to help address employment demands, establish a skilled and resilient workforce, tap into opportunities to drive a competitive environment across the region. So the funding we're requesting for 2024 would be to execute our action plan, which would include labor market data access, stakeholder engagement, website and content development, and marketing and promotional campaign. And with that, I can take any questions.
So that, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I appreciate both the items coming forward for 2024, but I would like to flag the Montrose Cultural Centre outdoor event structures for 2025.
Okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. The regional workforce partnership one for 83,500, was that not the one that our partners were also involved in? But did all our partners go in on that?
Chief McEachran?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, our partners did all go.
All three did? Okay. Thank you.
I'll jump in the queue. I'd like to flag the healthcare attraction and retention strategy as well. I had a question. Let me think of this. Just a question, and it might be better for Chief Glavin. In regards to the Richmond Industrial Area revitalization, I know the plan's been presented and it's identified key issues. How nimble could we be on that plan? If you don't know, and Chief McEachran does, I apologize, one of the two of you might know.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. And just to be clear, is how quickly we could do it, implement any of the recommendations?
Yep.
I'd have to brush up a bit on the plan and talk to staff.
Okay. I'm just optimistic that in April of 2024, there potentially will be some government funding, and it may go through things like CRLs, which this project could qualify for. So it'd be good to know how nimble we could be on that project.
Mayor, I do have so this strategy, what's the major infrastructure upgrades for that strategy? So it would be focusing on upgrades, including intersection roads, sidewalk improvements,
lighting, all of it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's, yeah.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. If we had design money in 2024, we could likely implement in 2025, but we would need to have that in, yeah.
And of this capital tax, how much of his design money's in there?
Yes, it would have been formed part of it. You could assume at least 10% of that would have been ballpark.
Just curious, thank you. I see no one else in the queue. Now we have a list of capital budget referrals, and I'll turn it over to our CFO. And so these were items that were referred to budget deliberations from council initiatives and discussions.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Community Group Capital was referred to budget on June 19th, Council Committee of the Whole. So Chief Lemieux's gone through these. They were included in the 2024 capital plan. So there was 322,800 included and 148,400 for 2025. This is for the GP Climbing Association, Center for Creative Arts, Nighthawk, and GP Pickleball Club. These are on page 44 of the budget book. Engineering study, Avondale. This was referred to budget on September 12th, 2023 at the Operational Services Committee. 150,000 has been included in the 2024 capital plan. The Rising Above was referred to budget on October 16th, 2023's council meeting. Rising Above is in the process of a capital campaign to expand their residential addiction treatment facility in Grande Prairie. They requested $333,000 from the city and will be asking the same amount from the County of Grande Prairie and the MD of Greenview for a combined total of $1 million to help fund the project. The cricket practice pitch fencing was referred to budget on November 14th. Council approved option 1, potential safety changes at existing cricket pitch and practice pitch, and referred a capital cost of $6,000 to deliberations. So this would be to install permanent fencing between the cricket pitch and the playground. Option 1 include an alternative to use temporary fencing, which would require no additional costs other than park staff setting it up and taking it down each season. Finally, Masqua Medical Center was referred to budget on November 14th's council meeting. It was a request of $500,000 from the City of Grande Prairie for Step 1 early costs of design, architecture, and engineering. They will also be requesting $500,000 from the County of Grande Prairie and $500,000 from the MD. Thank you.
Okay, so as this is in a list, do you happen to have a slide with amounts or something? And I'll ask. Perfect.
I can quickly
fill in the amounts.
I'll quickly add them. Yeah, thanks.
So I'm assuming once that slide is up, if we could ask councillors that are looking to flag these items. I mean, they're all referred. So if you want to, that's what we'll do. If you would like to add these items to discussion and debate, we'll go through them and discuss in the debate them right now. Councillor Bressy.
Right now, not just flagging them.
No. Well, they've already sort of been flagged by being brought forward to budget deliberations. So
sure. Oh, I got 3. Which one do I want to start with then? I will move the. So I'm going to move Rising Above. I would assume capital tax would be the preferred funding source from administration. But is there a different recommendation administration would have if I want to move that we fund Rising Above?
Ms. Whiteway.
For the Rising Above contribution, normally the alternative funding recommendations would be something like the Council Strategic Initiatives Fund, or if we had some unallocated in our future expenditures reserve, neither of which would be sufficient to cover. So my recommendation would still be capital tax.
So I'm rethinking this process on the fly. Maybe let's flag them, because there may be different funding streams depending on how other discussion and debate go.
Sure. So I'd say the 3 that I want to flag is Rising Above, cricket, and the Masqua. And kind of where I'm hoping we go is that we find we don't find new capital tax, but we have a discussion about is there opportunities to cut capital tax out of pedestrians and pedestrian roads to fund those is going to be my hope.
Not the pedestrians themselves.
We'll see. It's a tough year. We have to make hard choices.
Okay, so the only 2 that weren't flagged was the engineering study Avondale and the community group capital. And so, Ms. Whiteway, do you mind expanding again on the community group capital, the amount and which items it was, and tell us a bit more where we can see on the Avondale engineering study if it's somewhere under a different portfolio?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So on the community group capital, you will find those under public and protective services. So they're included.
So I see them on page 44, but I guess my question is which ones were on this referral list?
Okay, yeah, just grab my notes here. So on the community group capital, so you have $322,800 for 2024. Sorry, I'm just going to ask Chief Lemieux if he has a breakdown of which ones of each. I believe he has those.
Chief Lemieux?
Yes, so the breakdown is Climbing Association, $86,465. Center for Creative Arts, 31,685. Nighthawk, 169,650. And the Pickleball Club, 35,000.
Okay, so it's all of them, even though they're already in here.
It's all of them, and they're included in the budget right now.
So no need to flag them unless you want to individually flag them. I don't know, some of them may have already been flagged, but we're good on that. I'll come back to the second one. Exactly. Yeah. And Councillor Thiessen, you're next in the queue.
No, sorry, I was in the queue to flag either Masqua or Rising Above.
Okay, so you're good. Councillor Bosch?
Thank you. My question is, I thought we were going to flag the recreation dome and talk about it for funding in capital. Were we not?
Ms. Whiteway, where's the recreational dome and capital?
Sorry, just bear with me one moment.
Maybe I missed it.
It's, yeah, it's,
No, that was operational. I'm paying attention.
You starve them and
okay, so I can probably explain more. So I think because we had put the debt servicing within operations, so we assumed $10 million on that project, and so we incorporated the debt funding that would be associated. So I'll just, so I guess it was flagged once, and perhaps we should have flagged it twice.
Yep, okay, it's been flagged now.
Okay.
Sorry, is the engineering study from Avondale already in the capital book somewhere? What page is that on?
That one's in under engineering, has it for 150,000 on page 35.
Thank you. Okay, so seeing no one in the queue, 4 of the 5 items were flagged that were budget referrals. Actually, I guess not. Community group funding wasn't flagged. Nobody individually picked any of those items, so that's in the budget. The engineering study's in the budget. Rising Above, the cricket practice pitch fencing, which was option 1 from our standing committee the other day, and the Masqua Medical Center. In addition, the dome itself has been flagged. So for today, is there anything else before we start bringing back the flagged item list? Ms. Whiteway.
No, Mayor Clayton, that concludes administration's presentation.
Yeah. Okay, so council, let's go. And because I don't have a flagged list in front of me, I'm assuming somebody does. Well, not that you can help me, but so the first, we're going to start on page 27 at the top. First item flag, the Indigenous Relations Framework Action Items. And I think that was...
Yeah, that was me. Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. With this one, I didn't flag it to take it out. I just an adjustment on it. I thought we could use the Public Art Reserve for that, so I would move.
So question on the funding stream. Chief McEachern, have you had a chance to look into that?
Thank you. And yes, it is a possible funding stream for us. We did pull up the Public Art Reserve Fund policy to take a look at it. What we would need to do is the Sports Development, Wellness and Culture Manager would need to make a recommended purchase to the Community Advisory Committee that oversees arts development funding, and then it would make its way through to Council.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that, Chief McEachern. I would, and the staff all around us in the city, I would move that we change the funding source from capital tax to the Public Art Reserve on the Indigenous Relations Framework Action Item.
Okay. Moving on. Sorry, I don't have a list. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I'll call the question on that motion. Mayor Clayton in favor.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
O'Connor in favor.
Berg in favor.
Bosch in favor.
Nope.
See in favor, I guess. There we go.
Okay. Sure. I said vocally I was in favor. I don't have it on, so. Okay, that passes unanimously. Moving on to the 2024 census, I think somebody had some additional questions. If not, we will move on. Financial and administrative services, the enterprise risk management implementation was flagged. Councillor Blackmore.
Once the information was provided by our CFO, I am content to leave this in the budget.
That as well on corporate IT initiatives?
Yes.
Okay. Next page, I'm just going. So I think Councillor Berg had a question in regards to O'Brien Boardwalk, but maybe your question was answered.
Yeah, I'm content. Yep.
Okay. Moving on to pedestrian links. First one being the capital tax funding, then the other portion of it being funded through CCBF. I'm not sure who identified this, but I see Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't.
Councillor Blackmore.
I move that we remove capital tax funding for pedestrian links in the amount of $500,000, and saying that CCBF funding does not need to be matched. And so I think that this is an area where we can reduce capital tax spending.
Okay. Councillor Bressie, questions on this one or no?
Yeah, for me, no, not questions, comments on it.
So discussion or debate on the motion?
Discussion,
Go
yeah.
for it.
Yeah, so for me, it's tough. It's a tough one because we're so early in the capital right now. So for now, I'm a no, and I hope council doesn't support it now, but I'd be open to coming to it later. For me, two concerns. Number one is I don't see reducing capital tax as a prudent way to lower our tax burden. I really do think that if we save 1.5–2% on our tax impact this year just by cutting capital tax, well, you can't just not invest in the capital assets of this community for long term. So that just means that we're doing an additional 2% next year. So all of a sudden next year, instead of talking about a 3%, we're talking about a 5% next year or whatever it is. For me, I don't want to cause more pain and more disruption and more shock. If we're going to have a large tax increase, I'd love it to be a one-time thing and not have to have an above inflationary tax increase multiple times in a row. So for me, I'm not targeting capital tax reductions to find overall tax reductions. For me, though, I also don't want some of the new projects that I'd like to add in, such as Masqua, such as Rising Above, to have an outsized capital tax. So for me, I'm trying to find room in capital tax to fund those new initiatives that won't be year after year after year. For me, also pedestrian links would probably be there for me. If we have to cut them, I guess we could do it. But I really value letting people get out and walk and be active with their kids. I really value the mobility needs of people that can't drive, whether for financial or physical or age reasons. And so this would probably be the last place of capital tax I'd want to cut. And so I'm a no right now. But it kind of depends on, but if it's defeated now, I'd be very open to coming back and looking at this again.
All right. Other discussion or debate on the motion on the floor? Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would like to see this just for 2024. I don't know if that needs to be amended, and we'll revisit next year, but I'm all for scaling this back to 1.5 million. Although I'm not an engineer, I still think that's a nice, healthy number. And we've got some significant asks before us, and we're going to have to find that money somewhere. So I'm okay for 1 year for reallocating this $500,000.
So, Councillor Blackmore, would you take a friendly amendment to add the year 2024 in your motion?
Well, yes, because that's the budget we're looking at right now.
But next year's 500 as well. So, okay, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I could be very much into scaling this back as well. One thing I did hear, though, and this is where I really enjoy our pedestrian links, is in the new connections and the missing links. And in this one, this budget doesn't represent any of that. So I just have a question for administration. Now Now, with identifying that we're not doing any new links, this is just to replace the sidewalks and pathways. Have we done a PQI on the identified areas that we're going to be refurbishing this year?
Chief Clavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. We do similar work to roads on pathways and sidewalks. So we do have prioritized lists of what things that we would replace. One additional piece of information for council is that we are doing some engagement with the community on missing links and any barriers that might be present for people to use our pathways and sidewalks, whether that be at bus stops or bus stops that aren't adjacent to a sidewalk or anything like that. And we plan to bring that work back to council next year and identify some of that as part of the one of the council's strategic goals. So you will see more on that in 2024 from administration to give you a better idea of what the state of our pedestrian links are from an accessibility, mobility perspective.
Okay. And on that accessibility, mobility perspective and refurbishing the sidewalks and trails that we're already doing, have we already done the pavement quality index on those? Have we identified, are they at like 80% to 60% to 40% to 20%? Like at what rate are we replacing these sidewalks?
Clavin?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I don't have the specific numbers in front of me for pathways and sidewalks. I can see if we can get something from staff, but I don't have it as readily available as I have road data.
No, that's very all right. It sounds like we might have some discussion on this as it is anyways, and I'll just hold back for now and reserve comments for later.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the... Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question.
Councillor Blackmore in favor. Make a decision.
Hey, that carries 8-1. Next on the flagged items, plans and studies, Councillor Blackmore.
Before I make a motion, I would like to ask Chief Glavin if we cut the 2024 number in half to 200,000, would that have would that put any study that in jeopardy that we need immediately?
Chief Clavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The most critical study that we have identified is our reservoir feasibility study. If we cut it by half, we would still be able to complete that study in 2024.
Okay, I would make the motion that we reduce this capital tax amount to $200,000.
Motion is in order.
Sometimes I feel that we spend a lot of time planning and we should maybe spend more time working.
Discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, call the question.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
Next is, okay, so next sorry, that carries unanimously. Next on our items would be roads. So I'm just going to go through them as listed on page 28. And I think Councillor Palat flagged roads as a general area of interest. So we will start with roads 132nd and 116th improvement design and construction. Oh, sorry, that's not this year. First one, roads concrete crushing program.
So Mayor Clayton, for mine, it was flagging from the line item below. There's 3 road existings because they have...
You said anything roads, so I'm just making...
Sorry. I did say that. You're correct. I'm not including that one.
Okay, so we're not flagging that one. We'll go to the next one, which is roads existing, capital tax, $350,000. Councillor Palat.
So my motion is to look at all of the roads inclusively in one motion. When I add up from roads existing, there's 3 line items, actually 4 line items. And there's roads minor resurfacing, road highway 43 overlay, and road paved lanes. My motion is to take $2 million from the $15.7 million that's in the budget to move it down to $13.7 million.
Okay, so just so administration and everyone around the table is clear, your intent is to reduce the overall budget of roads, which includes paved lanes, old highway 43 rehab, minor resurfacing, and then the 4 lines that are classified as existing roads, reduce that overall spend by $2 million to 13.7, correct?
And yeah, just to speak this a little bit, the $2 million, again, open to friendly amendments on this, but the $2 million to me, the reduction would be $1.75 million that's allocated currently to future expenditure reserves and $250,000 from capital. To speak to that as well, I think Chief Glavin had a slide up earlier showing our pavement quality index, what we were historically spending, what we're spending. This is still substantially higher than we were spending at the beginning of last term. I also think it's prudent on us when right now paving costs are incredibly high. I have no problem with pausing on some paving when numbers are really high. I think we're better off when the economy's rocking like it is right now. Roads are busy, over-dimensional traffic is higher. Pavement quality is expensive right now. I think this is a good time for us to park a little bit of that paving money and hopefully in the next term when it comes down, do like we did last term. We actually overspend on that a little bit when you're buying more lane roads for the same dollar. I don't like what paving costs are currently, so I think us reducing some paving in the peak years of cost is a prudent decision on our part.
Okay, so we're just going to take a minute to make sure this works. It's a kind of an arbitrary number. And I did have a question for you before I go to those in the queue. You indicated that you wanted to replenish the future expenditures, but you haven't identified all the items that were tagged with capital. So
sorry, I'm saying reduce it by $2 million, and the two funding sources that I wanted to take that from was instead of having $1.75 million come from future expenditure reserve, to have that be zero coming from future expenditure reserves and $250,000 less in capital.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you see that there's over $1 million in capital there.
That's fine.
You'd rather
$2 million total out of the budget,
but not the whole 1.7.
And I don't want to use reserves if we can help it.
Okay, so first, don't use capital tax. Second, don't use reserves.
There's $250,000 in capital tax.
No, there's more than that. There's 700.
Sorry, may I claim my motion is there's $15.7 million in those areas identified. I want to reduce it to 13.7.
Sure.
All those areas identified.
I guess because minor resurfacing is 700 capital tax, so.
Okay. But
Yeah.
I guess I'm lumping them all together. So
Yeah, and let administration figure out your priorities to not, I'm trying to establish your funding priorities to not use capital tax or to not use
$250,000
reserve.
capital tax and $1.75 million out of reserves, out of that $2 million.
Okay, I have people in the queue. Councillor Blackmore.
I'm sorry, I'm finding Councillor Palat's motion very confusing. So I don't know if we can see it on a screen. I'm okay with reducing the entire road section by $2 million. I'm not okay being the one who determines which money goes where. My priority is to reduce capital tax overall. So, I would rather that the motion just say we reduce this by $2 million and let administration tell us what they're going to do.
Sure. So the CAO has asked if we could just have 5 minutes on roads. They'll come back with recommendations based on the overall reduction of $2 million.
And then my other question about
Mike.
roads was Old Highway 43 rehab program. Is that not money from the provinces dedicated to that?
Yes.
So it needs to come from there?
Yep.
Okay.
Eventually, yes. Chief Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I just want to confirm. So, Councillor Palat, we're starting at if we look at the budget book on page 28, roads existing, there's the capital tax 350,000. If you add all the lines down to the roads, paved lanes, CCBF of 250, that's the total where you're getting the 15.7 million. Perfect. And then, so yes, just to confirm that 1.75 million is future expenditures reserve. However, it is the Highway 43 money that was given to us by the province with that piece of road. And then we'll look at, we will need maybe a few minutes on the capital tax portion just because LGFF does require capital tax to be put in. So we'll have to just look at where we're allowed to be on that.
Sure. So on that note, Councillor Palat has a comment or a change potentially on his motion.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I think I'm confusing people and it doesn't sound like that's going to work. So I would just make a reduction of $2 million in capital tax and let administration work from there on. It doesn't sound
There isn't $2 million in capital being. You just want overall $2 million less spent.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll come back with a recommendation of how that breaks down with a $2 million less expenditure. Okay, perfect. Is everybody else good on roads? Then I have people in the queue. Councillor Bressie.
I was going to make a motion to postpone to give it mid-time, but it sounds like that's happening regardless.
Yep.
So would you like a motion?
I'm good with that motion. And we'll bring back this road discussion tomorrow.
So that's going to move.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, just get us in. Let me get through the queue. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I see on the roads there the Canadian Building Fund and LGFF. So I don't know if you can take the money out of there.
That's why they're coming back tomorrow with recommendations.
It's clear.
That's what they're doing. Yeah, Councillor Bosch.
Yeah, mine was kind of in line. I thought we were just moving on. I'm just curious, basically, the capital tax portion of it, because if it's out of something else, it's irrelevant to
So what I
we're
suggest
doing
is let's
cutting.
see what they come back with and we can discuss and debate that. Okay? Councillor Thiessen.
So this is in a similar vein, but just a question to administration. With the CCBF funding, would it be possible if that was part of the decision, is there any potential that wherever there's capital tax anywhere else in the budget that we could apply CCBF on roads towards those other capital tax items that have not been identified?
So that's why I think at the end we talked about the fact that there will be some juggling of funds depending on decisions that are made, for sure. Yeah. Okay. So now moving past roads. I feel like this is in there somewhere before that. Spillway and dam armoring. Somebody flagged? You're good? Okay. That was good. And so which one, sorry? Center 2000 and Sundial brick refurbishment. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Just a question on this. The brick for the stamped concrete, what is the degradation level of the Sundial? I know I've seen lots of pictures online and I drive by it all the time, and when I'm at Center 2000 I think it's great, but I walk everywhere in this community, but I've never actually used my pedestrian feet to mosey on over there and stand right at the Sundial. And I don't see very many people standing there anyway. So I guess, one, what's the quality of the paving stones there right now? Is it really bad for low traffic, like hotspot? Or B, is this nice to have and we can put it off till later?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Significant maintenance issues there. There's some base erosion that's causing the paving stones to sink. Overall, it's in very poor condition. We are able to string it along, but it takes a lot of effort from our transportation department to maintain those paving stones. Yeah, ultimately, it's not in good shape, would be the moral of the story on that one.
Okay, well, it is 2025, so I'm going to leave it be for right now. And oh, don't look at me like that. But I'll leave it be for right now unless somebody wants to make a motion.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, I just want to speak in defense of some of this. At Center 2000 itself, there's the walking trail and the walkout area. I've been down there and I was shocked at how much rotten wood that there is, and it doesn't reflect well on the city. It's our tourist information booth. They walk around, it looks very, very neglected around the back, including some paving stones and, again, some support beams that have wood. So as far as the building itself in the immediate area, I would love to see that cleaned up and fixed. As far as the Sundial, I'm not concerned.
Councillor Blackmore.
I just wonder if when we look at the Sundial, maybe we don't need to pave it at all. Maybe we want to take the bricks out and turn it all into a flower bed or turn it into grass or...
Yeah. Okay. So next year, let's discuss that.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Next, we have the RCMP parkade floor replacement. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is for administration. As this is a government building, normally these floors have rebar and a fairly thick floor because it is a garage. I'm just wondering, what's the level of deterioration? Is it something that can be rehabilitated and epoxy coating put on, or is this a total removal of the floor? And if you do a total removal of the floor, because there is salt and coming in all the time, then we need to put a different surface on that, so that should be considered in the budget. So I'd like to hear what you have to say to that.
Chief Glavin or Chief? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I can't speak to the rebar, but I'm sure Mick Phillips can comment on that. This was identified in the facility condition audit that was done in 2019 as an issue in 2019. It is fairly severe degradation from what was reported, has continued to deteriorate. They did consider some remediation, but rather than fully replace it, to resurface portions of it, and the preparation costs to do so were quite expensive.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. If we're looking to replace it, is this a replacement cost, 610,000?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, that is the replacement cost.
So holding it off to next year or the year after, is it really going to change anything?
Thanks. Largely, it'll continue to deteriorate, and there have flagged some safety concerns with the area, with the degradation, tripping hazards.
Well, we're already at the point where it's needing to be replaced. So unless the safety concerns are a major concern, then I don't see why we can't move it. So I guess I'm asking, what are the safety concerns?
Chief Glavin.
I can see if Mr. Phillips can provide me a detailed list, but I know it has been flagged for 4 years on this as well as the RCMP, and has been made a priority by facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, I would like also to know about that floor, how they intend to do the repairs. Is it going to be sandblasting and resurface, or that kind of stuff, just so I have an idea?
So would you like to bring that back tomorrow, Chief Glavin?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yes, that would be appreciated.
Perfect. Next, that was flagged, Bear Creek driving range. Councillor Blackmore.
This is in the 2025 budget, so it's not a really big concern today. But my comment about it is I don't believe that it is reasonable to replace the poles and keep the driving range. I'd rather see us remove the poles and convert the land to something else, even if it's open camping, non-service camping. I think there's a lot of options there that make better use. We have a number of driving ranges in the city and just outside the city, which are not particularly expensive to use. So I don't think that this is an item that works for me in its current format. However, it is a year away, and so it's just maybe administration can think about various uses and come back to us with a better plan than simply replacing the poles, which are extremely expensive.
Perfect. I think that's in order. Next would be covered outdoor structures. I'll just share my thoughts, and hopefully somebody can take this. I would like to see the $500,000 from 2024 and 2025 put into unfunded, so that the item stays there for consideration in 2025 and 2026. So basically, we've had conversations, there's reports and information coming back. We've had conversation in regards to sponsorship. So I'd like to amend those two lines where we see 1.5 in 2025 unfunded and 1.5 in 2026 unfunded. But I'm not going to make any motions, so I'll go to Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'd be happy to make that motion for you.
Okay. Councillor Thiessen, is this discussion or debate on this item?
Yes, actually.
Go for it.
Thank you very much. No, I'm in full support. But I wonder if there's also some symmetry as well. Like, I know you said, is this on this item or not? But when I flip forward a couple pages and I get to Montrose Cultural Center outdoor event structures. It's under a capital tax for $2 million for 2025. And I wonder if maybe the further discussion and exploration of the lands of where these covered outdoor structures might go. And there might be some cost savings in there, as well as an opportunity to create something really good in the center of our city. So just something to be mindful of. I will support this motion, though, as it stands right now.
Thanks for your comments. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question.
Councillor Blackmore in favour.
And that carries unanimously. Moving on to playground and amenity replacement. Oh, perfect. Councillor Blackmore.
Just about all mine. I'm going to go home and find that Brian has poisoned my lawn or something. This is one of those line items where it's the same amount every year, year after year. And so I know that over the years we have put a lot of work into replacing playgrounds and making our playgrounds in good shape. So I would like to reduce the amount in the 2024 budget by making a motion to reduce it to $250,000. So that it says 250,000 instead of 500.
Just for 2024?
For 2024, and to leave the rest as is.
So discussion or debate on that motion. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I was looking at doing a motion, maybe not quite as aggressive as yours, so I just want to ask administration a question. We did have a report come back not too long ago, and it took an area of town that we thought we might have overutilization of parks. And so what I'm wondering is if there's an opportunity, or if administration's had a cost estimate on what it would look like to take one of those parks that's in an existing area that's not being utilized and repurpose it somewhere else in the community. Do we have a cost on what the labor would be just to pick up park and move park? And I'm sure it's not, the $250,000 it costs to do a brand new one, but move a playground. Yeah, parks are tough to move. A playground structure from one location to another.
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I don't have that number in front of me. I'll see if they do or not.
And I think just for me, I'll be supportive of the motion because I think that's a huge opportunity for us to do. I think if we could actually start reallocating unused parks rather than buying new playground structures, this would be a better use of our capital to actually reuse facilities that aren't getting fully utilized now.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. My question is, Parks came to us to discuss a different model of how to change some of these amenities in regards to switching it over to a skateboard or rocks or logs or something natural. Has that been considered in this at all? Because this just seems like status quo to me.
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yes, it has been considered. We don't have any parks identified that would fit the strategy that was presented to council in the near term, and there is a cost to convert them from their existing form into a new form. The goal is that long term they would last a lot longer, be a lot less maintenance. Ultimately, it depends on what we put in. So, if we wanted to spend a similar amount to what a playground is to install the natural structure, then we're still going to have that significant capital cost, but the goal is long-term that we would have much lower operating costs for them.
Is there an opportunity to combine Councillor Plott's ideas of moving or selling? Lots of people are looking for play structures and using that money to build these new models.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We have not explored that yet, although I believe the CFO might have a comment as well.
Thank you. Just, I guess in terms of selling equipment and process and what that looks like is it would be included in general revenue. So within operations, we do assume that there will be natural equipment sales within general revenue. We wouldn't know on what we might get, but of course, if that ended up being explored as an option, we could track those funds and certainly put aside, but they may not account for very much. We'd have to see what we could get for it.
Okay, I think I will be in support of this motion because I think we're a bit early in regards to this potential model change, including rotating equipment in different areas or selling it to make money to do natural. So I think it just pushes us to do something unique and different.
Well, this is the first budget cycle that I'm not the playground villain here. And all the people who voted no last year are voting yes. So, hey, this is weird. I like it. I can get behind this motion, and largely because when I look at other amenities that we have in the community, such as the Bike Skills Park down at Crystal Lake, we built that for under $200,000 usually, and that's just pushing dirt. No, you're shaking your head. Oh, yes. All right. Okay, well, you got me there. Although I do like the idea of reduce, reuse, recycle, I sometimes question, and I maybe we'll get more information at future committee meetings or something with Mr. DeVries or someone from our Parks Department. But a lot of it is like cement pilings that go into these playground structures to ensure that they stay there. So when you're starting to dig that out and rip that up, you're going to be bending bars, you're going to be wrecking equipment, you're going to be chipping paint, and sometimes you're not going to be able to use those. And every time I make the motion to cut the playgrounds, or usually hear that, hey, the reason why we have to replace this is because even though it's only at 15 years of its life, it does have some deficiencies, but the manufacturer went out of business and we don't have replacement parts anymore. So as awesome as that is, I don't have a lot of high faith that we're going to be able to transfer a lot of equipment over to other places. I'm hopeful, but I don't know if that's actually going to happen. We have this strategy, as Councillor Bosch intimated earlier, and I think it's a good strategy. I think we got to give them legs. And for me, like I said, this is, or like Councillor Bosch said, this is a status quo budget. And if we really want to, reduce the amount of maintenance and replacement of the playground equipment that we have, at some point we got to make these hard lines. So I don't think I would have cut as deep as Councillor Blackmore this year, but I will support her motion.
Thanks. I'm just going to jump in the queue and then I'll call the question. I agree. I will support Councillor Blackmore's motion. I do believe that the playground strategy is a great first step. I still believe there's other opportunities. If we were to put some funds together for multiple years and put a pickleball court in a common area that in an older subdivision, because we know that demographically there may be older people there. Not everything needs to be a playground. Not everything needs to be a traditional playground. That strategy shows that, and I just think we need to expand on the opportunities. So I will encourage my councillors, or I will bring that discussion back to committee. I think we can expand on that discussion, but for today, I will support that motion. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Unless you'd like to close, call the question, please vote.
Councillor Blackmore in favour.
Who are you missing? Oh, she's in favour. That carries unanimously. Just wait for the screen to pop up. I apologize. That carries 8-1. Yeah, almost. Exactly. On the similar vein, South Bear Creek Natural Playground, Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just wanted to ask administration for the $200,000. What were we anticipating doing for that, for the natural playground?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So we were looking to install a playground. I believe when we spoke with the associations, they were looking on the east side of the facility, so where the fastball diamonds are. And of the $200,000, we would be putting it initially out for design and then have it installed. So we don't have an exact structure in mind as far as what amenities it would include.
Okay, so as part of this $200,000 for design?
Correct.
And do we know about how much would be design? Is that kind of a 10% sort of model on this again, or?
Ballpark is.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
We use 10% as a ballpark. In this case, I don't know if it would be 10%. It might be less than 10% in this case, as some of these things I think have been installed in a number of areas. Some of it will depend on the topography of the area. If there's, natural, hill or something that got installed into, that could change the opportunities for different types of amenities to be installed.
Okay. With that, I'm going to make a motion to reduce this to $100,000. And my intent with that is that, we'll go away and we'll do a study. We're also talking about what we could potentially do with if we don't replace the poles in a very similar location. I think there's a bigger conversation here. And so I'd like to see us put $100,000 into the budget, which will help us design and do a little bit of probably a project in that area, but have a bigger talk about what could happen with the old driving range if it could be repurposed and reutilized as well.
Just going to jump in the queue. I probably will support that motion. My concern is that those of us who went to the Alberta Parks and Rec conference, we go to the trade show, we see these vendors, they sell natural playgrounds. I don't know why we always have to design things. Let's pick a budget and go out and add some amenities to an area. Chief Glavin, if the intent was for council to spend from the CCBF money, $100,000 without design, we have very capable people. Could they go out and add some amenities to an area where people are just looking for kids to play on something?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We'll certainly take that back and do what we can within that budget and see if it's practical. But yes, we'll take that direction and see what we can do internally.
Okay. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, having attended the fastball championships last year, kids were climbing in every tree around me. It was interesting to watch. So we need to give them something to participate in. And if this is coming from the CCBF, Canadian Building Fund, whatever, I think we should leave it in there and allow administration to come back and say, here's what we recommend. And if it's less, then it's less. So I won't be supporting the motion on that basis to reduce it. Thank you.
We gave them all those trees.
Councillor Thiessen, discussion and debate on the motion to reduce it from 100,000 to 200,000.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Mike O'Connor, for your part of it. I actually am not going to support this motion either. This is grant money that is going to fill a really big need in South Bear Creek. And here's the thing, I totally agree with the mayor. I was going to say, do we even need design costs in there? And she jumped in the queue and said, I know we're dealing with playgrounds all the time and facilities and parks and here's what I think is when we had our Grand North Winter Festival, the hit, we had a sculpted slide, we had everything, we had a maze, but the hit of the Montrose Cultural Center concourse in Mamaway was all the snow-plowed snow that just made a mountain at the edge of the parking lot. The kids were all over that, like it was their biggest, bestest, like snow fort. And then when we did, Councillor O'Toole can attest to this, when we did our GP Grows event where we handed out seeds at the Arc, we dumped a big mountain of dirt out there so everyone could take a bag home of dirt with their seeds. And every single kid that came to the activity and reception center was playing on that big pile of dirt for hours and hours and hours. So in reality, I don't think we really need to do a lot here. We could drop a giant dead tree log. We could drop a couple big boulders and the kids would probably be just as happy with that and it wouldn't even cost us $200,000 of grant money. So I won't support this motion.
This is an interesting one to me because I've been trying to get just rocks and logs at South Bear Creek my whole time on council. It's amazing to me that I could work with my colleagues to get a police service implemented, but I can't get 3 boulders in Bear Creek. For me, when I'm looking at this, it's amazing how much fun kids have climbing on the trees and the disc golf baskets. I have to chase kids off the disc golf baskets all the time. They don't need big playground structures here. They just need something to climb on when their parents or their siblings are playing ball. And for me, I'm really hoping that it's an opportunity we can look at, not big structures, but let's put out a couple logs, a couple rocks, let kids play on those. And the reason why I think that's a cool opportunity is it's a different type of play that I think is healthier for kids' brains in some ways. It's a more cost-effective play. But also for me, we don't just need things for kids to do on the east side. We also need things for kids to do on the west side, where those all those diamonds. And on the west side, we've got issues where we can't put in play structures on the west side because of the cap over the landfill. It's going to be hard if we start doing things where we have to put concrete in the ground. But we sure could put logs and rocks on the west side of this if they work on the east side. So for me, definitely support this motion. And I really hope we don't see by natural playground. I really don't hope we don't see a bunch of fiberglass things that are made to look natural. I hope we actually do some experiments with actual natural play for kids.
That actually have natural playgrounds that are logs that are stripped down, that are designed so that there's mitigating risk for injury, etc. So it's a really quite a trendy thing, natural playgrounds. At, like I mentioned, Alberta Parks and Rec, there's vendors selling exactly what you're describing, but mitigating the risk for injury, but also not leaving it up to design of park staff. So I will support the motion. I think it's a great start. I would hope that administration would come back with a plan based on whatever funding amount is approved here today. Councillor Bosch and then Councillor Platt to close.
Thank you. I'm in support of building something there, but I thought that this motion was to reduce it to 100,000.
It is.
So, okay. So you all want something, but you don't want to pay for it, just half of it. Okay.
Some of them.
Okay. Just clarifying.
Councillor Platt to close.
Just before I close, if I can ask Chief Waitway, if that $100,000 was reduced, would we be able to reallocate that CCBF funding to potentially roads, like we're going to get a report on the morning, or somewhere else within our budget?
Chief Waitway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, our strategy this evening will be to work through the roads, some of these changes that were made, and bring back sort of some ideas for council and what other projects may be able to be covered.
Okay. And so on that, I appreciate, Councillor O'Connor worried about losing funding, but I don't think we can reallocate that funding somewhere else. And all the colleagues that made comments, I don't think we need to spend $200,000 to do what we're looking at doing there. I think for $100,000, we can make a pretty big splash in South Bear, and it'll be very noticeable in South Bear for $100,000. We also have a $750,000 line item and 25 and beyond for parks and replacements. So if we really think we want to add more to South Bear next year, unless we're going to defund those future park numbers, we can also allocate.
Playground.
I'm stuck on parks today. Sorry.
You just want to get parks.
Playgrounds. So I don't think I'm fine with this motion, and I hope you support it.
Perfect. That's your close. I'll call the question.
Councillor Blackmore in favor.
All right. That carries unanimously. As that was the last item on page 29, I'm going to call it for the day. I will turn it over to the CFO for a recap. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Chief Waitway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So I don't have it to display, but just verbally wanted to give an update. Based on the decisions made, there was a reduction of $1.25 million in capital tax so far. So this brings capital tax to a total of $8.6 million. What that means in terms of tax increase, that's now a 4.9% tax increase. On an average residential, that's an additional $12.75 a month.
All in a day's work. All right, so we will see you all tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. There's probably another 15 flagged items. See you then. Thanks, everyone.